Phone buzzes insistently in a dark and quiet room. This call is from someone listed as 62CU Lee's mother. Man, what a specific contact name for a personal phone, but the person in bed is completely asleep, ignoring the noise. It is 6:30 in the morning and there are already 4 missed calls. This phone just keeps buzzing away on the nightstand. Finally, a hand reaches out from under the covers. She picks it up to see a text. You have not been answering my calls since last night. Her fingers hover over the keyboard as she decides what to write. This screen's glow shows her tired and annoyed expression. She sighs and gets out of bed, still in her plaid pajamas. In the living room, a young man is already up eating instant noodles. She asks, "You are already up, Jae-sung?" He just keeps scrolling on his phone. She offers him some side dishes she made, but he suddenly gets up. He just dumps his half-eaten meal straight into the sink. Then he slams his bedroom door shut without another word. Damn, that is cold. She is just left standing there looking hurt, and of course, her phone starts buzzing again in her hand. She shoves it into her pajama pocket, but the buzzing does not stop. She just stands there alone in the silent apartment. This scene changes to a bright day at an elementary school. We see a sign for a classroom, Class 6-2. A name tag reveals the woman is a teacher, Ms. Jaejang Go. In the classroom, she asks a question. Who can fill in the blank? Later, we see the sign for the teacher's lounge. A phone buzzes on the arm of a sofa, getting spammed with notifications. She picks it up and man, it is a flood of messages from a student's mother. This teacher just lets out a heavy sigh, looking completely drained by this. Suddenly, she is up and dashing down a hallway. Another teacher bursts into the room, yelling for Ms. Go. She says it is an emergency, and Ms. Go looks completely alarmed. This emergency is a student holding another kid's hand down with a box cutter. This bully has the kid in a headlock, telling him to stay still or he will get hurt, and the other students just watch. One brags, "I can do it in under 5 seconds." This bully gets ready to bring the blade down. Just then, someone screams the name Siyu Lei. A hand grabs the bully's wrist, stopping the blade just in time. It is Ms. Go. She made it, holding his arm and breathing hard. She gives the student a hard, determined look. She tells him to put it down, but he just yells at her to let go. He struggles and swings the blade wildly, shouting at her again, and then blood starts dripping onto the wooden floor. This bully freezes, looking completely stunned at what he just did. Ms. Go's expression is just pure shock. She slowly brings a hand up to her face, touching the fresh cut. This whole classroom is silent now, just watching this unfold. She looks at the blood on her fingertips, still in disbelief, and this triggers a memory of her as a little girl at a dinner table. A shadowy adult looms over her, hand raised like they are about to strike. Then another memory flashes, this time of a little boy crying happily. A young girl looks absolutely terrified, her face completely shadowed in fear. This scene flashes white, a moment of pure shock. This teacher grits her teeth, her head bowed in submission, and she kneels on the floor. Geez, that is just total humiliation. We flash back to the classroom where she was checking on another student. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? This bully kid turns around, looking startled by her sudden intervention. He gets furious and actually tells her, "You stay after class today." Back in the present, the bully's mother is screaming at the teacher. "You let them play with knives. How can you call yourself a teacher?" This teacher tries to explain that CU brought the knife, but the mother is not listening. CU said you grabbed his wrist. She yanks up her son's sleeve to show a supposed bruise. "Just look at the bruise, see." This teacher looks completely defeated and offers an apology. "My apologies, Mrs. Jiang." She tries to explain herself one last time. "It was a dangerous situation, but the mother cuts her off while the kid smirks behind her back. "How dare you ignore messages from your students' parents? How rude." This mother just keeps shouting right in her face. "Now apologize." This teacher just stands there, taking it, as the mother screams again. "I said apologize." She keeps her hands clasped tightly behind her back. Her hand clenches into a fist, trying to hold it all in. She finally gives in. "I am sorry." But the mother is not done. "I take it you do not want to be a teacher anymore." This threat hangs in the air. "You're just asking to get fired." The teacher's eyes widen, and so she gets on her knees and begs, "Please forgive me." Man, this is just brutal. This day ends. The sun sets over the empty school. This teacher walks out alone, looking completely exhausted and defeated. Her phone buzzes, and she looks down at the screen. It is a flood of threatening messages from the mother. "We will not let you off so easy next time." She just stands there in the empty parking lot, watching the sunset, completely alone. This sun sets over the city as a quiet beeping sound fills the air. Jae-sung's sister comes home looking exhausted and bruised. She glances around the empty apartment with a weary expression. In the kitchen, a single dirty pot sits in the sink. She walks over to her brother's bedroom door. She knocks gently. "Jae-sung, are you asleep?" There is no answer and her face fills with worry. Later that night, she is still awake, drinking something in the dark. She tries to sleep but just tosses and turns in her bed. Her face is etched with concern even as she tries to rest. Finally, her eyes close and she starts to drift off. Her dream begins with a small caterpillar crawling on a leaf. Suddenly, a praying mantis snatches it from the branch. This dream shifts to her as a little girl watching the scene unfold. She whispers to herself, "Poor thing. She looks around to make sure no one else is watching, then she picks up a heavy-looking rock from the ground. A loud crunch echoes through the dream. This sound of buzzing cuts through the silence. She jolts awake in her bed, startled by the noise. Her eyes are wide with fear from the nightmare. Her phone is vibrating on the nightstand, a call from Jin Yong-bae. She reaches over and grabs the phone to answer it. This next day she is sitting in a cafe across from someone. This woman she is meeting asks, "What happened to your face?" This teacher tries to talk about a work problem, but her friend just wants to shop online. Our girl just plays along and helps her pick an outfit. You can see on her face that she is really troubled by something though. She tries again to get her friend Jin Young's attention, who is still glued to her phone. She finally gets it out. "The mother of one of my students keeps texting me." She explains that the woman calls her non-stop at all hours. This calls just keep coming, day and night. Jin Young barely looks up from her phone and just tells her to sue. This teacher looks a little overwhelmed by that suggestion. Yeah, you can tell that is not the kind of help she was looking for. Then Jin Young makes it about herself, saying at least our girl has a job. She complains that her dad cut her off financially. At 29 years old, poor her, she then offers a completely fake apology. "Oops, sorry," and then she drops this bomb. "I forgot you do not have parents." Damn, that is just brutal. Our girl is completely frozen in shock. Her internal thought is just a single, very appropriate curse word. She looks at her so-called friend in total disbelief, but she immediately tries to suppress her anger, telling herself not to react. She even says it is okay because it is true, and Jin-young just agrees. Geez, this sun sets over the city as their awful meeting finally ends. Our girl walks home alone through the darkening streets. Her phone buzzes and she glances over her shoulder. She clenches her hand into a fist, just pure frustration. She sighs and tries to reassure herself that everything will be okay, but it is a text from the student's mother, Siyu Lee's mother. The harassment never stops. This next chapter begins with filing a complaint. A woman with a band-aid on her cheek stares intently at her phone. She walks through the city streets as the sun sets. She turns her head suddenly. She looks up at a building, the law office of INSEOP O, a memory of a friend telling her she should sue. She walks into the building, but a sign on the door says the office is closed. Man, she looks so defeated. She stands in the empty hallway and calls the number on the sign. She nervously asks to book a consultation. This person on the other end asks when she is available. Elsewhere, a room is littered with empty bottles. A man with a grim expression holds a thick rope. A man in a suit lights a cigarette. He says, "A consultation, sure." He is talking to the man with the noose around his neck. This man in the suit just says, "Ah, this title card appears for your murder." This lawyer speaks into the phone. "I know you struggled a lot after you became a corporate whistleblower." He continues, "Moving to a different company could not have been easy either." This man with the noose looks terrified as the lawyer lists his failures. This lawyer says all that is left for him is a thankless existence. He then asks the man, "So why are you hesitating?" This poor guy just trembles and cries. This lawyer watches him silently, waiting. This lawyer asks the man, "Do you want some help?" And then he kicks the stool right out from under him. Damn, this man struggles against the rope as the lawyer just stands there. This only sounds in the messy room are the man's desperate struggles. We get another title card for your murder. This scene changes to a quiet apartment complex at night, back with Jaijang. She's eating a lonely meal in her living room. Her phone starts buzzing on the table, and she looks up, startled. It is just vibrating off the hook, more calls from that mother. She puts her chopsticks down, looking completely fed up. Her internal thought is simple: I need a drink. She leaves a convenience store, saying thank you to the clerk. She slumps down at an outdoor table with her drink. Suddenly, she looks up, noticing something on the table. It is a few scratch-off lottery tickets just left there. She complains about littering, and a voice tells her there are other seats. She turns to see who is talking to her. A young man points at her chair. "That is my seat." He says he left the tickets there so no one would take it. She gets up to move. "Yeesh, I will go sit over there." She watches him and his friends laughing at the table she just left, but then she changes her mind. "Never mind, you have it." The city is quiet as the night deepens. This two of them end up sitting in silence at the table. She turns to him and asks, "I am bored, wanna play a game?" This lawyer smiles and proposes a bet. The loser has to buy the winner ice cream. Our girl is completely thrown off by this sudden suggestion. He asks if she thinks she cannot win, while she just thinks he is a weirdo. She tries to protest, but he is already thinking of a game. He points to a passing bus. Is that the last bus on its route or no? She thinks hard, trying to figure out the right answer. This bus drives away as he checks something on his phone, telling her she was wrong. And just like that, an ice cream bar sits on the table. She lost. He asks if she wants to play again for chips, and she reluctantly agrees. This next bet is whether a man or a woman will pass by next. She guesses woman, but a man jogs past instead. Damn, she just cannot catch a break. This table is now piled high with snacks she had to buy. She steams in frustration while he casually says, "I am good at these kinds of games." He then offers her a drink he just opened. He takes a sip from his own can and asks if she wants one. She just sits there hunched over, looking completely dejected. Poor girl. This two of them sit in the quiet glow of the convenience store at night, but someone is watching from a distance, taking a picture of them. This camera focuses on the glowing sign of the store. His phone starts buzzing insistently and he glances down at it. He gets up to leave. and she sounds disappointed that she never won. He just smiles over his shoulder. You can try again next time. He walks off into the night while answering his call. She turns in her seat to watch him leave, and she is left all alone at the table, surrounded by her losses. A man gets out of a taxi while on the phone. He says it is about a suicide case and he got the call log. He gets in the car and asks who the last person called was. This person on the other end says they will hang up and send it. A moment later, his phone buzzes with the information. It is a picture of the lawyer, In Siop O, so he was the last call, and we cut back to his law office building. Ms. Go stands outside looking up at the sign, still with a band-aid on her cheek. She thinks to herself, well, here I am. She walks up to the entrance of the law office, but she tries the door and finds it is locked. She looks confused, wondering why it is closed. Suddenly, a gloved hand reaches for the door from the inside. This door swings open and there he is, In Siop O. He tells her she has to push to open it. He introduces himself with a small smile. I am In Siop O. A nameplate on his desk confirms he is attorney In Siop O. Ms. Go just stares back at him, a little stunned. They sit down for the consultation, and he asks her to explain. He tells her, if you are the victim of an unlawful act, like intimidation, you can file criminal charges, however. He warns her that the student's parents could file a countersuit. This clock on the wall ticks away as she considers this. He gives his professional opinion. I would not recommend filing a lawsuit. He explains it could also complicate things for her at school. She puts on a brave face, trying to hide her disappointment. She gets up to leave, saying, well, that is too bad. Ms. Go bows and thanks the lawyer for his time. He just watches as the door clunks shut behind her. Outside, the sky rumbles as a storm begins to brew. This lawyer sits at his desk, writing something with his gloved hands. He uses a very fancy purple fountain pen as he works. The rain begins to drip against the window. He looks up at the sound of the downpour outside. He gets up from his desk and walks toward the window. He opens it slightly, looking out into the rain and down on the street below. He sees Ms. Go walking alone. This scene briefly cuts to a close-up of his desk. His pen lies on a piece of paper, the name In Yong O engraved on it. He brings a gloved hand to his chin, a faint smile on his face. Yeah, he is definitely thinking about something. Meanwhile, Ms. Go is getting completely drenched in the sudden storm. She keeps walking, but then turns her head as if she heard something, and suddenly, an umbrella opens over her, held by the lawyer. He asks, why are you walking in the rain without an umbrella? He gently takes her hand in his. Then he places the handle of the umbrella in her palm. She tries to refuse, but he insists she take it. He says, you can give it back to me next time. He stands in the rain himself, giving her a small, kind smile, and then he tells her, I want to help you. She just stares back at him, holding the umbrella, completely stunned, back to Jaijang. She remembers the lawyer smiling in the rain. He says, I want to help you. This scene changes to a rainy night in the city. A car alarm beeps. She is home now, thinking about the expensive umbrella he lent her. She makes a mental note to make sure she returns it. She walks in to find her brother Jaisung in the kitchen, glued to his phone as usual. She tries to make conversation, asking if he has eaten yet. He just freezes, not even looking up from his screen. He asks her, you did not take an umbrella. She looks a little surprised that he is even talking to her. She starts to explain that someone lent her one, but he just slams his bedroom door shut, and once again, she is left standing alone in the silent kitchen. Man, she just looks so completely worn out by everything. This scene shifts to a different apartment, this one cordoned off with caution tape. A detective stands inside, taking a lollipop stick out of his mouth. This place is a total mess, littered with empty bottles and trash bags. He looks up at a dark stain on the ceiling in the corner of the room. He kneels down, examining the floor among the boxes of trash. He runs his gloved finger across the clean wooden floorboards. He seems puzzled by what he is seeing or not seeing. Another detective lifts the tape, asking if he found anything strange. This first detective crunches on his lollipop stick. Everything in the house is filthy except for the floor. It is spotless. He is certain that someone else has been in this apartment. This second detective walks into the room. Looking serious, he asks, what if it was In Siop O? The first detective tells him to bring him in. This next scene is outside a police station. A detective questions the lawyer, In Siop O. We have confirmed that you were the last person Hantik Jeong called. In Siop's eyes are steady. He does not look worried at all. This detective reveals the news. Hantik was found hanged at his house. Were you aware of this? In Siop gives a very flat response. Well, I am sorry to hear that. This detective presses on. What was the nature of your relationship with Hantik Jeong? The lawyer says he was his client. This detective adds, we also met several times in a personal capacity. It seems you two were close. Then, In Siop immediately denies it. I would not say that. He clarifies their relationship. He frequently asked me for advice about things that were worrying him. He adds that was the topic of their last call. The detective asks, would you be able to share the details of your conversation that day? This detective watches him intently, trying to read his expression. In Siop O begins to explain. He said he was struggling with both the remaining debt he had to pay off and his family that had turned their back on him. He finishes with a fake-sounding sentiment. I tried my best to console him, but I suppose it did not help in the end. It is a real shame. In Siop O strikes a thoughtful pose, as if he is genuinely sad. This detective leans in with a pointed question. Is there any chance, he gets right to the point, that you are hiding something in relation to this case? This detective stares him down, waiting for an answer. In Siop O just breaks into a confident, disarming smile. He denies it completely. No, I have told you everything I know. With a clack, the detective closes his laptop. All right, as In Siop O gets up, the detective speaks. Thank you for your cooperation today. I will reach out to you if I have any more questions down the line. In Siop O agrees politely as he heads for the door. But of course, his expression turns cold the moment he turns away. He walks alone down the sterile police station hallway. Another officer walks by, musing to his colleague. At this point, it seems like he really did kill himself. No, but the main detective is not convinced. He tells his partner, something is not right. This detective's eyes narrow. He says, I can feel it. He remembers telling In Siop O that someone died, and the lawyer did not even flinch. He tells his partner, something just is not sitting right with me. But his partner has bad news. They are telling us to close the investigation. He adds that even the victim's family wants them to stop. The detective just listens, frustrated. This scene shifts to an elementary school as the sun sets, back with Ms. Go. She holds the umbrella the lawyer lent her. She thinks to herself, I can stop by his office and give the umbrella back on my way home. She remembers his words in the rain, I want to help you. At school, she wonders what he meant. He told her not to file a lawsuit. So how exactly does he plan on helping her? She walks down the hallway. She enters the teacher's lounge and finds a group of her colleagues waiting for her. Ms. Go looks completely caught off guard by the ambush. Yeah, they are all gathered around her desk. This does not look good. One of the women holds up a phone, showing a familiar picture. It is a post on a mom's group forum, shaming her for drinking outside at night. This woman holding the phone is CU's mother. She says, you are supposed to be a good role model for our children. Another teacher piles on. What would your students think if they saw you? But then footsteps echo as someone else enters the room. A gloved hand holds up a phone, taking a picture of the confrontation. This camera snaps, capturing the teachers ganging up on a distraught Ms. Go. It is In Siop O, looking completely calm as he documents the scene. A teacher asks what he is doing. He replies simply, gathering evidence. Ms. Go looks up in total shock. He announces himself to the room. I am Ms. Go's lawyer. In Siop O arrives at the school with a confident smile. He walks right into the meeting. Jaijung is completely shocked to see him. CU's mother is furious. What gives? You hired a lawyer. Is this some kind of joke? This parents immediately start accusing Jaijung of planning to sue them. This mother dares her to sue while In Siop O just calmly watches. Jaijung tries to explain it as a misunderstanding, but the mother is not having it. She just yells, see you in court, and with that, the parents and other teachers storm out of the classroom. In Siop O gently brushes a strand of hair from Jaijung's face. She flinches. She pulls away and asks him how he knew where she worked. She reminds him he did not recommend a lawsuit, and he agrees that he did say that. He gives her a wide, unsettling smile. But I also said, he finishes the sentence, I want to help you, and we get another title card for your murder. This scene shifts to a flashback of a young boy looking at flowers, a close-up on the boy's intense gaze. He is watching a caterpillar eat a leaf. His face turns dark and his eyes go wide, looking at the flowers. Man, creepy kid. Two mothers chat on a bench. One says In Siop is not a troublemaker. But one of the women, probably his mother, looks worried. I do not know how to say this, but sometimes. She quickly changes the subject. Deciding it is time to leave, she calls out to her son with a smile. Let us go In Siop, but her smile vanishes as she sees what he is doing. He is crushing the caterpillar with a rock. Damn, that is just cold. This scene cuts to a red light in the city. A white car waits at a crosswalk on a quiet street. We flash back to a young boy in the back of a car, holding a single pink flower. He has a very unsettling smile on his face while the woman driving looks worried. She asks him, why did you hurt that bug? He just says, because I wanted it. She tries to clarify, asking if he just wanted the flower. She points out, you could have had the flower without killing the bug, though. He just looks at her and says, no. His reflection in the rearview mirror is terrifying as he says, it wanted what is mine. This woman grips the steering wheel tightly, just managing to say, okay. This flashback shifts. A young woman rips open a present. It is a family scene. Her father gives her a gift as her mother and brother watch. It is that same purple fountain pen, engraved with the name In O. This daughter, In thanks her dad as he pats her head. But her brother, a young In Siop, watches from the background with a jealous look, and then he suddenly snatches the pen right out of her hand. His mother calls out his name as he holds the pen tightly. He looks at his family and asks, what about me? He complains that his sister gets a present even though he is the better student. His father's smile fades. He says sarcastically, oh, so you wanted a fountain pen too? I had not realized. This dad offers to buy him one too, but In Siop just says no. He stares them down, holding his sister's pen. I want this one. He yanks the pen away from his sister's outstretched hand. She gets angry and demands, give that to me. But In Siop just turns his back on her, completely ignoring her. This scene fades to a full moon in the dark night sky, and we see young In Siop standing alone in front of a closed door. A woman in pajamas flinches at her desk. Startled by someone at her door. A young man in a hoodie stands in the doorway and just tells her, "Get out." Her eyes go wide with shock and fear. On the desk sits a familiar purple fountain pen next to a blank notebook. She's grading papers, her hands hovering over the documents. This kid suddenly lunges at her, yelling. This papers scatter across the desk, revealing a bunch of mediocre test scores. And then he gives her this incredibly creepy, wide-eyed smile. He puts a hand on her shoulder, asking, "It must be hard for you, right?" He leans in, his smile getting wider. "Mom and Dad both expect a lot of you." She tries to push back. "You do not know what you are talking about," but he insists. "I know how it feels." He describes feeling like a waste of space, unable to control yourself, and man, that hits her hard. He gets even closer, suggesting you should keep a journal. She just looks up at him, totally confused by the suggestion. A thought bubble appears, containing the words, "I do not want to be alive anymore." Geez, he tells her to write her feelings down on paper. He says it will make her feel better. Yeah, I am sure it will. This scene shifts. A young man in a school uniform gets home, announcing his arrival. He walks through the quiet apartment, looking around. He opens the door to a bedroom. It looks like the woman's room. He peeks into the dark, empty bathroom. Then he walks into the office where she was working. He leans over the desk, right where the pen and notebook were. He picks up a small green journal and he just stands there, flipping through the pages, reading her private thoughts. This new chapter starts with a journal entry full of despair. A young man thinks to himself, "I want to die. I am completely worthless." His sister writes about her dream of being a lawyer going up in smoke. This brother stands in her room, reading her private thoughts. This journal is just a spiral of self-hatred and suicidal ideation. He turns and walks out of the room. He grabs a pack of cigarettes on his way out. This scene shifts to a quiet apartment complex under a full moon. He silently walks up the stairs to the roof. He finds his sister there, smoking by the ledge. She turns around, completely startled to see him. She asks him, "WH, what are you doing here?" He says he could not sleep, and she tells him he scared her. She asks him if he is by himself. Then she quickly adds, "Do not tell Mom." He tells her he started that journal she suggested and that it helps a little. She tries to sound optimistic. "If I study like crazy for the next 2 years, things will work out." But her brother just stares past her, his face completely blank. A strange cut to a caterpillar crawling on the ground. As she talks about her grades improving, his hand reaches for her back and then he shoves her right off the ledge. Damn. This full moon hangs silently in the sky. Her body falls through the air, silhouetted against the moon. We see her tumbling downwards, her face a mask of terror, and in her eye, we see the reflection of her brother looking down. That is cold. We flash back to a younger Nsiop O with a wide, unsettling grin on his face. An ambulance and police car pull up to an apartment building at night. Police officers are managing a crowd of onlookers. Something bad has happened. A man and a woman run barefoot toward the scene, looking absolutely distraught. This woman collapses in tears, while a young man watches from the background, completely stone-faced. Yeah, that is a young Nsiop, and he looks totally devoid of emotion. An officer tells the parents, "It seems your daughter did not leave behind a note, but they did find a journal filled with entries like 'I hate myself' and 'I want to die.'" This parents are devastated as the police conclude it was a suicide. In another memory, young Nsiop reads a book while his parents argue loudly outside his door. We see a funeral portrait of a smiling young woman, his sister. He sits on his bedroom floor in a suit, still hearing his parents fighting. He looks up as someone quietly approaches his room. An older woman in traditional clothes stands in the doorway. "What are you doing?" She hands him a beautiful purple fountain pen. She tells him this pen belonged to her. It has the name Inyong-o engraved on it. He smiles faintly. "It is something I can remember her by." This scene shifts back to the present. A black car is parked on a quiet street. Insiop O stands with Jaijung on the sidewalk. He pulls out a pack of cigarettes, still wearing those black gloves. He lights one with a soft click. Jaijung coughs, bothered by the sudden smoke. Insiop looks over at her, holding the cigarette. He repeats his professional opinion. "Like I said, it would not be a good idea to file a lawsuit." He taps the ash off. "However, looks like he has another idea." He explains, "If they know you have a lawyer, you will have to deal with fewer incidents like the one earlier." He gives her a smooth smile. "I am sorry if I put you in an awkward situation." She looks away, a little flustered by his apology. She thinks to herself that she was just being oversensitive. He was only trying to help. And yeah, it looks like she's starting to let her guard down. She finally looks him in the eye and asks, "Why are you helping me?" He just takes a drag from his cigarette, his expression unreadable. We flash back to him watching her from a window as she walked alone in the rain. She looked so completely defeated back then. He finally answers her. "Because," he says, "you are radiant, Jaijung." Man, that is a creepy line. She is just completely stunned into silence. And with that, he gets into his car and drives off into the sunset. He drives with a completely neutral expression on his face. He gives a quick glance to the side. This car comes to a sudden stop. He is parked outside a building, looking up at the windows. This scene shifts to a cafe where the other parents and teachers are gathered. One of them complains, "I cannot believe she hired a lawyer. I had no idea she was so cold-blooded." Siyu's mother is fuming, saying Jaijang brought it on herself by fooling around with men. Yeah, she looks absolutely furious. Another parent asks her, "What are you going to do if she sues you?" Her expression just drops. She looks terrified. She slams her mug on the table. Why am I the only target? She thinks. We confronted her together, right? We flash back to a cafe where one mother is yelling at another. Are you saying this is Siyu's fault? She keeps screaming about how her kid always gets into trouble. But then the cafe door jingles. This woman stops mid-rant, her face frozen in surprise, and yeah, it is Insiapo, looking calm and collected. He walks slowly through the cafe, heading towards their table. This other women at the table immediately start whispering. That is him, right? They know exactly who he is, Jaijang's lawyer. He just strolls up to the counter to order a coffee. This yelling woman, Mion, looks incredibly nervous now. As Insiap walks over, one of the other women tries to warn Mion. He stops right in front of her and she looks up at him. She crosses her arms, demanding to know, is Ms. Go really planning on filing a lawsuit? Insiap just glances back at her over his shoulder. He gives her a perfectly pleasant, almost cheerful smile. He confirms it with a simple yes, and her face just drops. He leans in with a friendly warning. You'd be wise to start preparing. Damn, he turns and walks away, leaving her completely stunned. She finally explodes, screaming in the middle of the cafe as he calmly sips his coffee. We see her having a total meltdown through the window as his car door clicks shut. He sits in his car, calmly opening the lid to his coffee, and he just takes a sip, completely unfazed by the chaos he just caused. This scene shifts to a bright, sunny day at an elementary school inside a classroom. A teacher writes on the chalkboard in the teacher's lounge. A woman with a ponytail talks to her colleague. That colleague sits at her desk, biting her nails as she stares anxiously at her computer. A new chapter begins with Jaijang at her desk at school. A student bows to her in the hallway, just a normal day. She glances out the window, looking a little pensive. This sky is bright and clear, a peaceful scene. She slides the window open with a swish. She leans out, enjoying the fresh air. The breeze is nice. But then her expression changes as if a thought just struck her. She checks her phone, realizing she has not gotten any calls or texts today. She thinks to herself, this is the first time that CU's mom has gone so long without texting me. This scene transitions with a flash of black and white lines. And we see Insiap O smiling to himself. Maybe she got scared just like he said she would. Back in the present, Jaijang's phone suddenly buzzes, making her flinch. It is an incoming call from an unknown number. She looks a little relieved. She answers, and a man on the other end says, "Hello, I am a detective from Roman 20 police station." She looks confused, asking what this is about. This detective tells her, "I am reaching out about a report of child abuse." Jaijang just stands there frozen, her shadow stretching out long behind her. Her eyes are wide with utter shock. She can barely process the words. Child abuse. Without a second thought, she dashes out of the school. This scene cuts to Insiapo, sitting calmly in his office and checking his watch. This door flies open as Jaijang rushes into his office. He slowly turns in his chair to face her. She looks completely terrified, her face pale with panic. And Insiapo just greets her with a calm, knowing smile. Man, he set this all up. A voice says, "Hello, Ms. Go." We flash back to Jaijang having drinks with a friend, clinking glasses. She takes a shot, looking a little more relaxed for once. Her friend asks her if she really likes being a teacher, and Jaijang says she does. The kids are cute and teaching is fun, but more importantly, she can finally support herself in Jaisung. She is even paying off their debt, but her friend asks why she had to bring Jaisung with her. She thinks Jaijang should have just left him at their aunt's house, but Jaijang just looks down. How could I do that to him? She slumps onto the table. You have no idea what I did in that house. Man, that sounds ominous. She vows to keep working until the debt is gone and her brother moves out, and the scene fades. We are back in the present, in Insiap O's office. Jaijang is a wreck. I had no idea that CU's mother would report me for child abuse. She swears to him, I have never laid so much as a finger on a child, I swear to God. Her eyes are wide with panic and disbelief, and then a thought hits her. Wait, she looks up at him, horrified. Do you think this is because you came to the school a few days ago? He just watches her as she realizes the rumors are probably everywhere now. She breaks down completely, crying that everyone thinks she was abusing children. She sobs that no school will ever hire her again. He just keeps saying her name. He tells her, "For your sake, I had no choice but to go to the school." He looks away, as if he is making a difficult but necessary point. He says, "You were clearly being treated unfairly." She looks up, still crying, as he finishes his sentence. "And I wanted to help." He stares her down. "You should be blaming the parents. That made the false accusation." Geez, he is twisting this whole situation. Jaijang sits in his office, telling him he should not blame himself. She looks down and apologizes. She fidgets with her hands. "I got too worked up. I know you were just trying to help." He tells her it is all right. He reassures her. "Everyone knows you are innocent." They sit across from each other in his spacious office. He tells her it may take some time to prove her innocence, but he promises her he will see it through to the end. She just looks at him and says okay. A kettle on a nearby table begins to whistle. Insiap stands up and pours some hot water for tea. Jaijang just sits there, looking down thoughtfully. He brings the cup over, reminding her, "You said I was radiant." She looks up, a little confused by the comment. But what does that mean? He offers her the tea, saying there is nothing more to it. We see his watch and that familiar purple fountain pen. He starts to say, "You are." He leans in with a smile, finishing his sentence. Simply radiant. Man, this guy is so creepy. He tells her she should not let other people treat her so poorly. Jaijang looks completely flustered by the compliment. She jumps to her feet, stammering. She changes the subject, asking if her administrative records could prove her innocence. Insiop just gives a slight, knowing smile. He agrees. Yes, that would be helpful to have. We see a picture of her teaching a class, her face blurred out. This scene shifts to the teacher's lounge, where her colleagues are whispering about her. Jaijang sits at her desk, typing, while someone quietly defends her. Ms. Go is not that kind of person. Back in the teacher's lounge, someone calls out to Jaijang. She turns in her chair. It is the vice principal, Yao Ke Li. He asks if she has a moment. They sit in his office. Jaijang pleads her case. "I never hurt any of my students, I swear." She explains the kids were playing with knives. He seems to understand. "I know you do not seem like that kind of person." But then he gets to the real point. "Did you do anything that could have possibly offended a parent?" Jaijang's face darkens. She knows exactly where this is going. This vice principal says that while some parents are difficult, nothing like this has happened in her 5 years here. He clenches his fists, trying to sound worried instead of accusatory. He continues, "And if this kind of conflict continues, and there it is, the threat, it will be difficult for us to renew your contract." He asks if she understands. Jaijang just looks down, completely crushed. He tells her to just beg for forgiveness, saying Siyu's mother will probably withdraw the complaint. This scene shifts to the school building against a fiery sunset. Jaijang stands in an empty classroom, confronted by Siyu's mother. "You got a call from the police station, right?" This mother offers her a deal. "Admit that you were wrong to consider suing. If you do, I might be kind enough to let this go." Jaijang stands her ground. "I told you, I have no intention of suing." This mother just scoffs in disbelief. She yells, "Then why did you meet with that lawyer? It was obviously to file a lawsuit against me." Jaijang's answer is quiet and heartbreaking, "Because I was struggling." This mother is completely caught off guard by that. "What?" Jaijang starts to explain her side. "I like kids." She looks out the window. "I like this job too, and I want to continue working as a teacher." She insists she does her best for CU and that the mother knows she would never hurt her students. The mother looks away. Jaijang bows her head, begging, "So please, please do not take my job away from me." "Man, this is just brutal." She looks up, her eyes filled with desperation, but CU's mother just scoffs. "Are you saying it is my fault again?" Jaijang is completely taken aback by the accusation. She tries to deny it, but the mother cuts her off. "That I am some evil B***." She starts screaming, twisting Jaijang's words about her struggles into a weapon. She demands an apology, yelling that she will not back down. Jaijang finally breaks. "Fine." The mother just looks at her. "What?" This scene shifts to a flashback. A much younger Jaijang sits at a dinner table. A pair of chopsticks reaches for a bowl of sausages. It is a family meal. A woman serves a man with glasses while Jaijang watches. This woman feeds the man directly, and Jaijang's expression is just empty. This woman and a young boy both reach for more food. This woman calls out Jaijang's name, and she looks up from her bowl, and then a loud slap echoes through the room. Damn, Jaijang is stunned, looking at the woman whose face is now a terrifying shadow. This woman looms over her, her hand still raised from the strike. A little boy cheers in the background, as the woman scolds Jaijang about her table manners. This man just keeps eating, saying he will make sure that brat learns to behave. This woman asks why she eats so disgracefully, as Jaijang holds her stinging cheek. This scene fades to black with thin vertical lines in another memory. Jaijang stands outside a bathroom, needing to go, but the woman blocks her way. This woman crosses her arms. "You are a member of this family, are you not?" She says Jaijang has not cleaned the bathroom once. She tells her, "You do not deserve to use the bathroom, hold it in." Jaijang trembles, and I watches from the darkness, seeing everything. This woman asks if she has anything to say. Jaijang just looks at the floor. She clenches her fist at her side, holding it all in. Man, this is just brutal. We cut to a dark room at night where someone is quietly crying. It is a flashback to a young Jaijang, sobbing on the floor while her little brother sleeps. She is just a kid curled up in a ball with a puddle of tears on the wood floor. Man, back in the present, her brother tells her, "You can do as you please." This scene shifts to the law office of Insiop O. Insiop walks down a dimly lit hallway, looking very serious, and he finds Jaijang huddled on the floor outside his office door. He stops, his face unreadable as he looks down at her. He calls out her name. "Ms. Go." She looks up, completely distraught. "I am such a fool." She explains, "I know I should not have, but I talked back to Siyu's mother." Insiop kneels down to her level as she says she just could not take it anymore. He gently puts a hand on her shoulder, asking what happened, so they go to a cafe to talk. He calmly summarizes the situation. "So basically, Siyu's mother got angry and stormed out, is that right?" He takes her hand in his gloved one and tells her, "You did well." He says, "That was the first time you have stood up for yourself. I am proud of you." But then his expression darkens. "But it will not be enough," he tells her. "You have to overpower them, corner them, and then crush them into dust." Geez, he says then they will not underestimate her anymore. No one will. Jaijung just sits there, looking completely overwhelmed by his words. She stares at her reflection in her tea, asking herself, is this all my fault? Insiop calls her name, snapping her out of it. He leans forward. I get the impression that you have bottled up your emotions since childhood. We see a flashback of a man yelling at a cafe worker as Insiop says, you have forced yourself to endure disrespect. We see a man in a barista apron and a voiceover says, an injustice. Insiop holds Jaijung's hand, telling her, you have done nothing wrong. He continues, the people who dared to look down on you are to blame. We see her reflection in a cup of tea, looking lost and vulnerable. This scene shifts to an apartment at night. A voice asks, your lawyer said that to you. Jaijung is on the phone with a friend who sounds skeptical. Ah, that is kind of funny. He thinks he knows more than he does. And then her friend drops a bomb. I mean, come on, it is not like you are totally innocent. Jaijung is completely stunned by that comment. Her friend, painting her nails, lectures her. Your problem is that you always let people get away with treating you like a doormat. She keeps twisting the knife. Look at yourself, is not it frustrating? She says that is why she got walked all over in high school, then adds that at least she hung out with her. Geez, then the friend changes her tune. Hey, Jaijung, I have a bad feeling about that lawyer. She thinks he wants to use Jaijung as a puppet or something. She calls Jaijung naive for falling for it, right next to a happy photo of them together. Jaijung tries to defend him, but her friend just cuts her off to talk about a blind date. She says the guy was not her type, but he had a lot of money. Jaijung just sits there listening as her friend describes the guy. This friend then asks Jaijung for advice on what she should do, but then she just casually flicks an earbud out. She was not even listening. She puts it in her ear and asks, you think I am a pushover too, do not you? Jaijung is completely floored, covering her mouth in shock. Her friend looks back, her expression unreadable. Jaijung stammers, but the friend just dismisses it and says she has to go after hanging up. The friend stares at her phone with a look of pure rage. Something is very wrong. This scene cuts to a shot of a police station, setting up the next part of this mess. This scene shifts to a police station, where a man in a brown jacket wishes someone a good morning. A younger detective on the floor jumps up, startled. You scared me, it. This chief asks what he was doing, and the detective says he was looking into something. He walks over to the chief's desk. It is about Insiop O. He explains Insiop was a suspect in a murder case, but he was the only one who thought so. This chief just sighs, here we go again. But the detective adds that Insiop's sister also committed suicide. He shoves a folder right in the chief's face. He pulls out photos. In high school, his teacher died. In college, his classmate killed himself. Geez, this chief asks if that is it, and the detective says there is more. He lists the recent suicide of Hantik Jiang and another client who jumped off a building. He asks his boss, do you really think this is all just a coincidence? This chief just sips his drink, saying Insiop has had an unlucky life. He thinks anyone would lose it if everyone around them kept dying. This younger detective looks completely exasperated by this. He slams the file down. I am saying that we need to open another investigation on this lawyer. He thinks Insiop killed them all. This chief calls him by name, Yanjin. He leans in close, his expression dead serious. Do you have evidence? He tells Yanjin to stop making baseless accusations, and the younger man just looks defeated. So Yanjin takes his frustration out on a nearby trash can as he keeps kicking it. A colleague warns him the chief is coming. Outside, the chief glares back as he is led away. While Yanjin picks up a can he knocked over, he asks his colleague for a cigarette, but gets reminded he made a bet with the chief to quit. So instead, he unwraps a lollipop. He puts it in his mouth and looks up. A woman with reddish-brown hair stands in front of him, looking a little surprised. A new guy with a lollipop recognizes someone. Oh, it is the ice cream girl. We get a quick flash of Insiop's face, looking intense and shadowed, then a blurry memory of a smiling girl waving, with Insiop standing stoically behind her, back in the present. The new guy unwraps his lollipop. He snaps the stick with his teeth and then just chews on it, looking incredibly serious. We see that same blurry image of the girl and Insiop again, and a full shot of Insiop in a suit, looking perfectly composed. This new guy's leg shakes nervously. He thinks, why is Miss Ice Cream with Insiop? He watches them from a distance, wondering if she is his next target. He suddenly bursts into an office, startling a younger man at a desk. He tells the kid to zip it when he asks what he is doing here. They are watching security footage of Jaijung and Insiop meeting with someone. This lollipop guy watches the screen intently, still chewing on the stick. On the monitor, Insiop looks calm and collected. Another close-up of Insiop's face from the footage, his expression unreadable. This lollipop guy flinches, and the kid at the desk tells him to leave if he's just going to be a distraction. On the screen, the meeting ends. Someone says, we will be in touch. Jaijung and Insiop walk out of the room, as the two guys watch from their office. This lollipop guy calls out, Ms. Jaijung. They both turn around. He asks her, do you have a moment? Insiop and Jaijung just look at him. This scene shifts outside. Insiop is standing alone, smoking. He takes a drag from his cigarette, looking thoughtful, and yeah, he is watching from a distance as Jaijung talks with the lollipop guy. A detective listens to her story. So the mother of your student reported you for child abuse in retaliation. He asks her why she chose In Seop-oh as her lawyer. She explains that his office was close by and the first one she found. Then she asks him why he wants to know. This detective just stretches and thinks for a moment. He leans in close to her and he tells her bluntly, he is not a good lawyer. Damn, Jaejung is completely taken aback by this. He offers to introduce her to a different lawyer with a better track record. He holds out his phone for her number, but she refuses. She just says it is okay, and with a smile, she tells him, I like working with In Seop. She thanks him for the offer, and he just looks surprised. Later, Jaejung is in the car with In Seop, who is driving. She asks him if he knows that detective, if they are friends. In Seop says no and tells her she should keep her distance from him. He warns her that getting help from the police could look bad for her later. She looks a little embarrassed, saying she did not realize. In Seop just gives her a quick look from the driver's seat. He asks if she is hungry, and she says not really. But then the car screeches to a sudden stop. He turns to her with a smile. Do you want to get something to eat? Jaejung looks a little flustered by his insistence. She fidgets with her hands and finally agrees, and the scene cuts to them at a very fancy dinner. Looks like he is pulling out all the stops. Jaejung nervously eats her pasta across from In Seop. She looks up mid-bite, clearly on edge. In Seop just stares at her from across the table, making her jump. He says, it seems I have made you uncomfortable. He offers a napkin, saying, my apologies, I do not have friends, you see. She admits she only has one friend from high school. He asks what kind of person this friend is if they are close. Jaejung replies, she is my only friend. She says the friend always had her back, but In Seop senses there is more to the story. We see a flashback of her friend being dismissive and self-centered. Jaejung finally admits it. I think she looks down on me. In Seop leans in, asking her to explain. She says her friend only talks about herself and walks all over her. She suddenly looks shocked that she said all that out loud. He tells her bluntly, she does not seem like a good friend. He adds, it must have been hard for you to spend all that time with her. Jaejung just looks at him, completely stunned by his understanding. She quietly admits, yes, it was. This scene shifts to a city street at night. After dinner, she thanks him and he tells her not to mention it. Her phone buzzes. It is a call from Jaesung. She asks to take the call and In Seop tells her of course. Her brother is on the line, saying, I cannot pay. He says he needs to buy something, but his balance is too low. Jaejung gets a message from her brother, asking her to send him some money. In Seop asks if that was her brother. She explains he ran out of money after she sends it. In Seop comments, you must care about him a lot. She looks down at her phone. Yeah, he is my only family after all. He asks about her parents, and she just confirms they are gone. She explains they passed away when she was young, leaving her to care for her brother. She says they were raised by their aunt, and we see that terrifying flashback again. Man, In Seop assumes they must have a close relationship then, but she says no. I did something wrong once, so we are not close now. She quickly apologizes for rambling. This scene shifts to a view of her apartment building at night. He drops her off. She bows and thanks him for the ride. She just stands there with a small, sad smile on her face. And yeah, In Seop just watches her from his car. Back in the car, he pulls out his notebook and that familiar purple fountain pen. He starts writing down her name. Jaejung-go, then her occupation, elementary school teacher, and then he starts listing her relationships, starting with high school. This pen just scratches across the page. He lists her high school friend, her brother Jaesung, and her aunt. He looks up from his notes, and his expression is just chilling. He glances out the window, still holding his pen. And he sees her brother, Jaesung, walking by on his phone. A small, creepy smile plays on his lips. He watches the brother walk away. I can see the resemblance. Geez, this guy. This scene shifts to a convenience store where a young man in a suit buys some snacks. He fumbles with his phone, asking the cashier to wait a moment. He admits he cannot pay, saying his balance is too low, so he calls Jaejung, telling her to send him money. Man, so this is her brother. He gets the money and leaves the store with his food. But then someone smacks him on the back of the head, calling him an idiot. Two gays steal his bag of snacks and walk off laughing. Geez, that is just cruel. Jaejung's brother just stands there, his expression completely dark. He walks down the street alone, playing a game on his phone. He gets into the back of a car, his face lit by the screen, and whatever he sees on his phone makes his eyes go wide with shock. He looks up from his phone and walks away from the car. He stands by a fancy car, still staring at his phone, back at their apartment. Jaejung hears the door beep and turns around. She opens her door and greets him. Oh, you are home. Her brother just walks right past her into his room. He throws his backpack onto the floor. Then he immediately turns on his computer. He puts on his headset, ready to escape into the game. His friends are waiting in the game chat. You were so late, Jaesung. So that is his name, he smirks, typing back. All you *** holes were waiting for me. This scene shifts to Jaesung standing outside his high school at sunset. He stands alone in the street as someone watches him from the shadows, and then we cut to a sign for a psychiatry department. Jaesung sits in the doctor's office and says, I want to die every day. Damn, poor kid. A therapist asks a young man with reddish hair about his friends at school. He types on his keyboard, saying he sees. Then he asks if his relationship with his sister has improved. This young man just stares ahead, his expression blank. He quietly says no, and then he says, I wish she was dead. Damn, what a way to start a new chapter. Later, the same young man is in a waiting room. A receptionist tells him to have a seat. He turns in the large, mostly empty room, as another man walks in. This new arrival is a man in a long black coat. He walks up to the reception desk. Hi, do you offer walk-in appointments? But the receptionist tells him they have no availability today. This young man watches this exchange from his seat. This man in the black coat just says he understands. He turns and walks towards the exit, and the young man keeps watching him, and then the kid gets up and follows him out the door. Outside, the man in the coat is smoking. It is Insiop. Of course it is. This young man tries to walk past him, but Insiop calls out, Excuse me. This kid turns around, startled, as Insiop gestures with his gloved hand. Insiop gives him a creepy smile, asking if he knows of any tall buildings with roof access. This kid is confused, asking why he would want to know that. Insiop's answer is chillingly calm, because I want to die. This young man is completely stunned by this. Insiop just looks at him. Follow me. A door clicks shut behind them. They are on a rooftop. Insiop looks down at the street far below. This should be high enough to do the job right. Geez, this guy is a predator. We cut to a flashback. Insiop on a rooftop at sunset. I was once on a rooftop like this a long time ago. A young man with him asks how he knew about this place. This kid looks down, saying he found it himself. Insiop just asks him why. This kid clutches his bag, admitting, Because I want to die too. Insiop just hums in response. He gives a chilling smile, Yet you are still alive. This kid is completely thrown by that comment. Insiop asks if he still feels that way. The kid says yes, but trails off. Insiop just stares out at the city, his face unreadable. He then asks the kid, Are you scared? The kid is clearly terrified. Insiop turns back towards him. He pulls out his wallet and offers the kid something. It is his business card for the law office of Insiop O. He tells him, The next time you feel like dying. And then he drops this bomb. Call me and we can do it together. Man, this is messed up. This kid just holds the card, asking why he would do that. Insiop just gives a calm, knowing smile. He looks over the edge of the roof. I am scared too. This scene shifts back to the present, a bright day at a school. Jaijung walks down the hallway, looking lost in thought. She pulls out her phone and looks at her calendar. There is an appointment scheduled with her lawyer. She clutches her head, a headache throbbing. Her heels clack against the polished floor, and her eyes widen in sudden panic. We flash back to Jaijung on the phone, as a man with long hair glares up at her. He slams the door to the teacher's lounge open. He stands there with his arms crossed, demanding, Where's the vice principal? This vice principal springs up from his desk. The man tells him, You need to change the homeroom teacher for class 2. He is with 2 other parents. We simply cannot leave our children in the custody of a child abuser. Geez, this vice principal tries to calm them down, but the man just screams, Now, do it now. Jaijung runs past in the background. He just stands there, completely cornered by the angry parents. He is utterly speechless. Jaijung watches from the side, her face a mask of pure terror. Man, this is where it all began. This scene cuts to the outside of Insiop's law office. And then a jarring shot of someone's feet hanging in a hallway. What the hell? A question echoes in the void. Why did you let this happen? A close-up on an eye filled with a cold fury. This mother's accusation rings out. You said that you are struggling because of some B***. No. All the voices and pressures swirl around Jaijung as she walks away. She looks to the side, completely lost and overwhelmed. We see Insiop standing in a dimly lit hallway. He finds Jaijung collapsed on the floor right outside his office door. She blinks, her eyes wide and dazed. Suddenly, she is on a couch, a vase of tulips on the table behind her. She wonders what she is doing here, as a gloved hand offers her a drink. It is Insiop, looking down at her. You are awake. She groans and tries to sit up, but he tells her to lie down a little longer. She apologizes, and he gently covers her with a coat, saying he will bring a towel. Later, Insiop sits alone at a desk. His thoughts are bleak. I am pathetic. She lies on the couch and admits, I thought I was managing all right, but no one appreciates how hard I am working, and now everything's going wrong. A tear forms in her eye. She thinks, I should not have expected otherwise. No one cares about me. Insiop leans over her from his chair. He asks her, Why do you think that? He gently places a cool towel on her forehead. You have me. Damn, that is a line. Her eyes droop with exhaustion. She says, But to you, I am just a client. Insiop looks down, his expression unreadable for a moment. As a tear finally falls from her eye, he tells her, That is not true. He looks down at her with a soft, chilling smile. You are more than that. Geez, this guy. This scene cuts to a dark office. The lollipop detective is working late. He looks at photos on his desk. Insiop with his sister and a classmate. Both took their own lives. He scrolls through a file. His high school teacher, 2 of his clients, all the same story. He leans back, covering his face with a folder. I have thought about it so much. The word is starting to lose its meaning. He peeks over the folder, trying to figure it out. Let us say he killed them, then what was the motive? He imagines a smug Insiop, wondering if they knew too much about him, but he dismisses the idea. It is too sloppy for a killer who leaves no trace. He stands up and spins his chair. All right, I am a criminal. I am going to look at the world through the eyes of a criminal now. He grips the back of the chair, getting into this new mindset. He leans forward with a new intensity. Did Inseop gain something when he killed them? His eye widens as the thought clicks into place. This words gain something, hang in the air, a new lead. We cut back to Jaijang. A single tear falls as she just says no. Then we see her curled up asleep on the floor in a stark white space. She stirs, her eyes half open and groggy, and she wakes up to a nightmare. A giant praying mantis looms over her. Her face is a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Jaijang asks what time it is, and Inseop tells her it is nearly 10 p.m. He apologizes for keeping her so late, but she says it is okay. He walks towards her as she sits on the couch, and he slowly pulls off one of his black gloves. He gently places his bare hand on her forehead, and she looks completely flustered. His hand rests there for a moment, checking her temperature. He tells her, "You are still running a fever, you should go to the doctor's." She gives him a small, soft smile and she quietly agrees. "Okay, I will." Inseop just looks down at her, his expression unreadable as always. He then asks if she would like him to take her. His car screeches to a stop outside. He holds the door open for her and she thanks him. She looks up at him, surprised. As he tells her she does not always have to thank him, he says, "I am doing this because I want to." Jaijang turns away, a blush creeping up her neck. She gets flustered, gives a quick bow, and dashes off. Inseop just stands by his car, watching her go. His face is a complete blank mask. Man, what is this guy thinking? This scene shifts to a classroom. A student sits at his desk looking bored. A female teacher stands in front of the class. Guess what? She holds up her hand, showing off a ring. Your teacher is getting married. The student's expression changes to one of wide-eyed shock. We get a close-up of the sparkling diamond ring on her finger. This student stares at it from his desk, and a single thought crosses his mind. I want it. Geez, that is not good. A close-up on a wide, terrified eye, and then we see a giant grub standing at a podium. What the hell? Another grub floats inside a water tank. A young man stands alone at night, looking downcast. He climbs a ladder onto a rooftop water tower under a full moon. A hand holds up a golden harmonica, glinting in the light. A kid in a Letterman jacket shows it off. It was my dad's. He just holds the harmonica. Looking off to the side, he admits, I do not know how to play it. He is talking to a giant green caterpillar. But I keep it because it reminds me of him. This is getting strange. Someone blinks, snapping back to reality. This kid from the flashback is sitting in a car, looking confused, and then a car drives right off a pier into the water. A hooded figure stands on the pier, watching it sink. This car disappears beneath the waves. As the figure looks on, a man with a lip piercing flicks open a golden lighter. He holds it up while talking to Inseop. The funny thing about my son, he continues, is that he gave this lighter to me as a gift. This green caterpillar appears again, but he is always telling me to quit smoking. Then we see the caterpillar splattered on the ground, surrounded by sticks. Geez, this man just clasps his hands and laughs. Inseop listens intently, his expression unreadable as always. Inseop replies, well, it is hard. I have been struggling a lot. This man adds, but at least I have my kids. This man sits on the couch, smiling with a kind of sad relief. A giant grub hangs from a noose in a dark room. This scene shifts to a clean, modern kitchen and then to a matching living room, completely spotless. A door opens, light spilling into the dark hallway. Inseop is in the shower, water pouring over his back, a close-up of his wet hair and ear. His watch sits on the counter as he showers in the background. He steps out of the bathroom wearing a robe and slumps onto the couch. He sits in the dark, tapping on his phone. From his window, he watches Jaijang walking alone in the rain. A small, chilling smile plays on his lips. Down on the street, Jaijang looks utterly defeated. Inseop looks at his phone and says, wow, he is looking at a picture of her sleeping, thinking she truly is radiant. Geez, this next day, Jaijang leaves a pharmacy. She holds a prescription that reads, it seems like it is exhaustion, not a cold. This doctor's advice continues. Make sure you do not skip any meals and get some rest. She just stands there on the sidewalk, looking completely drained. Back in the classroom, she writes a math problem on the board she tries to teach, but she can hear students snickering behind her. She closes her eyes, trying to keep her composure. A student calls out to another kid, see you, hand it over. This kid looks terrified. Chen, what over? The bully just says, do not talk back. Jaijang turns from the board and starts walking towards them. A student looks shocked as a notebook is snatched right out of his hands. It is Jaijang, holding the book open. The student yells, hey, let go, what are you doing? We get a close-up of her eye as she reads what is inside, and yeah, it is a page full of insults directed at her. One charming note says her face looks like it was squished in a waffle iron. Another one complains about her voice. Geez, kids are cruel. Jaijang looks up, her expression a mix of disbelief and hurt. She holds the book out to the student, asking what this is. He just says it is not his. Another kid pipes up, also denying it. Jaijang tells him to be quiet. She looks at the first student and says firmly, it is yours. He lunges for the notebook, trying to snatch it back, and then he just starts screaming. He yells for the whole class to hear. She is going to hit me again. Jaijang is completely floored, asking when she has ever hit him. This other kid who denied it is just snickering behind his hand. This first student keeps up the act, shouting that their teacher beats students. Jaijang just stands there, absolutely horrified by the false accusation. We see the scene from the classroom door. Jaijang looks completely isolated. An older man in a plaid jacket watches the whole thing from the hallway. He just turns and walks away up the stairs. No help from him, I guess. Jaijang looks over her shoulder, her face a mask of pure despair. Later in the cafeteria, the other teachers are all eating and chatting together. Jaijang sits alone at her desk, just staring into space, looking exhausted. A colleague with a toothbrush notices she is not at lunch and calls her name. She slumps over her desk, saying she was not hungry. Jaijang is at her desk when her phone suddenly lights up with a notification. It is a message from attorney In Siapo. She thinks his name in surprise. She grabs her phone, her eyes wide as she reads the message. She immediately rushes out of the teacher's lounge while answering a call. Walking down the hall, she asks hopefully, "Is it true I am not suspected of child abuse anymore?" On the other end, In Siop confirms it and says, "Congratulations." Jaijang is completely overcome with relief, her hand flying to her mouth. She bows deeply in the middle of the empty hallway. Thank you so much." She suddenly hears loud chatter from In Siop's side of the call. He asks her, "Are you outside right now?" She says it must be noisy and offers to call him back later, but she cannot hide her smile. She looks genuinely happy for the first time in a while. This scene shifts to a crowded PC cafe, so that is where In Siop is. Two women at the counter are gossiping about a handsome guy they just saw. And of course, it is In Siop, dressed down in a hoodie and cap, typing at a computer. This screen's light reflects in his focused eye. He is logged into the Siogu Mom's group online forum. Man, this guy, he is typing a post. She had the police on her side. He is definitely stirring things up. He leans back from the keyboard, looking pleased with himself. His gloved hand rests on his chin as he plots his next move. Later, Jaijang is at a convenience store on the phone with her brother. "Hi Jaisung, I am at the convenience store." She crouches by the fridge, asking if there is anything he wants to eat, but he says no. She stands up, a little disappointed that he hung up so quickly. Suddenly, a voice calls her name from behind, making her jump. It is the detective, the lollipop guy. He looks at her seriously. "We have to talk." Jaijang tries to brush him off. "I am sorry, but I am a little busy right now," he insists. "It'll only take a second." She just walks out of the store, but he calls after her. "Hey Jaijang," he shouts, "I think you forgot something," looking desperate, and then he just blurts it out. "I work for the police." Jaijang freezes in her tracks, completely startled. Her bag of drinks falls to the ground, spilling onto the pavement. Later, the detective sits slumped on a bench outside the store. He just sighs and says okay. They are now sitting at a table. He comes clean. "I was lying when I told you that Insiop O was not a good lawyer," he continues. "I looked up his record and he is actually quite good. He has won every case." Jaijang just says, "Go figure," but then he adds a chilling detail. "Well, every case except for two." Jaijang looks up, her expression shifting from annoyed to concerned. She tries to brush it off. "Well, that is okay, he is only human." The detective just asks, "You think," he drops the bombshell, "even if both of those clients committed suicide?" Her face hardens, she is completely shocked. "They died," he presses her. "Do not you think it is strange? What are the odds that those two people would die?" He leans in with his final accusation. "What if I told you that Insiop killed both of them?" And he finishes the thought, and staged their deaths as suicides. They just stare at each other, the weight of his words hanging in the air. He looks away for a moment. I usually do not say this, but I am genuinely worried for you." Jaijang is still skeptical. "But what evidence do you have?" A sudden snap interrupts her. This detective suddenly lunges away from the table. He sprints down the empty street at full speed, and he grabs the arm of a person in a dark hoodie. This person struggles, yelling to be let go as the detective accuses them. "You just took a picture of us, did not you?" Jaijang just stands there, her eyes wide with pure shock. This detective grabs a woman's arm, asking if she is Seoyeon's mother. She turns around with a wide, unsettling smile. She points at the detective. "This is the same man you were hanging with last time, is not it?" This detective is stunned as she accuses him. "I heard you had the police on your side and that is why the case was dropped. I guess it was true." We cut to Insiop's apartment, where he is calmly slicing a block of meat. He has an earbud in, listening to the chaos he created. He stands in his kitchen, still wearing his signature black gloves. His phone buzzes on the counter, and he pulls off a glove to check it. He looks at the screen, his expression completely unreadable. And then a small, satisfied smile spreads across his face. He is looking at the Siogu Mom's group forum on his phone. He posted a picture of the detective, claiming he was secretly helping Jaijang. "Man, this guy is a master manipulator." Back on the street, the mother shoves her phone in the detective's face. "This is you, is not it?" This detective just turns his head away, looking annoyed. He scratches his head and admits it is him, but denies the accusation. "Also, that accusation is total nonsense. I did not help her at all." This mother looks furious, but the detective threatens her back. "Wait, you used my picture without my permission. That is defamation. I will see you in court." Jaijang grabs his arm, trying to stop him as the mother looks on in shock. She looks at him pleadingly, telling him to stop. He looks down at her as she begs him, "Stop, please." He closes his eyes and lets out a frustrated sigh. He turns back to the mother, his voice firm. Delete the picture you took of me. This mother's face is a mask of pure rage. She backs away, pointing a finger at them. Oh, okay, fine, I will delete it, but if you sue me, you will regret it. She adds one last threat. And I saw what happened today with my own two eyes. She turns and runs off down the sidewalk, leaving them in the middle of the street. Jaijang crouches on the sidewalk, wondering who would write such things about her. A hand reaches out towards her. It is the detective, offering to help her up. Here, take my hand. He gives her a disarming smile and says, I am with the police. This scene shifts to her apartment building at night. Jaijang stands in her living room in pajamas, staring at her phone. She scrolls through the online forum, reading all the horrible comments. Her face is a mask of horror, illuminated by the screen's glow. This detective's voice echoes in her mind. You are hanging out with that man again, he continues, quoting the rumors. I heard you had the police on your side and that is why the case was dropped. I guess it was true. Back in the present, she collapses to the floor, completely overwhelmed. She just wonders, why is all of this happening to me? She clutches her sleeve in frustration, asking why. Then she remembers Insiop's voice. You should keep your distance, he had warned her. When you are proven innocent, you could catch flack for getting help from the police. Man, he played this perfectly, a close-up on her wide, confused eyes. She crawls towards her phone, thinking Insiop will know what to do. Oh no, but her hand pauses just before she can grab it. This detective's words come back to her. Do not you think it is strange? What are the odds that those two people would die? And then he drops the bombshell accusation. What if I told you that Insiop killed both of them? He had suggested that Insiop staged their deaths as suicides. This terrifying thought echoes in her head. What if it is true? She looks completely lost, wondering what she would do then. A sudden clack from the hallway makes her whip her head around. It is her brother, Jaisung, standing in the doorway watching her. Jaisung is heading out late at night. His mom asks where he is going. He just tells her it is none of her business. She protests that it is so late, but he just jolts. He turns back with a cold look. When have you ever actually cared about me? Damn, his mother is completely stunned into silence. This door clicks shut, leaving her alone in the dark apartment. Jaisung walks alone through a quiet courtyard. He heads towards a playground. Someone is already there. It is the detective sitting on a swing. Oh, there you are. This two of them sit on the swings in the empty playground. Jaisung looks down. I do not have any friends at school, just bullies that make my life hell. I feel like no one in the world is on my side. He looks up at the detective, asking hopefully, you know what it feels like, right? This detective gives a small, knowing smile. Of course I do, he tells the kid. I am all alone, too. Jaisung is completely taken aback by that. Really? This detective begins to tell a story. I had a sister once, he continues. After our parents died, she was the only person I felt like I could rely on, and then he drops this. But she killed herself in front of me. Jaisung is horrified. Jaisung looks down, saying he feels a huge weight on his chest just hearing that, so much that he wonders if he would be better off dead. This detective says he is sorry. Jaisung asks why. Jaisung admits, because I did not realize there was anyone who was struggling more than I am. I do not know what to say. This detective just gives him a gentle, understanding look. He then asks Jaisung if he has any siblings. Jaisung looks down at his feet. Actually, I have an older sister too. He suddenly gets angry. But she is not like your sister. She is a waste of space and does not help me at all. And then he says it, I wish she was dead. The detective just listens, his face unreadable. We flash back to the rooftop kid who just asks Insiop why. They are on swings at a playground now. The kid says, I will tell you next time. Insiop replies, there is no next time. He turns to the kid with a wide-eyed smile. We are going to die today, remember. Geez, this guy is something else. This kid just looks down, his expression completely shadowed. He hugs his knees and admits, to be honest, he continues. I just wanted to talk to someone who was going through the same thing. Man, poor kid, he looks down at the ground. I always thought I was completely alone. Insiop's eye widens slightly as he says, you must have been so lonely. He gets off his swing, adding, I was too. He crouches in front of the kid. When being alive feels too tiring and painful to take, he clasps his hands together. When you feel lonely and it hurts. He looks up with a gentle smile. Try keeping a journal. Well, that is not the advice I expected. This kid looks down, thinking about what he said. His thought echoes in the void. A journal, and we see him later, sitting at his desk with an open notebook. He looks up, pen in hand, ready to write. He puts the pen to the paper, and the first thing he writes is, I do not want to be alive anymore. Damn. We cut to a different office. It is Jaisung, the detective, looking annoyed as papers fly past him. His colleagues are whispering and staring in the background. A man with a buzz cut looks absolutely furious. He storms over to Jaisung's desk, shouting, what have you been doing? He leans in, yelling, is it true? He gets right in Jaisung's face. Did you really help out a child abuser? Jaisung just closes his eyes and sighs, completely over it. This detective tries to reason with his boss. Please be rational, Chief. Does that really seem like something I'd do? But the chief is not having it. He points a finger right in his face. It does not matter whether you did or not, he keeps yelling. Where there is smoke, there is fire. The detective just looks tired of this. So he throws a full-on tantrum, jumping in the air and screaming, I did not, you're being so unfair. The chief just tells him to quit acting like a brat. This detective keeps screaming as the chief starts a countdown. You have 3 seconds to get off the floor. 1. This chief just sighs, completely exasperated as the detective gets back up. He finally asks him seriously, "All right, so you are saying you did not do it?" This detective snaps to attention and yells, "Yes, sir." The chief just says fine. This detective is surprised by the sudden change. The chief just confirms it. He turns away and says over his shoulder, "I believe you." This detective is so touched he covers his mouth. Blushing, the chief just yells at him to get out. This scene shifts to the cybercrime investigation unit. This detective asks a tech expert if he found anything. The guy says the poster was meticulous and used an internet cafe. This detective gets impatient. "Cannot you see who the account owner is? Come on, hurry up." The tech guy just says basically, and he drops the bad news. "You will not be able to catch him." This detective looks completely floored by that. This tech guy explains the account belongs to a 53-year-old man named Seompol Yun. As he types, he reveals the guy is not a parent, does not live in the district, and has no connections to the area. This detective starts to sweat, asking why he would do it. The tech guy has the answer. His account was hacked. This detective is stunned. The tech guy confirms it. He is not the culprit. Man, in Siop is good. This detective asks where the internet cafe was. The tech guy starts searching. A close-up on the detective's eye, reflecting the computer screen as the pieces click into place. We see security footage of the PC cafe, and there is Insiop in his hoodie and cap. This scene cuts to the outside of the teacher's office at the school. A person with reddish-brown hair walks towards the door, hearing the chatter from inside. A woman with reddish-brown hair walks into the teacher's office. She looks nervous, a bead of sweat on her face. She says hello to Jaijang, calling her Ms. Go. An older teacher asks if she has a moment to talk. He gets right to it. "There have been unsavory rumors about you going around." Jaijang immediately denies them. "They are not true," he says he knows, but it is not that simple. He explains it is not just about her relationship with the parents anymore. He tells her the students will not trust her either, showing the scene where the kid lied. This older teacher looks down. "I am so sorry things turned out this way." And then he drops the bomb. "But it would be best if you found work elsewhere after your contract ends." Damn, she is fired. Jaijang is completely stunned, her face a mask of pure shock. We cut to Insiop, sitting calmly in a suit and reading a book. He looks up from his reading, his expression unreadable as always. A clock on the wall ticks slowly towards 5 o'clock. Insiop glances to the side, waiting patiently for something. His phone sits on the table, the clock still ticking in the background. At exactly 5 o'clock, the phone buzzes to life. A small, satisfied smile spreads across Insiop's face. His gloved hand reaches out and picks up the phone. We get a close-up on his eye, reflecting the screen. He is in control. Later, Jaijang is carrying a box of her things out of the school. "I cannot believe this is happening." A colleague tries to comfort her. "You did not do anything wrong." Jaijang just laughs sadly. Her friend pulls her into a tight hug. She just says, "I am sorry." Jaijang looks over her shoulder as her friend says, "I hope we cross paths again." Man, what a sad end to her career. A flashback shows the teacher hugging someone, her eyes closed peacefully. She places a black journal into a box full of them. Back in the present, she stands in the snow, warming her hands. She turns away, her back to us as the snow falls around her. She picks up the box and walks off into the snowy city. This scene changes to a cafe where she is meeting a friend. Her friend, Jinyoung, sits across from her with her arms crossed, looking very annoyed. This teacher looks down, sweating nervously. Jinyoung complains, "You were so rude to me, and then you stopped responding to my messages." This teacher apologizes, but Jinyoung just brushes it off. "Whatever, anyway, I stopped seeing that guy." She taps on her phone. I thought he had money, but it turns out he is broke." This teacher forces a smile as Jinyoung calls it a waste of time. Jinyoung suddenly asks her, "Are there any guys at your school?" She continues her thought. "I know teachers do not make that much, but still." She adds that at least it is stable work. She then asks if the teacher is friends with any of the male teachers. This teacher just puts her cup down and says flatly, "I was fired." Jinyoung is completely stunned by the news. This teacher looks down, trying to explain, but Jinyoung's voice cuts in. "I knew you'd get canned at some point." This teacher looks up, her face shadowed with shock and hurt. Jinyoung just keeps going. "I mean, you had it coming. You should have tried to get along with the parents." She even suggests suing to make a quick buck. Jinyoung looks confused as the teacher finally speaks up. For once, this teacher clenches her cup, her voice trembling. "Cannot you try to sympathize with what I am going through?" A woman sits at a cafe table, saying how hard this has been for her as her phone rings. This caller ID shows the name Ms. Minju Kim. This woman she is with looks annoyed. "If you have something to say to me, then get it out." This first woman answers the phone. I cannot believe you are doing this again." Her friend gets up to leave as the woman on the phone says she thought she should tell her something. She stays on the phone, watching her friend walk away. Her eyes widen in shock at whatever she is hearing. Her thoughts reveal who she is, Siyu's mother, the student who died. This scene cuts to a dark alley, where a person is slumped against a wall, covered in blood. Two men walk down a sterile hallway, one asking if the victim's identity has been confirmed. It is a woman. A voiceover identifies her as Myeon Jeong, a housewife in her early 40s. It is our detective and his chief. The chief complains that the security footage had a total blind spot. He adds that it was in a redevelopment zone, so it was definitely premeditated. This detective asks when Ms. Jiang was last seen. This chief unwraps a lollipop, saying she was last seen at a bar calling a driver. This detective puts the lollipop stick in his mouth, mulling over the detail about the driver. They are now outside a bar, questioning a man who says he already spoke to another detective. This man says another driver had already taken her when he went to pick her up. He insists he never even saw her. We see a flashback of her looking flushed and tipsy. This driver tells them to ask her friends if they do not believe him. The detective just listens. He turns his head, looking over his shoulder at the street. He starts walking away. The driver calls after him, asking where he is going. This detective starts taking pictures of a parked car. The owner rushes out. "What are you doing? That is my car." He points at the car, asking how long it has been parked there. The owner says since yesterday. This detective flashes his badge. "I am with the police." The car owner looks stunned. Detective Sim flashes his badge at a driver, asking to see the dash cam footage. This driver gets out of his car on a city street. Inside the car, Detective Sim holds up the dash cam viewer, his eyes fixed on the screen. He scrolls through the recordings, noting the time she called for the driver. His eye widens. He has found something important. This footage shows a distressed woman being led away by a man in a cap and another woman. And there is the same man from the footage, sitting at a computer in a PC cafe. Detective Sim watches the screen from the driver's seat and says, "That is him." He gets out of the car to talk to the driver again. He asks the driver if the victim had any enemies. He gets more specific, asking if she had trouble with a lawyer. This driver says it was not a lawyer, and he would not exactly call her an enemy. He explains that she recently reported a teacher for child abuse. Detective Sim is completely stunned by this revelation. This scene changes. Detective Sim walks into Insiop's office. Insiop looks up from his desk as the detective approaches. Detective Sim sits on the back of a sofa, saying he needs a moment of Insiop's time. He looks over at the lawyer. "I have a question for you." He unwraps his signature lollipop and asks, "Are you still Jaijango's attorney?" Insiop just keeps writing, his expression unreadable. He puts his pen down and says, "Ms. Go was recently dismissed from her job." He adds that it was because of the police rumors. Man, he is rubbing it in. Detective Sim glares at him, thinking about how arrogant he is. He stands up. "So that means you do not have any reason to see Jaijang anymore, right?" He turns back to Insiop and says quietly, "But I miss her." Damn, he just admitted it. We get a close-up on a cold, calculating eye. A clock on a brick wall ticks away the time. Insiop lies on a couch, his gloved hand covering his face as he waits. This chapter title is "For Your Murder." Man, that is ominous. This scene shifts to a busy street outside a bar at night. A woman drunkenly celebrates. Good riddance. That child abuser tried to play ball but wound up getting axed. Her friends try to steady her as she stumbles, calling her Myeon. A man in a mask and hat approaches, saying he is her driver. He holds out a gloved hand, simply saying here. He is holding a set of car keys. His gloved hand waits for her to take them. Myeon gets into the car and it speeds off as her friends watch. One of the men turns to the others. "I feel like I can say this now that it is just us," he admits, "but I feel bad for Ms. Go. My son really liked her." Another woman just says what Myeon wants, goes, then a different driver shows up. "Hi, I am the driver you called." He asks who is plate number 237. The group freezes, O number in the back of the car. Myeon starts to struggle, realizing her mistake. This driver turns and snaps a picture of her with a camera. She looks out the window, the drunken haze clearing into panic. She asks what he is doing as he holds up her wallet. Her eyes widen in absolute terror. She frantically searches her pockets, but they are empty. He shows her own phone, displaying 2 missed calls from her husband. We see the reflection of the city in her terrified eye, and then she is thrown from the car, landing hard on the street. Damn, we cut to a dark alley where a person is grabbed from behind. This victim begs for their life as the attacker thanks them. "I am grateful for you, Myeon Jeong." Myeon looks horrified as he says, "Thanks to you, Jaijang-go could quit her job," and then he stabs her, saying he bears her no ill will. He looks down at her with a calm expression. "I just miss Jaijang. Damn, that is messed up." This scene shifts to a funeral hall. The woman with reddish-brown hair walks in. She overhears some people whispering nearby. One of them asks, "Myeon was murdered, was not she?" Another confirms it is on the news. A third person shushes them, telling them not to talk about it there. This woman with reddish-brown hair listens intently, and then she hears someone murmur, "Serves her right, geez, cold." This sound of footsteps approaches from behind her. She turns around, startled by the sound, and it is Insiop, standing right there with her. He looks at her with a completely neutral expression. He says, "I did not think I'd run into you." They stand facing each other in the quiet hall. She asks what he is doing there, and he says someone he knew died. This woman looks down, clearly unsettled by his presence, but she forces a small smile as she looks back up. Insiop looks down for a moment, a faint smile on his lips. He looks back at her, and she seems surprised by his change in expression. He puts a gloved hand on her shoulder. "I am sorry, I am sure you are in shock." He leans in close. "If you leave now, you will not hear the good news." Man, this guy is terrifying. Jaijang looks back at him, completely unnerved by his words. Insiop just gives her a pleasant, closed-eye smile. This guy is a total psycho. We see the funeral information screen for Myeon-jeong. Her son is listed as Siyu Lee. The kid who died, a man with long dark hair, walks down the funeral hall. This must be the husband. He turns and calls out her name. Ms. Go, from the husband's perspective. He sees Jaejung talking with Inseop. He demands to know what Jaejung Go is doing at his wife's funeral. He stomps towards her as she watches him approach, looking nervous. And then he grabs her by the collar, lifting her up as she gasps in shock. Inseop tries to intervene as the man screams in her face. Are you that B** Jaejung Go? He accuses her of coming to laugh over his wife's body, saying she must be thrilled, but a hand grabs his wrist, squeezing it tight. It is Inseop, who twists the man's arm back with a crack, making him scream. This man yells that it hurts. Jaejung just looks on, her hair a mess. Inseop slams the man to the floor with a thud, standing over him calmly. This other mourners just murmur in the background, asking what he thinks he is doing. Inseop leans down to the husband. Myeon was guilty of assault. He explains that she called Jaejung to harass her day and night. He lists her crimes, bringing parents to intimidate her and spying on her constantly. Inseop adds that even if Jaejung wanted to sue Myeon, she cannot now, can she? Man, that is cold. He leans in with a terrifying smile. May your wife rest in peace. This husband is left on the floor, looking utterly defeated and horrified. Inseop turns away. Let us go, Ms. Go. The husband's eyes are wide with fury as Inseop leads Jaejung away. The husband lunges after them screaming, but other people hold him back. Jaejung looks back over her shoulder, completely terrified by the whole scene. We are back at the funeral hall. Jaejung and Inseop are outside, both smoking. He asks if the smell is bothering her, but she says not at all. Inseop just looks at her, his expression calm. He tells her, I really owe you for everything you have done for me. Jaejung looks worried. Do you think things will turn out okay? He just asks what she means. He looks at her with a slight smile. She got her comeuppance, do not you think? Geez, Jaejung just stares back at him, completely stunned. He continues. It is for the best. She got the punishment she deserved. He puts out his cigarette. You should not feel guilty. He adds with a small smile. She is not worthy of it. A black car speeds down the road. Jaejung is in the passenger seat, glancing over at Inseop, who is driving. She turns to look out the window, her expression troubled. A voice echoes in her mind. What if I told you that Inseop killed both of them? This thought continues, and staged their deaths as suicides. Back in the present, she tells him, you can drop me off in front of the station. He offers to drive her home, but she insists it is okay. She looks at him with wide eyes. Let me off at the station. This car screeches to a stop by the side of the road. We see the entrance to the subway station. As the car door clicks open, he says, you have changed, Ms. Go. She turns back to look at him, her face pale with fear. He leans over from the driver's seat, asking her what happened. Jaejung sits frozen in her seat, looking absolutely terrified. Jaejung sits in the passenger seat of a car, looking uneasy. She tells Inseop, I heard something strange about you. There is a rumor that 2 of your clients died. She turns to look at him, waiting for an answer. Inseop just stares ahead, his face a blank slate. He admits it. They both committed suicide, and he adds, because of me. Damn, what a confession. Jaejung looks completely taken aback by his honesty. He explains, one was a corporate whistleblower and the other one was accused of embezzlement. He continues, I lost both cases. It was my fault. I was not skilled enough. He looks down, his expression full of regret. I still feel sorry after all this time. He glances to the side, his eye cold and distant. He turns to her and asks, does that make you feel better? Geez, what a question. Jaejung looks flustered, trying to find the right words. He cuts her off. Then you should go back to treating me how you did before. He reaches over and she flinches, asking what he means by before. His gloved hand clicks her seatbelt into place. The kind of relationship we used to have. He runs his hand through her hair. Where you seek me out. He leans in close, a creepy smile on his face. And I help you. Man, this guy is a walking red flag. This scene changes to a police station as rain pours down outside. Inside, Detective Sim shakes the rain from his hair, complaining about the downpour. His chief tosses him a lollipop. I said it'd rain, did not I? Another colleague is impressed by his sharp senses. Detective Sim puts on his jacket, saying he will see them later. This chief asks if he is leaving already, suggesting he wait for the rain to stop, but the detective says he cannot. A younger detective wonders if he is going to investigate the murder of the woman in her 40s. The chief just calls him tireless. We cut to the rainy crime scene. Bloodstains are visible on a pole, washed by the rain. A pair of shoes steps over the yellow caution tape at a crime scene. It is Detective Sim, standing in the rain with a lollipop stick in his mouth. He crunches down on the stick, his eyes narrowed in thought. This scene flashes back to the time of the murder, 2:17 a.m. We see the victim unconscious in the back of a car with her kidnapper. This man drives through the city at night, his eyes gleaming in the dark. This text explains how the perpetrator took the victim to a deserted place. She starts to wake up in the back seat, looking around in a daze. This driver turns and snaps a picture of her with a small camera. She looks out the window, the panic finally starting to set in. He turns back to her, holding up her own wallet as she asks what he is doing. Her eyes widen in pure terror as she realizes the situation, and then he just throws her out of the moving car. Damn, he grabs her from behind as she begs for her life. Blood splatters across the ground and a nearby pillar. This killer looks down at his work with a detached expression. This autopsy report notes her body was neatly placed in a sitting position. This killer uses tweezers to carefully clean up the scene. He even plucks a stray hair from his own head. Meticulous. This narration confirms he left no hair or skin behind. This detective wonders if he used a lint roller to clean up, or maybe a wet towel to wipe away any trace. This killer looks back one last time before leaving. He managed to avoid every single security camera on his way out. This scene cuts to Insiop clicking his pen, recalling his words to the detective. Insiop continues speaking to the detective. Apparently she was receiving preferential treatment from the police, which created an issue at her workplace. He recalls seeing the detective before. I thought that detective looked familiar, but it turned out to be you. Insiop gets to the point. So that means you do not have any reason to see Jaijung anymore, right? Insiop's voice simply says yes, but the detective's thoughts are clear, but I miss her. We cut to the detective questioning Mion's friends. He asks, was this the voice? He finishes his question, of the driver that picked up Mion. His three friends look at him, trying to remember. One of them asks, you are saying that the driver was Jaijunggo's lawyer, right? Another friend corrects her. One of them says they only saw him for a second, while another thinks his voice was lower. This detective sighs as they wonder why the lawyer would kill Mion. This sky is shown as he thanks them for their cooperation. This interview is over, and we see the outside of the cafe. This detective stands alone, frustrated, wondering if he miscalculated, but he looks out at the sky, resolute. No, I am sure it is him. This scene shifts to Jaijung at her desk, writing in her journal. She looks down at her writing, her expression somber. A montage of Mion's angry faces flashes through her mind. Jaijung grabs her head, overwhelmed by her thoughts. She looks up, her face shadowed. Who killed her? Her eyes are wide with confusion and fear. Why Myeon-jeong of all people? She wonders if the killer had a grudge or if there was no reason at all. Her face is a mask of turmoil as she asks herself a terrible question. Am I glad it turned out this way? Her phone buzzes on the desk beside her, pulling her from her thoughts. She closes her journal with a heavy sigh. Jaijung sits at her desk, looking at her phone. I really do not want to go. This scene shifts to the outside of a busy restaurant at night. Inside, a large group of people are drinking and laughing together. A man at the table greets someone. Hey, long time no see, he adds. I almost did not recognize you. Jaijung has arrived, waving awkwardly. Nice to see you, Ag, this man replies cheerfully. Yeah, it has been ages. Another man walks past her, asking how she has been. She stands by herself for a moment, looking uncomfortable as the party goes on. Someone calls out to her. Hey, Jaijung, over here. A woman in a black dress waves her over to the table. Jaijung sits down and immediately starts chugging a glass of beer. She downs the entire thing in one go. Man, this woman in black laughs. You do not need to drink all of it, Jaijung. But another person says, of course she does. This woman continues. She learned how to drink from the best of them, after all. She calls Jaijung a loser who does not know how to act at parties. Jaijung just coughs into her hand. This topic changes as someone asks a woman named Jinyoung if her bag is Chanel. Jaijung listens as Jinyoung says her ex bought it for her, calling him a nobody. Jinyoung then turns to Jaijung. Jaijung, are you seeing anyone? Before Jaijung can answer, Jinyoung cuts in, as if she went out with this weirdo once in college, but that is it. She looks at Jaijung with a smug smile. Am I wrong? Jaijung just forces a smile and agrees. No, that is true, poor girl. Jinyoung just smiles and says they should have another round. This group cheers for more drinks while Jaijung stands there, looking completely isolated. Jaijung escapes the party, heading for the restroom. She leans over the sink in the bathroom, letting out a heavy sigh, and as she looks in the mirror, her mind flashes back to the past. We see a younger Jaijung in a school uniform as someone calls her name. It is Jinyoung, asking where she was during lunch. Jaijung apologizes. I look like a friendless loser without you here. Jinyoung just tells her to eat. Well, you better eat up. I hate waiting. Geez, what a friend. This two walk down the school hallway together. Jaijung looks up, her expression suddenly brightening. A boy with short dark hair is talking to her, looking friendly. She blushes shyly, but Jinyoung glares from behind her. Man, I do not like where this is going. This scene shifts to the school grounds with students milling about. Later, that same boy calls out to Jinyoung. She immediately asks him, do you have a girlfriend? Meanwhile, Jaijung stands in the hallway holding a small gift box for him. Oh no. She hears a giggle from down the hall, and she sees Jinyoung and the boy laughing together. Jinyoung spots her and just says, hey, looking smug. Jaijung's hopeful expression completely shatters. She just watches them walk away together, leaving her alone with her gift. That is brutal. We see the empty classroom with just a few students left. Jaijung sits at her desk, trying to focus on her work. Jinyoung's voice cuts through the quiet. Yeah, can you believe it? She plops down on Jaijung's desk, right in her space, and then she asks, are not you angry or is it just me? Wow, the nerve. We flash back to a younger Jaijung in a school uniform, looking down with a somber expression. In a classroom, a hand holds a pen over a textbook. A girl sits on Jaijung's desk, showing off to her friends and completely ignoring her. Jaijung just looks up with a faint, resigned smile. Yeah, this has been going on for a while. We cut back to the present. Jaijung sits at the bar, looking tired and a little drunk. She takes a call at the end of the long table, isolated from the rest of the party. Jin-young steps outside for smoke but realizes she forgot her lighter. Someone off-screen remarks that Jin-young is the same as always. Two men nearby are talking. One of them mentions how she bullies Jae-jung. This other agrees, saying Jae-jung is too nice and that Jin-young has no room to talk. They walk off, betting that Jae-jung would win in a real fight. Jin-young stands in the doorway. Someone asks how long she will stay, and she says it depends. She glares out into the night, looking for trouble. Back inside, she sees Jae-jung stumbling. A man asks if she is okay to go home alone. Jae-jung is clearly drunk, leaning on the man for support. Jin-young stalks up behind her, her hand raised to strike. A loud slap echoes through the restaurant. Another woman at the table gasps in shock. Jae-jung stands outside by a brick wall, her hair covering her face. She looks up, a red mark on her cheek and her eyes wide with disbelief. Jin-young stares down at her with pure contempt. They face off inside the bar as the other guests just murmur. Jin-young grits her teeth, absolutely furious, and then she slaps Jae-jung again, screaming at her, but this time, Jae-jung looks up with a terrifying, wide-eyed stare. Man, something just broke. Jae-jung flips the man over the table with a loud thud. Jin-young looks up from the floor. Hey, cut it out, you two. But Jae-jung ignores her and scratches the woman's face. We get a close-up on Jae-jung's furious eye, a scratch on her own cheek. She squeezes the woman's face tight. She leans over her. You have always been like this. Jae-jung's voice echoes over a memory of their friends. Did you think I did not realize how you'd always put me down? She screams at her. You brag and show off in front of other people, acting like you are hot s***, all while you mock me. Her face is a mess of tears and rage, and then her expression just goes blank, like all the fight has left her. Jin-young glares up from the floor. You can die in a ditch for all I care. Geez. Jin-young stands up and dusts herself off, leaving Jae-jung on the ground. She gives Jae-jung one last look of pure disgust. Jae-jung gets up to leave, but Jin-young screams after her. Where the hell do you think you're going? B***. This others hold Jin-young back as she yells, Get back here, come back. She continues to scream. Do not you dare walk away. Jae-jung just stands there for a moment, her back to them all. She walks out of the restaurant and onto the busy street. We see the silhouette of someone slumped against a wall in an alley. Jae-jung walks alone through the city at night. She pauses in the middle of the street, just taking it all in, and then she lets out a small laugh. It turns into a full-blown, relieved laugh, finally letting it all out. But then we flash back to her face during the fight, full of anger, and her expression becomes somber again as reality sets in. A memory of a giant caterpillar creature looms over her. You can die in a ditch for all I care. Geez, back in the present, Jae-jung lies in bed, looking absolutely miserable. She groans, clearly feeling the effects of all that drinking, and then she rushes to the bathroom to be sick. A man opens a door, calling out for someone named Jae-sung. Jae-jung stands in her own doorway, looking drained as her phone buzzes. It is a message from In-seop. Would you like to get lunch with me? She starts to type out a rejection. I am sorry. A little chibi version of her holds her phone, looking sad. Her thumb hovers over the keyboard. Hesitating, she lets out a heavy sigh. But then she deletes her message and just types sure. She walks down the street alone. She is wearing a hat and a mask, trying to be inconspicuous, and there he is, In-seop, waiting by his car. He greets her with a simple hey. He suggests they get bean sprout soup, a common hangover cure. He knows, he just looks at her, waiting for her answer. She seems a bit taken aback but agrees. He holds the car door open for her as she thinks he does not seem like the type. A steaming hot bowl of soup is set down in front of her. She takes a bite, looking a little better already. In-seop just watches her eat with a calm expression. She picks up the whole bowl to drink the broth directly. She looks at him. Are not you going to have any? This scene changes to In-seop at a restaurant, eating some kind of soup. He asks the person across from him, Oh, would you like more? It is Jae-jung, and she quickly refuses, saying she is fine. In-seop just looks off to the side for a moment. Jae-jung looks at him. Something good must have happened to you. He says she seems relaxed, and she gets flustered, adjusting her cap. He tells her it is nice to see her this way, and he gives her a genuine-looking smile, which is honestly kind of terrifying. This door to the hangover soup restaurant jingles as they leave. They walk down the street, and she asks if he is sure he is not hungry. He admits, I do not really like bean sprout soup. Jae-jung looks completely shocked by this. She asks him why he would suggest it then. He just turns the question back on her. Why do you think, man, this guy? Before she can answer, a voice calls out her name. This voice asks, Did you get home safe last night? It is Jin-young from the party, waving at them with a big smile. Jae-jung looks surprised to see her. Jin-young immediately asks who In-seop is. She asks if this is the lawyer Jae-jung was telling her about. In-seop just looks at her, his expression unreadable as always, but then he puts on a polite smile. He hands Jin-young his card. My name is In-seop. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. He tells Jae-jung he has to go meet a new client. Jin-young just nods as he says he will see her later. Jin-young clings to Jae-jung's arm as they both wave goodbye. Poor Jae-jung. A man walks away down the street as two women watch him go. Jae-jung grabs Jin-young's arm. Follow me. She leads her down a quiet side street. This next day, Jinyoung chugs a drink at a cafe. She slams the empty cup down. This hangover is the worst. Jaijung just looks at her from across the table and says, hey. Jinyoung tells her to look here. She points to her cheek. Do you remember hitting me? So that is what happened. Jaijung looks down, her face hidden by her cap. She apologizes. I am sorry I hit you, but you hit me first. Jinyoung just says it is fine. But then Jinyoung gets this weirdly intense look on her face. Anyway, she leans in. I want you to set me up with that lawyer. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Jaijung just stares at her, completely silent. She blinks, probably wondering if she heard that right. Jinyoung just asks what, like it is a totally normal request. Jinyoung says Jaijung has changed. Jaijung replies, someone else recently told me the same thing. Jinyoung seems shocked by her new attitude. She gets right to the point. You slept with that lawyer, did not you? Jaijung just calmly takes a sip of her drink. She looks Jinyoung right in the eye. What if I did? Damn, Jinyoung is absolutely floored by her confidence. She asks if Jaijung has a problem with that. Jinyoung shoots up from her chair, get out of my sight, and then she just storms out of the cafe. Jaijung watches her leave, her expression unreadable. She sits alone, her shadow stretching out, the words say, for the first time. A car speeds down the road. This car screeches to a halt outside a house. Inseop gets out of the car and flicks away a toothpick. Jaijung thinks that this is Inseop's house. Inseop crunches on another toothpick. Jaijung thinks, so he is rich, huh? Inseop turns to look at his house. He glances up at the house, peering at the windows. Inseop wonders how there are no security cameras for a house this big. He thinks that anyone would have installed at least one for safety. We see the back of Inseop's head as he stares at the house. He thinks it is definitely suspicious. Anyway, Inseop taps his phone, thinking there is no way to know if he was home the night of the murder. We see the outside of Inseop's law office. Inseop sits in his car, tapping on his tablet. He looks at security footage on his tablet, noting the clock out time. Inseop thinks there is no security camera in front of his house. He thinks the closest camera did not capture anything suggesting he left that night. Inseop bangs his head against the headrest. Unbelievable. He looks out the window. We see a Burger Kim restaurant. Inseop eats a burger. Inseop says that school exists to brainwash students into becoming stupid. He says that is why society acts like studying is the most important thing in the world. Damn. Inseop asks if the other man does not agree and says he bets he was a good student. This other man asks why Inseop thinks that, saying he is a lawyer. Inseop says okay, fair enough, and that he will not lie to him. Inseop says he does not think studying is everything. This other man asks really. Inseop's eyes are shown. Inseop thinks about the value of human life. This other man is shown. Inseop says he wishes the other man was his brother instead of his dumb sister. Inseop asks if he still wishes his sister was dead. This other man says she only cares about herself. This other man says she is two-faced, gross, and a terrible person. This other man says he has nowhere to go besides her house. He adds that he has to take his meds and try to make it through one day at a time. Inseop says he cannot imagine how hard that must be for him. Inseop asks if he is still keeping the journal. This other man says he does not really know what he is supposed to write. He says he should write down everything he did and ate in a day, but then says no. Inseop says the point is not to record his daily activities. Inseop tells him to write that he hates school, that he is taking psychiatric meds, and that he wants to die. Inseop says those are the kinds of emotions he should be writing about in his journal. Inseop says see you later. This other man is walking down the street. This other man turns around. A man looms over him, saying, hey, kid. Jinyoung answers her ringing phone, wondering if Jaijung thinks she can stop her from contacting Inseop. Jinyoung says hi into the phone. It is Jaijung's friend. A hand points to a paper that says Jaijung Go is an elementary school teacher. Two men order black bean noodles at a restaurant. These two men sit across from each other at a table. One man's phone buzzes. This other man asks if that is his girlfriend. This phone notification is from a game. This man in the suit asks why the other is not eating. This man in the hoodie says he is not hungry. This man in the suit asks if the other is really a policeman. Close up on the man in the suit's eyes. This man in the suit seems on edge, reminding the other of someone. This man in the suit tells the other to go ahead and eat. This man in the suit says he is not going to have any. This man in the suit asks who the other met up with earlier. This man in the suit asks if it was his brother or dad. This man in the suit says he does not know him. This man in the suit is told he had a meal with a complete stranger. This man in the suit asks where he met him. This man in the suit says he wanted to go easy on him. A man gets slapped while playing a video game. This man says he should have used flash. This man asks why this cop is playing video games with him. A man looks shocked, asking you. Two men stand side by side, looking in the same direction. A younger man asks who the old man is. This younger man is told that the other man is with the police. A speech bubble says to not hit his head again. A man looks off to the side. A man says that the other is his friend. Someone asks if Inseop is his friend. A man wonders why Inseop would make friends with a high schooler. A close-up of an eye. A name tag says Jaisung Go. A man is told to freeze. A man asks if his sister is Jaijung Go. This sign says Law Office of Inseop O. Someone says hello. Someone says that this is Jaijung's friend. A hand taps a document. This document is tapped again. A man spins in his chair and says to stop by whenever available. Someone puts on lipstick. Someone adjusts their bra. A woman stands in front of a mirror. A woman smiles. Heels clack on the floor. Insiop sits at his desk, waiting. We see Insiop sitting at his desk, looking thoughtful. A title card appears over a woman leaning forward. For your murder. This scene shifts to Jinyoung taking a selfie in a swimsuit. In another photo, she is at a party surrounded by balloons, holding a slice of cake. A comment on her social media praises her. So gorgeous, Jinyoung, but another comment is critical. You should chill with the half-naked pics. We cut back to Insiop in his office. Looking at his phone, he reads a message from Jinyoung. Do you think I could sue? And there she is, sitting across from him, looking smug with her arms crossed. A close-up on Insiop's eyes. He is listening intently. He holds up her phone, showing the comment. You do not know this person, correct? She says yes. He hands the phone back. You should make sure you save screenshots of the comments. You might have a case for defamation. She asks if he thinks she can prove emotional distress. I told you, it hurt my feelings. She adds, I am sure they are just jealous of me because I am prettier. He just tells her to block the user. A close-up on Jinyoung's face. She seems to be considering this. Insiop sits back at his desk, saying, anyway. Jinyoung leans forward, changing the subject. Is not Jaijung's case over? She looks at him with a sharp, questioning gaze. She gets to the point. Is there a reason you are still meeting up with her? Man, she is nosy. Insiop's expression does not change as he listens. He gives her a calm, professional answer. I treated her to lunch because I felt bad that she was let go from her job. He adds a bit of legal advice. Also, if you want to claim emotional distress, then it would help your case to see a counselor. Jinyoung just stares at him, her arms still crossed, back at his desk. Insiop types away as he thinks to himself. Jaijung said they slept together, but it does not seem like it to me. His thoughts are clear. I knew she was lying. Damn, he saw right through Jaijung's bluff. Insiop sits at his desk. So anyway, Attorney O, a woman's chest is shown as she wonders. I was wondering, this woman asks Insiop, do you have a girlfriend? A close-up on Insiop's eye. Insiop leans back in his chair. No, this woman says, I do not. Two guys walk down the street. One yells, freeze, wait, is your sister. He continues. Jaijung go. This guy replies, yeah, that is her. How do you know her? A close-up on the guy's face. This guy asks, did she do something? This guy says, no, did she? He finishes, hurt someone. This other guy is shocked. Jaijung hurt someone? Of course not. Your sister is not that kind of person. Then how do you know her? This guy says, we just ran into each other a couple of times. This guy says, I asked because your names are similar. You look alike, too. This guy tells him to head on home. All right, head on home, huh? This guy yells, freeze, oh. This guy says, I nearly forgot. Watch out for Insiop, oh. This guy is confused. Why stop asking me why kids these days, God. He tells him to stay away from Insiop. Just stay away from him, got it. A close-up on the guy's face. A police station is shown. A hand clicks a pen. This pen is shown. A cop sits alone in an office, thinking about how Jaijung was recently fired. He realizes the detective who caused the issue was him, and this was after she was fired. He pieces it together. So that means you do not have any reason to see Jaijung anymore. Right. A close-up on his eye shows a sudden, dark realization. He thinks Insiop missed her, so he killed Mion to get close to her again. Damn, that is a hell of a theory. He looks at photos of them at the funeral, confirming Insiop ran into her there as planned. This cop stares at the report in his hands, his expression grim. He remembers seeing Insiop meeting with a high school kid. He connects the dots, wondering why Insiop would befriend Jaijung's brother. This scene shifts to a dimly lit bar with silhouettes of patrons. A woman sits across from Insiop, who starts the conversation. So Jinyoung, Insiop takes a drink. You are such an attractive girl. How are you still single? Jinyoung looks at him with her arms crossed, clearly enjoying the attention. She tells him she has high standards, and he just says he sees. He leans in slightly, asking if she usually goes out with her friends. She proudly says, yeah, I have a lot of friends. Insiop's eyes narrow as he repeats the word friends. He looks at her, asking if she means friends like Jaijung. Jinyoung leans in conspiratorially. To be honest, Jaijung is not really my friend. Man, what a betrayal. She whispers in his ear. The truth is she is a loser. Geez, that is cold. This sound of laughter echoes through the bar. Jinyoung leans back, looking smug. I was just nice enough to spend time with her, she smirks. Every time she had a crush on a guy, he wound up liking me instead. It was like clockwork. Insiop just listens as she says she is prettier than Jaijung anyway. She keeps going, saying Jaijung was not good at studying, and Insiop just says, oh, right. Jinyoung tells Insiop that Jaijung grew up with her aunt because she has no parents. Insiop just looks at her and says it is sad. This scene cuts to a full moon in the night sky. A phone screen shows the time is 12:20 a.m. Insiop stands outside at night, looking at his phone. Jinyoung leans against him, saying she is tipsy. She squeezes his arm, saying she feels dizzy. Insiop just looks ahead, his expression unreadable as always. He pushes her away gently. You better go home and get some rest. He gives her a formal bow, and she just looks surprised. He says he will see her tomorrow, and then he just walks away, leaving her standing there. She crosses her arms. Geez, he is so stuck up. This scene changes to some apartment buildings at night. We see Jaijung at home, sitting at her desk. Her phone starts buzzing over and over again. Her brother Jaisung comes home and she greets him. He has a very intense look in his eyes. He just says her name. She turns around and asks what is up. He asks her a strange question. Do you have a boyfriend? She just repeats the question, clearly confused. Her expression shows she has no idea what he is talking about. She flashes back to all her recent encounters with Inseop. She denies it and changes the subject, but he just dismisses her back at her place. Jaijung hears a slam and looks up, confused. She heads out to an alley to take out the trash. She drops the bag next to the others. But then she hears footsteps and turns around. Startled, it is Inseop standing right there. She looks terrified. He steps forward, getting way too close for comfort, a close-up on her wide, shocked eye, and then he just rests his head on her shoulder. What is happening? She asks him, have you been drinking? He just says, hey. Her eyes are wide with shock and confusion. She thinks to herself. He smells like perfume. Inseop's eye is open. He is not just drunk, he is watching her. He looks down, his expression unreadable and intense. Later, they are sitting at an outdoor table with a drink between them. Inseop is slumped in his chair. I am sorry you had to see me like this. Jaijung asks him, how'd you wind up drinking so much? He just says, well. He looks up at the sky, his expression distant. He says, work's just been rough. He adds, getting what you want is not easy, after all. Jaijung looks a little nervous, but she starts to ask something. She finally asks the question, do you have a girlfriend? Inseop's eyes widen. He seems genuinely surprised. He looks over at her. I did not expect that question from you. He leans forward across the table. No, I do not. He gets right in her face, a small smile on his lips. Why do you ask? Damn, he is good. Jaijung looks at him and says she was just curious. Inseop sits with his back to her, explaining he was with a female client. He mentions that she was wearing a lot of perfume. He leans forward with a slight smile. Do I smell like it too? Jaijung looks completely taken aback by the question. A chair slides up to their table. A man sits down between them, saying he will just pull up a chair. A close-up on the man's eye. He holds a bottle of soda. You do not mind if I join, do you? Jaijung stammers. Detective. So that is who this is. Inseop just tells him to go ahead, and the detective thanks him. This detective's eyes narrow as he says, huh. He looks at Inseop. I see you are not wearing your gloves today. Why's that? It is cold out. Jaijung looks nervous as Inseop replies, do not worry, they are just in my pocket. This scene flashes to white. A voice asks, they died. This detective's voice continues. Do not you think it is strange? What are the odds that those two people would die? Jaijung stammers, but he cuts her off. What if I told you that Inseop killed both of them? He finishes the thought and staged their deaths as suicides. Damn, this scene flashes again, back at the table. The detective changes his tone. Wanna play a game? He looks at Inseop with a smirk. The loser buys ice cream. Inseop just stares at him, looking a little stunned. This detective turns to Jaijung. All right, Jaijung first. She looks confused. She starts to protest, but he points to a car. Will the next car be a four-seater? Inseop is asked a question and answers yes, but he is told he is wrong. He looks on as the text says it is now his turn. Jaisung looks at him from across the table. Do I have siblings? Inseop thinks for a moment before answering yes. Jaisung points at the table. Wrong, I am an only child. Inseop tells Jaisung to head home now, but Jaisung wants another round. Jaisung turns to Jaijung. Does Inseop have siblings? Jaijung answers yes, and Jaisung asks if that is her final answer. A speech bubble says, well, I bet. Jaisung looks confident. He does not. Inseop tells him, you are wrong. Jaisung looks shocked. Inseop leans back with a smug smile. I had a sibling. Jaisung is stunned by the past tense. Had. This reason is revealed. My sister died young. She committed suicide. Jaijung turns away, completely shocked by the news. Jaisung stammers an apology, but Inseop says it was a long time ago. This mood is ruined, and Jaisung just chugs his drink. A shot of a dark traffic light hangs in the night sky. Jaijung holds up her hands, insisting she will be fine. Jaisung offers to walk her home, saying it is dangerous at night. She keeps refusing, and he asks if she is sure. Inseop smoothly interjects. Would you like me to take you home? In a simplified drawing, Inseop tells Jaisung to go alone. Jaijung walks off by herself down a foggy street as Jaisung watches. Jaisung turns his head, looking back over his shoulder. A man in a jacket claps his hands, startling the guy in the suit. This man in the suit just glares as the other guy says, you should stop drinking and head home. This man in the jacket hails a taxi while the suited man just sighs. A car screeches to a halt right in front of them. This suited man flops into the back of the taxi and the driver asks, where to, sir? This man in the jacket leans into the car, interrupting him. He holds the other man's head and gives the driver an address. Take him to 6123 Dundong in Namyeonju, please. This suited man looks over, his eyes wide with surprise. This other man just smiles and says, get home safe. This taxi speeds off down the street. This man in the suit sits silently in the back of the car. He just stares straight ahead, his expression unreadable. We see the back of the taxi as it drives on. And then the man in the suit just throws his head back and laughs. Man, what is with this guy? We flash back to a young boy crouching down to look at some flowers. He smiles gently at them, looking innocent. Suddenly his eye widens in shock. He sees a caterpillar munching on a leaf. This caterpillar just keeps on eating. This boy's face twists into a look of absolute horror. We see him now, a bit older, looking surprised. A person with long hair stands with their eyes closed. We see a close-up of their shoulder. An eye snaps open as a hand squeezes something. A person with long hair is choking someone on the ground while the boy just stands there and watches. Geez, that is brutal. This young boy stands in profile, looking down with a somber expression. This woman being choked looks terrified, pleading, "Save me." We see a woman with long blonde hair from behind. She starts to turn her head slightly, as if looking back. And the memory just dissolves into black and white static. This scene cuts to a shower head spraying water. We see Insiop's reflection in the mirror, his back to us. This title card appears over his chest. For your murder, now dressed. Insiop turns his head with a sharp look. He stands on the sidewalk, looking at a parked white car. He looks around, his expression tense and cautious. Inside the car, the detective is playing a poker game on his phone. He grins, telling his opponent, "Yes, match my bet." Suddenly, Insiop's gloved hand knocks on his window. This window slowly rolls down, revealing the detective inside. This detective leans out, asking, "Did you make it home safe last night?" Insiop grabs him by the collar, his face grim. He says, "I know you already have my home address," he finishes, "but showing up to my place of work like this is stalking." This detective acts offended. "Stalking? Come on, you are hurting my feelings." Insiop tells him to spend his time on an actual investigation. This detective's phone starts buzzing, and he looks annoyed. He answers it. "I am busy, what is it?" He turns back to the window. "I will get out of your hair today, but Insiop is already gone." "Huh, where'd he go?" A text from Jinyoung pops up. "What are you up to?" A gloved hand taps a reply on a phone. Insiop is at a cafe with Jinyoung as she orders, "I will have a macchiato." She orders for him too, and he will have a hot Americano, right? Insiop just gives a pleasant smile and says, "Perfect." She pulls out a card to pay. "Coffee's on me." A close-up on Insiop's eyes as he watches her. She holds up the card. "It is my turn to treat you." But the barista says her card was declined. She is stunned. Insiop smoothly steps in with his own card. "You must have used the wrong card. Could you try again with this one?" She gives a nervous laugh and thanks him. He tells her not to mention it. Her smile fades as soon as he turns away. She looks mortified. This scene shifts to the door of the women's restroom. Inside, Jinyoung is on the phone while applying lip gloss. She brags about the guy she is seeing. "He is great. He knows how to treat me right, too." She continues gushing about his designer clothes and his job as a lawyer. She smiles into her phone, clearly pleased with herself. She tells her friend, "I think we are about to make it official." Man, she's getting way ahead of herself. Meanwhile, Insiop puts her wallet into his bag. He totally swiped it. He sits alone with the coffees, examining her declined credit card. He opens her wallet and pulls out her national identification card. He gets a good look at her home address. Apartment 103, room 502. Jinyoung walks back to the table, the sound of her heels clacking. She covers her mouth, saying, "Oh no." She apologizes for taking so long. "I am sorry I made you wait." She has no idea. Insiop sits in a cafe, sipping his coffee and says, "It is no problem." The scene pulls back to show him sitting alone in the cafe. A black car drives down a street at night. Inside the car, Jaijung points ahead, saying, "Oh." This car screeches to a halt in front of a high-rise building. "You can let me out here." She waves goodbye to the car. "I will see you next time. Get home safe." This car drives away as she continues to wave. She stands alone on the sidewalk, looking thoughtful. She turns to head towards the building. We see her walking away through the car's side mirror. Insiop watches her in the rearview mirror. His gaze is unsettling. He clicks a button on the steering wheel. This car's brake lights blink in the darkness. A woman's heeled foot steps out of a different car. This car is parked outside Jaijung's apartment building. Insiop sits in the driver's seat, looking at his phone. His eye is fixed on the screen. He is looking at a social media post of a designer handbag. This next post shows a sunny rooftop pool, and another shows a fancy steak dinner. He scrolls through the feed, his expression unreadable. He gets out of the car, a clunk echoing in the quiet night. Insiop stands on the street, looking up at the apartment building. He stares at the facade of the building. A light in one of the windows suddenly flashes on. A gloved hand slips an envelope into a row of mailboxes, but the hand suddenly freezes in place. We see Insiop looking over, alerted by something. This envelope rattles as it drops into mailbox 502. Insiop stands in the mailroom and pulls the letter right back out. He opens it and finds a Jink card statement inside. There are two names listed, Jinyoung Bae and Seoncheol Bae. Insiop looks down at the two envelopes with a cold, calculating gaze. This scene shifts to a man watching TV in his living room. He hears a beeping sound at the door and turns his head. Jinyoung walks in and immediately asks, "Why did you freeze the credit card?" Her father gets angry. "First you are using my credit card behind my back, and now you are talking back to me." He tells her she has to work, and her face contorts with rage. She asks him about his own loans and demands the card back. She screams for it, and he just yells her name in frustration. He reminds her of all the money he gave her for training. He asks what she is going to do with her life. "I will not be able to take care of you forever." Jinyoung just says she is sick of this, and he asks what she means. She hits him where it hurts. This is exactly why mom left. Damn, her father looks completely devastated by that. This door slams, leaving him sitting alone in the dark room. We cut to the outside of In Seop's law office at night. Inside, he is typing away at his computer, his phone beside him. A close-up on his eye reflects the screen's bright light. He scrolls through a website full of expensive designer handbags back in his office. Inseop clicks his mouse with a neutral look on his face. His eyes shift slightly as he continues to browse. He is scrolling through Jinyoung's social media, looking at her posts. His gloved hands tap away at the keyboard. We see him sitting at his desk in the dimly lit office. He pauses his scrolling, his hand resting on the mouse. He keeps scrolling, landing on one of her swimsuit pictures. This scene cuts to a bright blue sky with fluffy white clouds. Meanwhile, Jaijung is at her desk, looking over her finances. A close-up shows her budget, listing utilities, loan interest, and groceries. She lets out a frustrated sigh, clearly stressed about money. Poor girl. We see the outside of a building called Math Academy. Jaijung is in an interview. The interviewer says, "So you taught on a contract at a public school." This interviewer asks why she applied to a cram school, and Jaijung says that is right. Jaijung smiles and explains her goal. "My dream is to become a full-time teacher." She continues her pitch. "So I'd like to sharpen my teaching skills at a cram academy," she finishes, "while I study for the certification exam." This door closes behind her after the interview. But the interviewer turns her down. "We are looking for someone who can work with us for a long time." She walks away from another academy, dejected. Man, another rejection, she thinks to herself. Maybe I was too honest. Her phone starts buzzing, and it is a call from Jinyoung. Her expression immediately sours. She clearly does not want to talk to her. She stands on the sidewalk, ignoring the call. She just lets it ring, sighing in frustration. A voice on the phone asks, "What do you want?" Jaijung holds her phone to her ear, looking serious. "You lied to me." She stands alone, continuing the accusation. "You and that lawyer." Jinyoung sits at her laptop with a twisted smile. "You did not sleep together." Jaijung is shocked, asking how she could possibly know that. Jinyoung keeps typing. "I went out with him more than once, too." She photoshops Jaijung's face onto her own body. "I should not be telling you this, but I think he really likes me." Man, that is just evil. Jinyoung looks down with a sinister smirk. "After our next date, I think we will sleep together." She hangs up the call with Jaijung, saying bye now. Jinyoung goes back to her editing, wondering if the proportions look weird. Her phone buzzes and she smiles, asking if that is Jaijung. She thinks to herself. Let us see what she has to say for herself. We see Jaijung from behind, sitting at her desk in her dark room. She stares at her phone in absolute horror, sweating and crying. On the screen is the photoshopped image of her in a swimsuit. A new message notification pops up. "Could you respond?" Her phone buzzes relentlessly, filling the quiet room with noise. A single tear falls from her chin. Poor girl, this title card appears over her terrified face. "For your murder." This scene shifts to an office. A woman says, Yoonhee says she is already looking into her wedding venue. Another woman covers her mouth, complaining about her boss. Someone else compliments another's nails. "I like your nails, where'd you get them done?" Jaijung just sits there, surrounded by the meaningless chatter of her coworkers. Her face is shadowed and her eyes are wide. What do I do? She thinks it will be a disadvantage to respond, wondering if she should just pretend she did not see it. She thinks to herself that they were the ones who uploaded the photos, asking why they are blaming her. A coworker turns to Jinyoung, asking if her bag is a designer brand. She holds up the purse, complimenting it and asking if Jinyoung bought another one. This coworker gives a nervous laugh, asking how Jinyoung has something from every collection. Jaijung looks over as the coworker asks Jinyoung if the bag is a knockoff. Geez, that is a bold question. Jinyoung's expression instantly darkens, her face shadowed with anger. She slams her hands on the desk, shouting that it is real. This other coworkers just stare, completely taken aback by her outburst. They mutter about her overreaction, and Jinyoung gets up to go to the bathroom. This sound of her heels clacks on the floor as she storms away. This coworkers gossip behind her back, wondering why she blew up like that. Jinyoung looks down, sweating and wondering if it is really that big of a deal. A bathroom stall door slams shut with a loud bang. Inside, Jinyoung sits on the toilet, looking at her phone with a shocked expression. She is looking at a message from Jaijung. It says, "I will sue." Jinyoung stares at her phone in a panic, biting her finger nervously. She bites her lip, wondering if Jaijung will really sue her and if she needs a lawyer. This scene transitions with a series of black and white vertical lines. A memory of someone whispering a secret flashes through her mind. Another quick transition panel fades from black to white. Jinyoung thinks of one person who can help her. In Seop, a twisted, confident smile spreads across her face. She thinks he is on her side. Man, she is delusional. This scene shifts to a building called SB Foreign Language Prep. A friendly-looking man smiles warmly and says, "Welcome." Jaijung stands there, looking completely confused by the warm reception. This man shakes her hand, saying he was blown away by her scores and experience. He explains that their elementary school teacher quit, so it was a stroke of luck that she applied. Jaijung just gives a nervous laugh. He turns to her with a smile, asking if she can start next week. She eagerly says yes, and he is thrilled. Finally, some good news for her. This man waves to a couple of kids running down the hall. This scene cuts to bare tree branches against a bright blue sky. Jaijung walks alone down a brick sidewalk. She stretches her arms over her head with a satisfied sigh. She looks up at the sky, feeling a sense of relief for the first time in a while, and she stops right in front of the law office of INSEOP. This scene flashes with black and white static. A montage shows her decision to file a complaint against Jinyoung. This screen cuts to static again. Jaijung thinks to herself that everything turned out okay just as her phone starts to buzz. It is a call from INSEOP. She picks up the phone and says hello. A close-up shows her eye widening in surprise. We see INSEOP on the other end of the line, looking out a window. She is at his office now, telling him she got a job at a cram school. She admits she is still scared to go back to a public school. INSEOP's gloved hand offers her a cup of tea, and she thanks him. She looks up at him, saying the head of the academy seems like a good person just then. His phone buzzes on the desk. It is a call from Jinyoung. INSEOP looks down at Jaijung with an unreadable expression. What is the name of the cram school? Jaijung is in another interview, trying to put on a brave face. She tells them she is also applying to a language prep school. But inside, she's just gritting her teeth with frustration. Meanwhile, Jinyoung is in a taxi, frantically yelling into her phone. "Why are not you picking up?" She leans forward and shouts at the driver, "Take me there as fast as you can." This car screeches to a halt right in front of INSEOP's law office. She stomps out of the car and towards the building. She bursts into the office and stops dead. Jaijung is there. Jinyoung glares at INSEOP. "Is that why you were not answering your phone, because you are with her?" INSEOP calmly addresses Jaijung, who just says yes. Jinyoung's face contorts with rage as INSEOP tells Jaijung, "I will reach out to you." Jaijung quietly lets herself out of the office. She glances back one last time before leaving. INSEOP sits back down, coolly tapping on his phone. He explains the legal situation to Jinyoung, and it seems like the penalty is relatively minor as long as the photos are not used commercially. Jinyoung looks relieved. She will not be able to sue, right, and if she did, I'd be innocent. INSEOP just says her name, Ms. Bae. He asks her a simple question. "I have to ask, but why did you seek out my services?" He lays out her own words that she wanted to file a defamation case. Then he drops the bomb. "I think it would be best if we ended things here." Jinyoung looks horrified. She falls to her knees, completely stunned. What does that mean?" INSEOP looks down at her with a cold smile. "You were into me." She tries to argue. "You treated me really well and you said I was attractive." He just says her name and then he finishes her off. "Do you have any proof that I liked you?" Damn, that is ice cold. She just sits there in silence, completely broken. We are back at the law office of INSEOP. Someone is stomping down the hallway in a hurry. Their feet land with a jolt, clearly agitated. It is Jaijung, and she looks absolutely furious. Her fists clenched. Her phone starts buzzing from inside her bag. She pulls it out with a snarl. What is it now? Her eyes go wide with shock at what she sees on the screen. A new comment pops up. The bag is stolen too. Damn, the lies are unraveling. She frantically tries to delete the comments. "Arg, motherfuckers." She stands there, furiously tapping away at her phone. Her face is cast in shadow, a look of pure dread on her face. She tries to reassure herself. "I am sure no one saw those comments." This scene shifts to a school hallway as kids run out for the day. Jaijung sits at her desk in an empty classroom. On the phone, this person on the other end asks, "What, Jinyoung?" They explain the whole situation. Yeah, all of her pictures were ripped from other influencers. She was editing her face onto other girls' bodies. Now that I know, it seems so obvious. Jaijung sits there, processing the news, her phone in her hand. She tries to call Jinyoung, but the call will not go through. Suddenly she hears something and looks up from her desk. A voice says hello to her. A man in a green sweater smiles at her. "Are you enjoying teaching this class?" She stands and answers politely, but he just walks past her. "Sweet A," he adds. "They never listen, do they? I am sure it is not easy." Jaijung can only manage a strained laugh. He pats her on the shoulder and wishes her luck with her next class. Jaijung is completely frozen, her eyes wide with fear and shock. Later, she watches a man in a green jacket walk into a classroom. She stands alone in the doorway of the empty room, looking thoughtful. A hand carries a plastic bag labeled fried chicken. Jaijung is walking down the street at dusk, tapping on her phone with a small smile. She gets a text from Jaisung. "Are you home? I bought fried chicken." She looks up from her phone, suddenly surprised by something, and yeah, it is Jinyoung standing right in front of her. Jinyoung looks furious. "What are you doing here? I have spent the last few days thinking." Jaijung asks what she means. Jinyoung says, "About INSEOP." Her face twists with rage as she screams. "He is a real fucking freak." She stomps her foot. "I told you from the beginning, remember, he gives off weird vibes." Jaijung just listens. "He pretended to be interested in me, then dropped me as a client when I needed his help." Jaijung quietly says she does not know. This just makes Jinyoung angrier. "Are you sure he really liked you?" A twisted, cruel smile spreads across her face. "Oh, I get it." She lunges forward and grabs Jaijung by the collar. A speech bubble hangs in the air. "This is all your fault, is not it?" Jinyoung gets right in her face, looking completely unhinged. Her eyes are wild with fury. "Damn it, I knew something seemed off." She continues her tirade. "Ever since I met INSEOP, my life has been falling apart." She tightens her grip. What were you two talking about at his office, huh? Jaijung says her name, Jinyo. Jaijung grabs her wrist. Is it my fault that you decided to break the law? Damn, she is finally standing up for herself. She pulls Jinyoung's hand away from her collar. It must be easy to just blame everyone else for your problems, huh? Jaijung looks her dead in the eye. You wanted me to take your side, did not you? But now you are angry because I will not. Jaijung confronts Jinyoung. What, is that unfair? You only ever came to me when you needed my help. She looks down at Jinyoung, calling her a selfish person. Damn, Jinyoung stands alone outside the apartment building as Jaijung watches from the shadows, and then they are gone, leaving the parking lot empty. But Inseop is still there, watching from his car. A finger presses the elevator button to go up. This button is now lit, and the finger pulls away. This scene dissolves into black and white lines. A memory flashes, a man tells her. But it will not be enough. She remembers his words. You have to overpower them, corner them, and then crush them into dust. This voice in her head finishes. Then they will not underestimate you anymore, and the memory fades back into static. Jaijung stands alone in the elevator, thinking to herself, I finally. Her expression is a mix of shock and resolve. Stood up for myself. She gets to her apartment door, smiling as she calls out, Jaisung, I am home. But her smile vanishes as her eye widens in shock. There is someone else in the apartment, a woman with long black hair. Her heart pounds in her chest. This woman has a severe look on her face, her arms crossed. This scene flashes with static again. She turns around. Oh, there you are. Jaijung just stares, a bead of sweat running down her face. She asks how they got in, and the woman says Jaisung let them in. Poor Jaisung is just huddled by the door. This woman asks, why are you so late? Elementary school should have gotten out hours ago. Jaijung asks what she is doing here. She explains. Seokyeong will be staying here while he interviews for jobs. It would not be easy for him to get a job while he is traveling back and forth from the countryside. Jaijung asks in disbelief if Seokyeong is going to live with them. The woman says she is sure Jaijung will take great care of him. Jaijung just stands there, a bead of sweat rolling down her face, completely overwhelmed. She tries to argue. I do not have a room for him. He will not be comfortable staying here. She clenches her bag strap in frustration. Wait, why did it have to be our house anyway? She continues, saying the woman could have found him a place, but the woman just asks why she would do that, and then she drops the reason. I have you, after all. Geez, that is cold. Jaijung's face is a mask of pure horror, her eyes wide with shock. This woman just walks into the apartment, leaving Jaijung standing frozen in the entryway. Seokyeong is already on the couch playing on his phone as Jaijung walks past. This woman tells Seokyeong he can sleep in the living room. Jaijung offers to lay out some bedding for him, trying to be polite, but Seokyeong just looks up from his phone and says she does not need to. He announces, I will share a room with Jaisung. We see Jaisung huddled in his dark room, looking terrified. Jaisung bursts out of his room in a panic. He stammers that he will sleep in the living room instead. He stands in his doorway, insisting he can sleep out there. Jaisung offers his room to Seokyeong. Poor kid is sacrificing his own space. Later that night, Jaijung is setting up a makeshift bed on the living room floor. Her phone starts buzzing beside her. She answers it, and a friend on the other end asks if she saw what happened. This friend gleefully explains. Jinyoung deleted her F***sebuk page and left the group chat. Is not that hilarious? This friend gloats that Jinyoung must be humiliated, as we see a shattered phone on the floor, and yeah, Jinyoung is huddled on her bed in the dark, completely broken. Meanwhile, Jaisung is in his bed, tucked under the covers. But his eyes are wide open, staring into the darkness. He is clearly not sleeping. A door creaks open in the dark apartment. Jaisung's eye snaps open in terror. Seokyeong peeks into his room with a cold, unsettling look. He then turns and walks away down the hall. Jaisung lies awake in bed, completely spooked. Poor kid. Meanwhile, Jaijung is sleeping soundly on a mattress on the floor. She stirs from her sleep, blinking her eyes open. She sees Jaisung standing in the living room with his backpack on and calls out to him. She asks what he is doing up so early and reaches for him, but he screams, "Do not touch me." He stumbles backward into the kitchen, looking absolutely horrified. He just looks down at the floor, still trembling, without another word. He turns and heads for the front door. This door slams shut, leaving Jaijung alone. She just stands there, completely stunned and confused by what just happened. This scene shifts to a bright, sunny day outside some apartment buildings. Jaijung is at home, studying at a low table in the living room. Seokyeong calls out to her from the couch. She looks over her shoulder at him with a weary expression. He tells her, "Figure it out yourself." Geez, what a helpful cousin. He stands up and asks why she is not at work, and she asks why he cares. He leans in with a smug, cruel smile. "You were fired, were not you." He walks away with a little chuckle, clearly pleased with himself. Jaijung is left speechless, her face a mask of shock and humiliation. We cut to a wide shot of a school campus on a sunny day, inside a classroom. A teacher is giving a lesson at the chalkboard. A flashback shows silhouettes of students in a classroom. This scene shifts to Jaisung, looking absolutely haunted at a desk. We see a sign for a psychiatry department, so that is where he is. This doctor looks over at him. Is something wrong? He notes that Jaisung looks pale and Jaisung can barely speak. Jae-sung's eyes are wide with terror, clearly reliving something awful. This scene flashes with black and white static, a memory of him as a young boy, lying in bed and looking scared. A man with glasses smiles down at him, and it is just chilling. Another quick transition panel fades from black to white. Back in the present, Jae-sung is sweating, completely broken by the memory. He thinks to himself, I cannot do this. Poor guy. He stands alone in the hallway, looking small and defeated. He quickly pulls out his phone. He is about to call in Siop. Oh no, not the guy to call for help. This scene cuts to static again. A memory flashes. A man warns him. I nearly forgot. Watch out for Insiop O. This memory fades back into static. Jae-sung stares at his buzzing phone, looking completely torn. He ends up just crouching on the sidewalk, all alone, man. He walks into a convenience store, the bell jingling as he enters. He just stares at the shelves, looking for something to eat. Suddenly a hand grabs his shoulder, and a voice says his name. This voice asks if he is looking for something to eat for lunch, and yeah, it is the creepy guy from his flashback. It is my treat. Geez, this is a nightmare, and just like that, Seok-young sprints out of the apartment. He dashes down the empty city street as the sun sets. He ends up in a filthy back alley, throwing up. Man, he collapses against a wall, crying as he looks at his phone. Meanwhile, a phone starts buzzing on a desk somewhere. It is a call from Jae-sung, Jae-jung's brother, but it is In-seop who answers. Hello, this is In-seop O. On the other end, Jae-sung is sobbing. I want to die. He begs for help, while In-seop just listens with a faint smile. In-seop calmly tells him, hold on for a bit. Jae-sung is huddled in the dark, completely distraught. Poor kid. This scene flashes with black and white static. A memory surfaces of a man in glasses with a smug grin. Another quick flash of static. Jae-sung's eyes are wide with pure terror. His school supplies are violently swept off his desk. He scrambles on the floor, looking up in fear. A close-up shows his terrified eye. He sits there holding an empty pencil case and a box cutter. His hand trembles as he clicks the blade out. He squeezes his eyes shut, bracing himself. Suddenly there is a whoosh of movement. Jae-sung turns his head, a look of shock on his face, and yeah, In-seop is standing right there, smiling. He now holds the box cutter in his gloved hand, taking it from Jae-sung. A gloved hand reaches out, seemingly offering help. A voice asks, why do not we go to my office? And yeah, we are back at the law office of In-seop O. In-seop sits on his couch, looking over at his new guest. He has that same calm, unreadable expression on his face. Time ticks by as Seok-young sits hunched over on the opposite couch. In-seop finally asks, are you ready to tell me what is going on? Seok-young just sits there, shaking. In-seop tries a different angle. If you do not want to tell me, then why do not you try talking to your sister? That name makes Seok-young's eyes go wide with panic. This scene flashes with static. A memory hits him, his mother slapping him across the back of the head. Damn, we see a younger Seok-young, bruised and terrified. This memory fades back into static lines, back in the present. Seok-young clutches his stomach. I cannot tell Jae-jung. He thinks to himself that this is all her fault. In-seop stands up, telling him he can share when he is ready. He leans over Seok-young with a creepy smile. My door is always open. But then he says it is time for him to clock off, and Seok-young looks up in alarm. Seok-young jumps to his feet, stammering a no. He begs In-seop. I cannot go home. Please let me stay here for a bit. He pleads with his hands clasped. You can leave me here. I promise I will not make a sound. Please, poor kid, he begs again. Please do not make me go. In-seop just looks down at him with a cold, calculating gaze. This scene cuts to a police station on a dark, rainy night. We are in an office where a man is being questioned. So you run a gambling ring and possess an illegal firearm. This man being questioned just looks bored. I have heard it all before, okay. Later that night, the same man walks down a sidewalk. He stops outside a police station, spotting someone he knows. This older man from the interrogation is outside smoking, looking startled. He calls out, Chief. This younger man confronts him. Caught ya. He tells him to pay up. He teases his chief about smoking, and the older man reluctantly pulls out his wallet. This chief hands over some cash, asking about a murder case in the redevelopment zone. This younger detective smirks, holding the money. I am conducting an intense investigation. This scene shifts to an apartment building at night. A woman with reddish-brown hair enters an apartment. Sniffing the air, she peeks cautiously through a doorway. She looks into a very messy room. There are full trash bags sitting on the floor. This woman puts on a mask and starts vacuuming the room. She gets on her hands and knees to wipe the floor clean. She stands back, looking at the now tidy desk. She finds a business card tucked away. She holds it up, her eyes wide with shock. It is a business card for attorney at law In-seop O. This name In-seop O is shown clearly on the card. This sound of rain begins to fall outside. This woman sits on the couch, looking at her phone. She thinks to herself, why does Jae-sung have In-seop's business card? Jae-sung stands over her, demanding food. She wonders if she dropped the card or if something is wrong. Jae-sung stands over her. Respond, you bitch. She just thinks he found it on the street. She turns on the couch, watching him walk away with a worried expression. Later, it is pouring rain, and she wonders why he is not home yet. She looks at the business card again, and something suddenly clicks in her mind. This law office of In-seop O, attorney at law, so she sits on the couch and makes a phone call. A phone starts buzzing on a desk. The caller it is Jaijang, and yeah, it is in Siop's desk. He just stares at the ringing phone. Seokyung is still there on the couch, looking over with wide eyes. A mysterious figure in a black hooded cloak appears in the doorway. This rain pours down outside the office window. Man, what a tense scene. We cut back to the two detectives. The younger one teases his chief about smoking. This chief hands over some cash. Do you have any leads on that murder case, the one from the redevelopment zone? This younger detective smirks, holding the money. I am conducting an intense investigation. This scene shifts to a kimbap food cart on a rainy night. This detective hands a USB drive to the owner, who thanks him for his help. This owner asks what kind of case he is investigating. He guesses murder, and the detective turns away, telling him to be careful. He says, "It is dangerous to know too much," as he leaves the shop. Later, the detective plugs the USB drive into his laptop. He starts scrolling through security footage from Monday. He fast-forwards through the footage to Tuesday, then to Wednesday, where he sees a man in a suit walking by. He keeps going to Thursday, spotting a person with long hair. He sits in his car, watching the footage with a cigarette in his mouth. He seems to have found something interesting. This red-haired woman remembers seeing Jaijang. Thinking that woman goes to his office a lot, her eye widens with a sudden, dawning realization. She stands on the street, wondering why Jaijang would go see in Siop-o, and just like that, she is off, running down the sidewalk. We see a man walking along the side of a building. Then a woman. It seems like someone is following them. And yeah, it is in Siop, watching from his car on a tablet. His finger taps on the screen, probably switching camera views. He sees two people walking below, a man and a boy, and he is confused. He leans in closer, recognizing who it is. Wait. This scene shifts to Jaisung, with the title "For Your Murder" overlaid. Man, that is ominous. A scarred man in a black hood stands over him. I thought I told you to stay away from him. He asks if Jaisung does not listen to grown-ups. Jaisung just looks down. This guy turns to Inseop, asking why he is with a high schooler so late at night. He asks if Jaisung is his son. Inseop says there has been a misunderstanding. Inseop claims Jaisung is like a younger brother to him. Jaisung looks shocked to hear that. Inseop leans back in his chair, asking what brings the man here today. He asks if he wants to talk to him or to Jaisung, damn, putting him on the spot. This man's hand slams down on the desk with a thud. He gets right in Inseop's face, saying he wants to know why he is getting close to both siblings. He accuses Inseop of targeting them and lying. Jaisung wonders what he means by siblings. Inseop plays dumb, asking what he is talking about. This man's phone buzzes. He asks Jaisung if he knows his sister, and if that is why he approached him. He turns to take the call, telling them to wait a moment. After the call, he turns to Jaisung. Let us go, I will take you home. A man in a black hood says he can go alone, but Jaijung on the phone says it is dangerous. She yells through the phone, you have to get over here now. Inseop calmly tells the hooded man, I will make sure he gets home safe, you do not have to worry. This hooded man looks worried as he listens on his phone, the rain pouring outside. He points at Inseop. I saw you today, Inseop. If something happens to Jaisung, I will know it is your fault. He turns to Jaisung. Write my number down. Poor Jaisung looks so lost. He dictates his number as Jaisung sits hunched on the couch, and with that, the hooded man walks out into the pouring rain. Inseop just watches him go from the window, completely unfazed. Later, a car drives through the dark, rainy streets. This car door opens with a soft whoosh. Jaisung sits in the passenger seat, clutching his backpack. He finally asks Inseop, is it true, did you get close to me because of my sister? Inseop just looks at him. Did you forget where we first met? Jaisung apologizes, saying he just wanted to be sure. He then asks if Inseop is close to his sister. He looks over. You are not her boyfriend, right? Inseop just laughs. You are out of her leg. Geez, that is harsh. As the traffic light turns green, Inseop says, Jaijung was my client. Jaisung asks why, but Inseop pretends to be hesitant. I am not sure I should say, and then he drops the bomb. She was accused of child abuse. Jaisung's face twists in absolute shock and horror. Inseop looks over at him, saying he knew it. As Jaisung hunches over, Inseop twists the knife. That is the kind of person she is. This car suddenly screeches to a halt in the rain. Inseop is in his car, asking someone about Jaijung. What kind of person exactly? Meanwhile, Jaijung is running through the apartment complex, looking for someone, and she finds them. Inseop standing with Jaisung in the rain. She calls out her brother's name, but he just walks away from her. He steps into an elevator without a word, leaving her behind. Now she is alone, facing down Inseop. She demands to know how he knows her brother. Inseop just turns it around on her. And if you were together, then why did not you answer my calls? This scene dissolves into static. A memory surfaces. Jaisung's voice says, Jaijung hit me. A younger Jaijung is asked about a parent observation day at school. She tells a young Jaisung she cannot go, and he explodes. The other kids are gonna make fun of me if no one in my family goes. He lays on the guilt. Do you want them to bully me? Is that it? She just says she has to go to school. Jaisung looks absolutely furious. He screams that he does not need her. Jaijung just kneels there, taking it, and then he says the worst thing possible. I wish you had died with mom and dad. Geez, that is brutal. This sound of a smack echoes, and yeah, Jaijung slapped him, looking horrified at what she just did. Jaisung holds his bruised cheek, completely stunned, back in the present. Inseop looks down at Jaijung. How could she do that? He has clearly been talking to Jaisung. Another quick flash of static. Inseop continues his condescending tone. You sure have a lot of interesting people in your life. Jaijung just looks confused, asking what he means. He looms over her in the moonlight. Now tell me, a speech bubble asks a chilling question. Have you ever wanted to kill someone? We flash back to Jaijung, her eye wide with shock as she hears this. Inseop stands before her, saying everyone has thought about it at least once. She stammers that she would never go through with it, and he just asks, why not? He smiles. The people in your life are practically begging for it. Geez, that is dark. Jaijung just looks at him, completely stunned by his words. As the rain falls, Inseop says her name. Jaijung. He compares her to a flower. You look so fragile, like a drop of rain could tear you in half. He finishes his thought. But your spirit is unbreakable. You are beautiful. Man, he is laying it on thick. Jaijung is flustered, wondering if he likes her. Inseop asks if something happened. She tells him, I found your business card in Jaisung's room. We see a close-up of a hand holding that very business card. Back in the present, she asks him how he knows her brother. Inseop smiles calmly. He is my friend, he adds, just like you and that detective. Oh, he knows about that. Jaijung is left speechless, wondering how they could possibly be friends. She asks how they met, if it was just by chance. A speech bubble just says, well, Inseop leans in with a smirk. It is a secret. This guy is so shady. Jaijung looks away, clearly unsettled by this whole conversation. Her thoughts race. Something's up. Yeah, you think. This scene shifts to Jaisung, standing outside an apartment door. His hand trembles as he reaches for the door handle. This door opens, and the creepy man with glasses from his flashback is there. There you are. Jaisung just stands there, sweating, completely terrified. Poor kid. Jaisung slams his bedroom door shut, breathing heavily. He is sweating and terrified, thinking, come out and play with me. And yeah, it is Seokyung peeking into his room and calling his name. A close-up shows Jaisung's eye filled with absolute dread, but then Jaijung is there, confronting Seokyung. What are you doing there? She demands again. I said, what are you doing outside of Jaisung's room? Seokyung turns away, trying to play it cool. I was just worried about him, that is all. Yeah, right, inside his room. Jaisung slumps against the door, completely exhausted. Later that night, Jaijung is asleep on her makeshift bed in the living room. A sliver of light shines from under a closed door. Someone is awake, holding a phone in the dark. This next morning, sunlight streams into the apartment. Jaijung knocks on her brother's door, calling out his name. She pulls out her phone, looking worried as she starts to type. A simple smiley face emoji appears on the screen. This sound of tapping continues. This smiley face just sits there, more tapping. A text bubble pops up. I am always here for you. Oh no, this scene shifts to the law office of Inseop O, and there is Inseop himself walking down the hallway to his office. He has that same calm, unreadable look on his face. He sees Jaisung waiting for him at the end of the hall. They are in his office now. Inseop asks, what brings you here first thing in the morning? He smiles. Are you ready to talk now? Jaisung just stammers. Jaisung gets right to the point. Is it possible to report someone for a crime anonymously? Inseop just listens from the side, taking it all in. He asks who Jaisung wants to report, Jaijung, but Jaisung says no. He looks up with a dark expression. My cousin, damn, he means Seokyung. This scene cuts to a building called SB Language Prep. Jaijung is inside a classroom, shivering. BRR, it is cold. A man in a green vest approaches her, asking what he can do from his go. She asks him to turn up the heat, and he apologizes for being inconsiderate. He says he will turn up the boiler and tells her to take a blanket, putting his arm around her. He drapes a green blanket over her shoulders, and she looks a little startled. Then he pulls her into a full-on hug from behind, wrapping the blanket around her. Okay, that is not okay. Her eyes go wide with absolute shock and fear. She shoves him off, shouting, what do you think you are doing? This man just looks confused. You said you were cold. I was just wrapping a blanket around your shoulders. He asks why she is making him the bad guy, and she just looks horrified. Inseop's voice echoes in her mind. Why not? And his chilling words. The people in your life are practically begging you to. Back in the present, she tells the man he does not have to wrap it around her like that. He just calls her sensitive as she walks away down the hall. He puts a hand on her shoulder again. But fine, I will not do it again. He walks off, leaving her standing there alone. She glances back at him, her face a mask of fear and anger. A close-up shows the terror in her eye. She stands there thinking to herself, or should I report him? This thought hangs in the air. Or, we see a flashback of a younger Jaisung looking down with a somber expression. This scene cuts away with a flash of static. Elsewhere, a woman worries about her job, thinking she should just leave it. She pulls out her phone, checking a message. It is that same text from before. I am always here for you. She just stares at the screen, her expression unreadable. This scene shifts to a shot of bare trees against a cloudy sky. A man with glasses sits alone on a park bench, looking out of place. We get a close-up of his face. He just looks blank. He watches a little kid laughing on a swing set. This kid looks over at him, completely innocent. This man holds out a piece of candy. Man, this is creepy. This kid's mom tells him to say thank you, and he happily takes it. This man just watches them walk away. He reaches into his pocket, pulling out his phone. And yeah, he snaps a picture of the kid. What a creep. Back in the present, Jaijung is asleep on the floor. A sliver of light shines from under a closed door. Someone is awake, scrolling on their phone in the dark. This title for your murder appears. Inseop asks himself who Jaisung would report. Jaijung. Jaisung answers with a simple no. Inseop looks at him. My cousin. Inseop leans forward. What exactly did he do? Jaisung's hands clench into fists as Inseop asks him to tell him what happened. We see a memory of a young girl crying her eyes out. Poor kid. A younger Jaisung peeks out from behind a door, saying he misses his mom. We flash to a memory of his mother slapping him, with a little girl watching in the background. Her cruel words echo in his mind. Then maybe you should have died along with her. He screams back that he does not need her. Jaijung just kneels there, taking the verbal abuse. Jaisung yells the worst thing he can think of. I wish you had died with mom and dad. Man, that is brutal, and the sound of a slap cuts through the air. Jaijung finally snaps, slapping him across the face, looking horrified at herself. He just stands there completely stunned, holding his cheek. He starts to sniffle, his face red and bruised. Jaijung is instantly filled with regret, her eyes wide with shock. She kneels down, apologizing over and over as he cries. She says she should not have hit him, but he screams at her not to touch him. He calls her a monster, damn poor Jaijung, and with that, he dashes away from her. He runs into another room and huddles in a corner, sobbing, but then a hand reaches out, offering him a piece of candy, and yeah, it is the creepy man with glasses, asking if he wants to play. This man holds up a toy airplane, making whooshing sounds. Jaisung is all smiles now, holding the plane and calling out to Seokyo. He asks the man if he can keep the toy, and the man just says sure. This flashback ends with young Jaisung peeking sadly from behind the door again. We cut to another memory. Jaijung is talking to her mother at a kitchen counter. Her mother asks her, you got into college, but then she just crushes her hopes. Well, I will not be able to support you. You will have to figure it out yourself. Geez, that is cold. We flash back to a younger Jaijung. I already found an apartment and a part-time job, she begs another woman. All I ask is that you take care of Jaisung, please. A young Jaisung watches her go, thinking he would never go with her later. The man with glasses peeks into Jaisung's room while he plays a game. This man calls his name, and Jaisung looks up from his game. This man offers him a deal. If you put this on, I will get you a treat. And he holds up a pink floral dress. Man, this is so wrong. Jaisung just looks over, a lollipop stick in his mouth. This man snaps a photo of him with his phone. He leans in with a creepy smile. This is our little secret, okay? This scene shifts to a quiet residential street. This man walks down the street holding hands with Jaisung, who is now in a green dress. Jaisung hears someone whispering and looks over. He sees some other kids staring and murmuring about him. One of the kids slaps him across the face, calling him a freak. Damn, two girls gossip about him later. I saw you wearing girl clothes and walking around with some guy. Jaisung just looks down, completely humiliated. He sits alone in a corner, hugging his knees. His phone starts buzzing on the floor. It is a call from Jaijung. He just stares at the screen with dead eyes, and then he rejects the call. This sun sets over the neighborhood. Jaisung walks into the apartment, announcing that he is home. This man with glasses is waiting for him, saying his parents left him here to take care of Jaisung. He looms over the kid in the dark hallway. Wanna play? Geez, this is terrifying. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. A man in a tracksuit chases after a young boy, yelling, "Hey, kid!" This boy sits on the floor, his phone ringing with a call from his uncle. He is huddled outside a large gate, still hearing the phone ring. He finally answers, and his uncle asks what is going on. He stammers his uncle's name. He screams into the phone in a panic. SS Seokyoung touched me, he continues. Even after I told him not to. His uncle just says they will talk when he gets home, so Jaisung just stands there outside the gate, waiting. This sky turns a dusky purple as time passes. He hears a car approaching and looks up. A white car pulls up to the curb and he recognizes it. That is Uncle's car. Later, inside the house, Jae-sung hears the sound of hitting. His uncle is beating Seok-yeon with a baseball bat, calling him a worthless worm. A woman tries to intervene. Stop, or you will kill him. But the uncle blames her for spoiling Seok-yeon. She screams, get out, and slams the door shut. She stands in the hallway as Jae-sung watches from a distance. This aunt turns on Jae-sung. You think you did well by ratting him out, did you? He flinches. She tells him he is not innocent. In fact, you are no better than he is. Geez, that is brutal. She orders him to his room and he just looks terrified. He walks away as she watches him go. Then she gives him a final warning. You know what will happen if you tell Jae-jung, right? Back in the present, Jae-sung is on the phone with In-seop, who apologizes for not picking up. In-seop asks if he is okay, but Jae-sung just tells him to screw off. In-seop is confused as Jae-sung hangs up the phone, and then we see Seok-yeon, the man with the glasses, peeking through a crack in a door. Jae-sung looks over his shoulder, backpack on, completely terrified. He was trying to leave. Jae-sung's thoughts spiral. Is it my fault for playing with Seok-yeon? He crouches down, rustling through his blue backpack. He is trying to run. But a creak from the floorboards outside stops him cold. His mind flashes to a torn picture of his sister, blaming her for everything. He looks up in terror as Seok-yeon peeks into the room. His thoughts continue. She is weak and useless. He remembers her leaving, thinking, and then she hit me and left me behind. Man, what a twisted memory. We see a flashback of Jae-jung peeking from a doorway. Her words a blur. She was talking to their aunt, trying to make arrangements for him. Jae-jung looks back at her aunt with a desperate expression. A voice calls out his name. Jae-sung. It was Jae-jung reaching out to him as he huddled on the floor. Come with me. He just looks up at her, arms crossed, refusing to move. His younger self just stares back with so much resentment, and of course, Seok-yeon was watching the whole thing from the kitchen. Jae-jung's hand reaches for his, trying to bridge the gap between them. Back in the present, Jae-jung knocks gently on his bedroom door. She asks him, Jae-sung, are you asleep? He is just lying in bed. She asks if he does not want to go to school. She tells him to get some sleep, and he peeks out from the covers. Once she is gone, he sits up and stares at his desk. He reaches over and clicks the power button on his computer. This screen flares to life, lighting up the dark room with a ping. Tears stream down his face as he sits at the computer, determined. I have to try something, anything. This scene shifts to Jae-jung, standing in a hallway and looking startled. A voice yells from behind her, laughing. What the fuck are you guys doing? Okay, what is happening now? We see a psychiatry building as someone shouts. No, I do not want to. In a flashback, Jae-jung pleads with her brother. If you do not feel like talking to me, then at least go talk to the doctor. Jae-sung just stares up at her, his eyes wide and haunted. He ends up in a doctor's office anyway. The doctor greets him. Good morning, Jae-sung. This doctor tries to be gentle. I cannot imagine how hard it must have been to take this step. Jae-sung's face starts to crumple, tears welling in his eyes, poor kid, and then he just breaks down completely, sobbing. This doctor offers him a tissue. Is there anything you'd like to tell me? A speech bubble hangs in the air. My sister, Jae-jung. He screams through his tears. I wish she was dead. Damn, that is brutal. This scene cuts away with a flash of static. Back in the present, Jae-sung stands in In-seop's office, looking defeated. He takes a step forward, his expression a mix of fear and resolve. He kneels before In-seop, who says, you must have suffered so much because of your sister. Wow, twisting the knife, Jae-sung just sniffles, unable to look up. In-seop puts a hand on his shoulder. It is okay, I am here for you. This is pure manipulation, and yeah, In-seop has a faint, chilling smile on his face. A speech bubble says, I am on your side. Jae-sung looks up, his eyes wide with a sliver of hope. He is desperate. In-seop takes his hands. Jae-sung stammers. In that case, he begs, could I stay here with you? He explains that his cousin is at his house and asks In-seop to wait until tonight. In-seop smiles calmly. You can come home with me. Man, this is not good. This scene shifts to a city street at sunset. A car alarm beeps in the distance. We see Jae-jung looking down with a worried expression on her face. This scene opens on the apartment entryway, her shoes and his sneakers on the floor. Jae-jung zips up a suitcase, asking what he is doing. She confronts a distraught Jae-sung, who just says, I am leaving. He pulls the suitcase towards the door as she asks where he is going. She shouts after him, Jae-sung, where are you going? He just keeps walking towards the door, suitcase in hand, and then he drops the bomb. I am going to live with In-seop. Jae-jung is completely stunned by this. She grabs his arm, trying to stop him. We have to talk about this. He whips around and screams at her. You have not done anything for me. Man, that is brutal. He says In-seop protected him, helped him, and understands him. He turns his back on her again, telling her to stop getting in his way. He walks out, saying he wants to figure things out on his own. This door slams shut, leaving her all alone in the hallway. Jae-jung just stands there, looking completely lost. But then a look of determination crosses her face. She runs out after him, begging him to wait. She pleads with him as he walks away. Can you tell me why you think I could not protect you? Her question hangs in the air, and why I did not help. She reaches for him, but he swats her hand away, telling her not to talk to him, and of course, In-seop is standing right there, waiting for him. Jae-jung looks up at him in total shock. She demands to know why Jae-sung is leaving with him, and In-seop just says, he has been struggling a lot. He dismisses her concerns as a normal part of adolescence. I am simply trying to help, that is all. Yeah, right, he tells her. Please try not to worry. This guy is unbelievable. Inseop leans in close to Jaijung. I will calm him down and send him back to you. He puts a hand on her shoulder and asks if she is all right. Jaijung just stands on the sidewalk as a car drives away. Back inside, Jaisung slumps down, completely drained. This sound of a click comes from the peephole of the front door. Inseop shows Jaisung to a room in his apartment. You can use this room while you are here. Jaisung immediately asks him, what were you saying to Jaijung back there? Inseop lifts Jaisung's suitcase. I told her to calm down and that I'd take responsibility for you. He looks back with a smirk. That is what you wanted, right? Man, this guy is a master manipulator. Jaisung just looks confused and uneasy. Inseop suggests he go wash up. We see a shot of 2 lipstick tubes on a counter. A hissing sound comes from under a closed door in the dark hallway. And yeah, Inseop is unpacking Jaisung's suitcase for him. He has that same unreadable expression on his face. He pulls out a small baggie of pills, Jaisung's medication. Oh no, later. Inseop sits on the couch, calmly sipping from a mug. Jaisung comes out holding a towel. He says, excuse me. He looks panicked. I was sure I packed my medication, but I cannot find it. I must have left it at home. Jaisung says he cannot sleep without it, but Inseop just looks at his phone. I do not think you will be able to see a doctor this late. He asks if Jaisung wants to go home to get it, and our boy just shakes his head. Inseop smiles, a plan clearly forming in his head. Then, he suggests, why do not you go to the doctor's after school tomorrow? Later that night, Jaisung is lying in bed, unable to sleep. His heart pounds in his chest. Poor kid is terrified. Seokyoung stands in the doorway, looking down at her. Jaijung asks where her brother is, and Seokyoung tells her to just get her things and leave. He smirks. Ever since you showed up, Jaisung has hated being at home. He asks if she is saying it is his fault. She glares back at him. Not yours, he just says. What? Jaijung stands there, looking completely defeated. This scene shifts to a cafe, where a woman in an orange sweater sits with her arms crossed, looking annoyed. Across from her, another woman with wavy hair looks nervous. All right, I am letting it go this time. A speech bubble warns, there will not be a next time. This nervous woman apologizes profusely, asking if she could post about clearing up the misunderstanding. This woman in orange gets up to leave. Fine, but you should focus on your own life and stop trying to rip off other people's, okay? As she leaves, the other woman grabs her bag, telling her to wait. She turns around, annoyed. The woman asks, how did you know that I was using your photos? She presses further. Someone must have tipped you off, right? This woman in orange hesitates. She stammers yes, and the other woman slides a thick envelope of cash across the table. She smiles. Do you think you could tell me their username? Man, she is buying the info. This woman in orange pulls out her phone and starts scrolling. She says the tipster deleted their account. This woman who is stealing photos looks completely shocked. She asks if that means she does not know who it is, but the other woman says she took a screenshot. She holds up her phone to show the conversation. And there is the message. I am reaching out because I think someone has been stealing your photos. A thought bubble shows the woman asking for the username, and we see who sent it. It was Jaijung, sitting in a cafe wearing a cap, so she is the anonymous tipster. A woman in a red sweater looks at a notepad. The username, but why? We see a hand holding a phone up to a woman with long hair. A text message pops up. Hello, I am reaching out because I think someone has been stealing your photos. She is seen from behind, and the text below says it is the same person. This scene cuts away with a flash of static, and then we see a man in a suit, smiling. It looks like Inseop. Another flash of static cuts the scene. This woman from the cafe looks horrified. The title for your murder appears as she says Inseop's name. This scene shifts to the outside of a police station. This detective we know is standing outside, looking a little surprised. His friend shows up with a serious tan line, joking about his sunburn. This friend asks if he is taking a vacation, but the detective says he is too busy. A woman walks past them. This detective glances back at the woman as she walks away. His friend asks what he is looking at, but the detective is focused on her hair and profile. He watches her walk up the stairs, a flicker of recognition in his mind. He tells his friend he will be right back and dashes off. The friend just wishes him luck. Inside the station, an officer looks on with a tired expression. This woman from outside is yelling at another officer. Could you just tell me if it is his account? That is all I am asking. This officer says Inseop has no criminal record, but she shouts that he is trying to ruin her life. She holds up her phone as proof, pointing to the way he texts. She shows 2 conversations, one with Inseop and one from the anonymous account, pointing out the periods. This officer dismisses it, saying lots of people use periods. Just then, the detective walks in. This woman straightens up and then drops a bomb. I am actually a detective. Our detective approaches her. Why do not you tell me about what is going on? This scene changes to an empty cafe. Looks like they are about to have a long talk. This woman detective shows our detective her phone, saying, look at these texts. The tone is the exact same, right? She explains Inseop messaged multiple influencers just to mess with her, then deleted his account. The detective asks if this is all part of Inseop's plan. She says yes, and he asks why Inseop would do such a thing. A speech bubble screams out the reason. He wants to screw me over, that is why. She continues, because this girl Jaijungo hates me. Our detective repeats the name, Jaijungo. She scoffs at the idea of them being friends, calling it ridiculous. She calls Jaijung a wolf in sheep's clothing who seduced Insiop just to ruin her life. Our detective just listens, thinking it over. His eyes widen slightly as he says, you know, if I were a normal person, I would not have been able to take all of this. She tells him the only reason she has not killed herself is because she is who she is. Our detective just says, suicide, and then she drops a bombshell, listing all the people around in Siop who died by suicide, his older sister, his teacher, this list goes on, his college classmate, and 2 of his clients. Man, that is a serious pattern. She asks if he is just unlucky, or if he is pushing people to do it themselves. This scene cuts to a desk with files being thrown down. The word Y hangs in the air. Our detective flips through a file, his expression grim. This file contains a photo of a smiling woman with long hair. This must be Insiop's sister. In Yong, this scene shifts to an older man in a yellow sweater opening his front door. He looks startled and asks who is there. Our detective stands in the doorway, flashing his badge. I am with the police. I'd appreciate your cooperation. Later, he is sitting at a kitchen table with an older couple. The man asks what is going on. Shocked that Insiop is a murder suspect, our detective smiles reassuringly. Of course, I know. The reason I came is to clear your son of suspicion. Yeah, right. He says he will need their help to prove his innocence. This couple, who are clearly Insiop's parents, just look worried and confused. He pulls out his phone to record the conversation. I am going to ask you a few questions. Firstly, what was your son like as a child? Insiop's mother answers that he was quiet and calm and never got into trouble. She adds that he was always at the top of his class. This detective notes that Insiop became a lawyer, which was his sister's dream job. He suggests they must have been very close, but the father corrects him. Insiop and Inyong used to fight quite a bit. This detective is interviewing an older couple. The man asks his wife. It was her fountain pen, was not it? She confirms it was the pen. This detective listens as the man explains. They actually fought over that, too. We gave Inyong a fountain pen, but Insiop said he wanted it. Haha. This detective thinks about how he would have just bought Insiop a pen, too. He then asks the couple a question. He asks, was there anything else that Insiop wanted besides the fountain pen? The woman's face is cast in a sinister red light. She looks down, saying not particularly. The detective encourages her to speak freely. He appeals to her, saying this is for her son. Her hands are clenched in her lap. This man interjects, saying no, never. He looks a little panicked. This detective just gives them a calm, reassuring smile. A text bubble thanks them for their cooperation. The interview is over. Back at the station, the detective kicks his feet up on his desk, reading through a case file. He looks at a photo of one of the victims, wondering if other victims also had belongings go missing. His friend with the tan line joins him, asking about the woman in the photo. One of Insiop's old teachers. This friend brings up a good point. She was engaged, but they never found her ring. This detective brings up another case. Jeongjun Park. They found cigarettes on him, but no lighter. His friend is skeptical, saying people lose lighters all the time. This detective moves to the next file, but his friend questions why he is so obsessed with these closed cases. This friend reads that nothing seemed to be missing from the next victim. The detective just insists there has to be something. His friend calls the theory ridiculous, asking if he thinks Insiop is hoarding trophies like a crow. But as he says, it is all a coincidence. The detective's eyes go wide. He just had a breakthrough. He suddenly grabs his friend's face with a loud grab. This friend yells at him to let go, but the detective just says to wait. He starts flipping frantically through the pages of the case file. A close-up on his eye shows he has found what he was looking for. A flashback shows a hand on a skirt. A voiceover says, when there is something Insiop wants. This thought finishes, he has to have it. Man, that is chilling. A man is held by the neck with a thick rope. The text says he will kill anyone in his way. This detective sits in thought. In that case, he thinks of a diamond ring, then a lighter. He wonders what the connection is to Jinyoung and Jaisung. He also pictures a harmonica and finally a watch. Man, he is putting the pieces together, back with Jaisung. He runs from school as the sun sets. He gets into a car, the door clunking shut behind him. As the car drives off, he asks if they are going to the doctor's office. He explains he has not taken his medication. Insiop says he has given it some thought. Insiop looks back with a chilling smile. And I think it would be best if you stopped taking it. Jaisung is stunned. Insiop claims he used to rely on medication too. He says the doctor told him not to stop, but he succeeded with willpower alone. Yeah, right. He asks Jaisung why he does not give it a try, and our boy falls for it completely. Thinking it is his fault for not having enough willpower, he agrees to try. They arrive at Insiop's home, the gate creaking open. Insiop leads the way inside as Jaisung follows timidly. Jaisung looks around the unfamiliar room, a little lost. He spots something on a shelf, a watch and a lighter. His eyes widen in recognition. Wait, are those the same items? He reaches out to touch them. But Insiop stops him. I would not touch that if I were you. He adds that those items are very important to him. Jaisung whips around, completely startled. Insiop smiles, telling him to be more careful, and then asks, You will behave yourself, will not you? Damn, that is a threat. Inseop's phone rings as Jaisung stands by nervously. Inseop answers in the hallway. Yes, father. His dad asks if he is busy, and he says not at all. His father says it has been a long time and asks him to join them for dinner. He adds that there is something they wanted to talk to him about. Inseop's eye widens slightly. This scene cuts to a dinner table laden with food. Inseop sits at the table, quietly looking down at his meal. Across from him sit an older man and woman, his parents. His father breaks the silence. A policeman stopped by. He continues, he said he wanted to clear you of suspicion in some criminal case. Inseop puts down his chopsticks. He looks up with a calm but intense expression. What did you talk about? His mother answers nervously, nothing much. He asked a little bit about your childhood. A speech bubble hangs in the air. Did you tell him? Inseop leans forward, his voice low. About the fountain pen. Man, that must be important. His mother looks surprised. I did. Is that a problem? He stands up abruptly, the chair clattering behind him. I should get going. He says he has some business to take care of. He grabs his coat and walks away, leaving his parents at the dinner table. His parents just sit there in the aftermath, their faces shadowed and grim later. His mother is washing dishes in the sink. She looks down, her expression filled with a deep-seated worry. His father wipes down the table. I still struggle with him. His wife asks what he means, and he says, all the people around him who have died, like in Yong. She continues washing a bowl. I am scared of the possibility that those deaths were not just accidents. Her husband puts a comforting hand on her shoulder. She looks up, startled and afraid. He tries to reassure her. Do not worry, he would not do that. But well, it does not sound convincing at all. This scene shifts to a language prep school. A woman with short reddish hair stands in an office as a man approaches. He walks past her with a curt good morning, and she bows her head. He waves his hand dismissively. Some fly is buzzing in my ear. Geez, what a jerk. This woman glares after him, clearly furious. Another woman calls out to her. Ms. Go. This coworker greets her and says people can be so petty. She advises Ms. Go to just try and turn the other cheek. Later, Ms. Go is teaching a class. She walks through the aisles as her students take a test. Back in the office, her phone vibrates on her desk. She reaches over to silence it. This rude coworker from earlier glances back at the sound. He gives her a look of pure annoyance. He walks over and deliberately bumps into her, saying, whoops. He gives a fake apology. Oh, sorry, I did not see you there. Man, this guy is the worst. He suddenly looks a little nervous, saying, wait. Ms. Go is on the floor, her mind racing. Does that count as sexual harassment? 2. This man just smirks and walks away, but Ms. Go grabs a small object from her desk. She holds up the object, which has a pen sticking out of it, and throws it. Her coworker watches in total shock. This man clutches his forehead. He has been hit. He looks at his hand, which is now covered in blood. He starts to panic. I am bleeding. Damn, she got him. A man grabs a woman by the collar in an office, yelling, you fucking bitch, that was aggravated assault. She screams right back at him. I am going to sue. Why? He cuts her off. Go ahead, do it. She holds up a bloody box cutter. Because if you do not, I will kill you. Damn, she is not playing. She drops the weapon on the floor between them. This man just starts laughing, a completely unhinged laugh. He points to a coworker sitting at her desk. Yoon-suk, you saw that, did not you? He yells that the woman hit him. The coworker just sips her drink. Yes, I saw, but then she drops a bomb. I saw all those times you touched the teachers here. Oh, he is a creep. She pushes her cup aside. If you make a big deal out of this incident, I will not stay quiet anymore. She dismisses him with a simple bye now, leaving him completely speechless. This man is left standing there, seething with rage, a cut on his forehead. This woman who confronted him goes back to her desk, rummaging through her bag. Her hand trembles as she picks up a pen. The adrenaline is wearing off. She clenches her fist, trying to regain her composure. Later, she walks alone down a quiet street, the sky a dusky blue. She kicks an empty pack of cigarettes lying on the sidewalk. She looks completely drained from the day's events. She walks into a convenience store, the bell jingling as the clerk greets her. She holds up her empty pack. Another pack of these, please. This cashier rings up her purchase. She then asks if she can get a lighter too. This lighter just clicks uselessly in her hand. She is outside on a balcony now, her phone buzzing as she tries to light a cigarette. She finally gets a flame, the lighter clicking to life. She sits back and takes a long drag, finally getting a moment of peace. A hand brings a cigarette up to a woman's lips. But someone snatches it right out of her mouth. She looks completely surprised. A hand appears in front of her, holding out a bunch of lollipops. It is our detective. He offers her a lollipop, telling her to take one. She takes one and starts crunching on the stick. He warns her. You will mess up your teeth if you do that. She tells him not to worry, but he just says that means she wants him to. He suggests a game, pointing to a white car across the street. She asks what kind. He asks if the person getting out of the car will run over to them. She says obviously not, so he bets that they will. She agrees. If I win, then you have to do me a favor. She asks if he will leave her alone if she wins. He agrees, then suddenly runs off yelling a name. A man runs toward them looking panicked. The detective yells, "You are back here again, huh?" He accuses the man of buying lottery tickets. The man denies it and runs off. This detective smirks. Looks like I won. Man, he totally rigged that. She starts to argue, but he cuts her off. Jaijang, he gets serious. You need to get Jaisung away from Inseop. Jaijang looks at him, completely stunned by his words. He asks if she knows Jaisung, then explains he saw them together while investigating a murder. He leans forward, his expression grim. Jaisung is in danger. He says he tried to warn Jaisung, but he thinks she might have better luck. She asks why. She asks if Inseop is planning to kill him. He promises to tell her if he finds evidence. He pleads with her to talk to her brother. She just looks down at the ground. She agrees. Okay, but I am not sure he will listen to me either. This detective looks away, his face set with determination. Ms. Go thinks to herself with a slight smile. He trusts Inseop more than he trusts me. Later, she walks down a street at night as her phone buzzes in her hand. She tries calling Jaisung, but it goes straight to voicemail. She hangs up. She lets out a frustrated sigh. This scene shifts to Jaisung's school, quiet and empty inside a classroom. A teacher lectures at the board. Jaisung sits at his desk, visibly trembling. Man, he is not doing well without his medication. He slumps over his desk, biting his hand and shaking uncontrollably. Poor guy. He looks up in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with panic. His phone buzzes, startling him. It is a text from Inseop. Jaisung's fingers fly across the keyboard as he types a frantic reply. He types out his message, his hands still shaking. He puts his head in his hands, completely overwhelmed. Damn it, elsewhere, Inseop stands holding his phone. He looks out a window with a calm, unreadable expression. From his point of view, he watches a car on the street below. A close-up on his eyes shows he is focused. Calculating, his phone starts ringing. The caller says Jaijang. He answers while looking out the window. Hello, Ms. Go. He says he is coming to pick up Jaisung. He continues. I am about to leave the office. I will pick you up. We see Seokyung sitting on a couch, waiting. He tells her, just wait for me. A black car speeds down the road. Inseop is driving, with Seokyung sitting in the passenger seat next to him. She asks why he decided to bring Jaisung home, and he replies, you have been doing too much for me. Inseop is driving at night. I mean, we do not even really know each other. He glances over with a slight smile. So that is where you draw the line, huh? Jaijang sits in the passenger seat, looking down. I must have done something wrong. Inseop just keeps that smug little smile on his face. He looks at her from the driver's seat. Do you like me? Man, he is bold. She just gives a noncommittal hem, not looking at him. He keeps pushing. Is that what it seems like? She finally looks at him, completely deadpan. I was being sarcastic. He just laughs. The way you were talking made it sound like you liked me, that is all. This car speeds through the rainy city streets. A hand opens a black umbrella as the rain comes down. Inseop holds the umbrella for Jaijang as she gets out of the car. Here, let us share the umbrella. They walk together under the umbrella in the downpour. From inside the house, Jaisung peeks out the door. He runs out with a huge smile, calling out Inseop's name, but he freezes mid-step, his eyes wide with shock. He sees his sister, Jaijang, standing right there with Inseop. Oh no, Jaisung immediately turns and runs back inside. Jaijang calls after him. She tries to follow, but Inseop puts a hand up to stop her. Wait here for a moment. Jaijang is left standing alone in the hallway. Jaisung, could you open the door? We see a shot of her feet in socks, standing on the dark floor. She sits down on a large couch, waiting nervously in the quiet room. She looks around the unfamiliar living room. Her eyes scan a shelf as she thinks. Not a TV in sight. That is unusual. Inseop returns, his tall figure looming over her as she sits on the couch. Inseop looks down with a fake sympathetic expression. I did my best, but he does not want to talk to you. Ms. Go looks disappointed. She says she has not seen Jaisung smile like that in a long time. This scene flashes with static. A thought bubble appears. He used to smile a lot as a kid, and we see a flashback of a little Jaisung looking up with a huge, happy smile. Man, poor kid. Another flash of static cuts the scene. Back in the present, Ms. Go bows to leave. I will get going then. I am sorry for the trouble. Her stomach grumbles loudly, and she looks completely mortified, but then Inseop grabs her wrist, calling out her name. He gives her a smooth smile. Would you like to have dinner? Oh, this is not good. This scene shifts to a fancy-looking meal on a plate. They are at his place. He says he just threw something together. She asks if he made it himself, and he says Jaisung likes it. They eat in silence. The only sound is the clinking of their forks. She tells him Jaisung is doing well and not skipping school anymore. Her hand reaches out across the table. She asks if it is still a secret how he and Jaisung became friends. He answers, we met at the psychiatrist's office. She looks shocked. He then asks her, are you happy now? Geez, what a weird thing to say. A speech bubble from Inseop warns, do not tell Jaisung that I told you. He puts a finger to his lips, smiling like it is their little secret. She asks why he was at the psychiatrist's office. He reminds her about his older sister. He explains that he struggled a lot when she died and has been seeing a psychiatrist since he was a kid. He says he thought he was getting better, but then his client killed himself, so he is thinking of going again. Man, he is laying it on thick. He gives her a small smile. I feel like I keep explaining myself to you. Ms. Go just looks down at her plate, taking it all in. She apologizes, saying something happened earlier and she was on edge. This man asks her what happened, and she explains. My boss kept touching me inappropriately at work. She finishes her story. So I hit him with a pencil sharpener. Man, good for her. This man just stares back at her, his expression unreadable. She looks down at her hands. I feel like I am losing my mind. She admits she is scared and cannot control her anger, and then she just starts laughing, a little unhinged. He asks if she is laughing, but he is smiling too. Not at you, you did a good job. She is confused, saying she was in the wrong, but he tells her she stood up for herself. He places his hand near her plate. I want you to be able to protect yourself. She asks him why. A speech bubble asks, because I am radiant. She sits there, waiting for his answer, looking straight at him. He just looks away thoughtfully, not saying a word. Suddenly, there is a knock at the door. Ms. Go stands up to leave, telling him to text her when he feels better, and we see who is knocking. It is Jae-sung. He tells her, I will wait as long as you need. Ms. Go walks past the man on the couch, who we now know is In Seop. In Seop sits with his head in his hands as she says she will get going now. She pauses, waiting for a response, but he just sits there in silence. She repeats herself. I said I am leaving. He finally looks up and just says. He gets up and offers her a ride, but she says she will take the bus. This scene cuts to the outside of the house. It is pouring rain. In Seop holds out an umbrella for her. Here, take this. He opens it for her as the rain comes down. She tells him he does not have to see her off. He calls out her name. Ms. Go. She turns back to look at him. He wants to talk about what she said earlier. She asks what it is. He looks at her and says, you are radiant. The scene shows his trophy shelf as he adds, and you always get up again, no matter how many times life knocks you down. Damn, he is a smooth talker. A man confesses to a woman in the rain. This is the first time I have ever wanted to protect someone before. He looks her straight in the eyes, asking if it means he likes her. He says it is the first time he has ever felt this way. She is completely taken aback, thinking he likes her just like that. He takes her hand, promising to try even harder for her. This scene cuts to a young woman in a school uniform, sitting quietly. A praying mantis crawls up her skirt. Man, that is creepy. A thought bubble just says, you. Then we see a man in a suit and gloves, resting his head on a desk. He seems to be unconscious as a hand reaches out toward him. This scene shifts again. A phone buzzes on a pillow. Jae-jung answers it groggily. The caller is from the psychiatrist's office. She sits up in alarm, asking if something happened to Jae-sung. They say he missed his appointment. She hangs up, promising to get in touch with him. This scene moves to a school hallway inside a bathroom. A phone buzzes from one of the stalls. It is Jae-sung, shaking as Jae-jung's call comes in. He looks absolutely terrified, unable to answer the phone. Jae-jung gets his voicemail, her expression growing more worried. We cut to an exterior shot of a cafe. Inside, In Seop's gloved hand taps impatiently on the table. He explains that Jae-sung needs to see his psychiatrist but has not been going. He asks someone if they would be able to take him. He is talking to Jae-jung, claiming Jae-sung wants to get better without medication. Jae-jung asks if that is not dangerous, but In Seop tells her not to worry. Yeah, right. Jae-jung looks down, clearly troubled by his question. She explains, I have a lot going on, as you know. She says she needs a new job and is overwhelmed with Jae-sung. He asks if that is her answer. In Seop just gives her a smug smile and says, fine. She is confused, but he offers to help her. He suggests, why do not we start by clearing up the misunderstanding with Jae-sung? They sit across from each other in the cafe, In Seop looking way too pleased with himself. Jae-jung looks to the side, still wary of him. This scene shifts to Burger Kim, where In Seop and Jae-sung are walking in. Jae-sung is excited. I love burgers. In Seop says he could tell from last time. Jae-sung happily explains that he especially likes shrimp burgers. They walk further into the restaurant and see Jae-jung sitting at a table. Jae-sung's happy expression immediately vanishes. He is completely shocked. What is Jae-jung doing here? In Seop puts a hand on his shoulder. In Seop leans in. Why do not you try talking to her? Man, this guy is a master manipulator. These two siblings sit across from each other in a very awkward silence. Jae-sung sits with his arms crossed as Jae-jung asks how he has been. He asks if she is okay, and she replies, that is all you have to say. She looks down sadly. It was nice to see you smile. She asks if he prefers staying at In Seop's house. He says it is obvious. She then asks if he feels uncomfortable around her. She asks, should I have let you stay with our aunt and uncle? Jae-sung's face darkens. He yells no, and the other patrons in the restaurant fade into white silhouettes. Jae-sung sits there, his face shadowed with anger and bad memories. He says not that, as Jae-jung looks at him, waiting for him to explain. She asks him directly, something happened to you at their house, did not it? He immediately shouts no. She turns away from him, clearly not buying his denial. She tells him, I do not mind if you stay within Seop for the time being, but I'd like to meet up every once in a while like this. She just wants to see him smile again. Jae-sung just stares back at her, his expression unreadable. She looks at him sadly, telling him he has grown a lot. She apologizes. I am sorry, I did not realize how much you were struggling when you were younger. This scene shifts to a man in a beanie walking through a parking lot. And we see In Seop sitting in his car, watching him. He is searching for someone named Seok-yeong-go. His gloved finger scrolls through the search results. His eyes narrow as he finds what he is looking for. He pulls up her profile, a biotechnology student at K University. He finds a group photo from her department, and he zooms in on one specific person, the man from the parking lot. In Seop looks up from his phone with a chilling smile. He found his target. He watches as the man walks by, completely unaware. This man heads off down the street. He sits alone on a bench as the sun sets, looking dejected. Some kids run past laughing and playing, but he does not even notice. He just stares down at his phone. Later, he heads into a convenience store. He sits at a small table inside, eating a cup of instant noodles from outside the window. Inseop watches him. Man, this is creepy. Inseop walks in and sits right across from the guy, who is still eating his noodles. A phone buzzes on a table. The caller id says Jaisung. Elsewhere, a man with glasses eats ramen while on the phone. Hello, how was your conversation with Jaijung? It is Inseop on the other end, he says. I am at a convenience store. This man with glasses listens intently, his head bowed. Inseop smiles into the phone. Want to stop by? This scene shifts to a bright orange sunset. Jaisung runs down the sidewalk in a suit, calling out Hyung. He suddenly stops, his eyes wide with shock. This man with glasses, his Hyung, is sitting at an outdoor table. Oh, there you are. Jaisung flinches and takes a step back. He looks absolutely terrified. A voice asks him what is wrong, and then Inseop appears, putting a hand on Jaisung's shoulder. You look like you have seen a ghost. This cousin looks confused. Jaisung can only stammer that Inseop is behind him. This cousin tells Jaisung he was worried. I did not hear from you at all after you left. He asks where Jaisung has been staying, but Jaisung is frozen in fear. This scene flashes with static lines. This cousin points at Inseop, asking Jaisung who he is. Another flash of static cuts the scene. He stands up to confront Inseop directly. How do you two? Well, who are you to him? His face is grim, his glasses glinting in the fading light. Inseop answers with a chilling confidence. We are very close. He then turns to Jaisung, putting him on the spot. Right, Jaisung. Jaisung is trapped between the two men, unable to speak. Inseop's eyes are cold, daring the cousin to challenge him. This cousin places a hand on Jaisung's chest. Jaisung seems uncomfortable. Man, he is not backing down. This detective watches as Inseop leads Jaisung away, yelling that he will wait for him at home. This scene shifts to the outside of Jaisung's house. Inside, Jaisung looks completely drained, his face pale and sweaty. Inseop asks if he got any sleep, and Jaisung admits he was too anxious. Inseop feigns concern, saying that is terrible. He puts a hand on his shoulder, asking if he can still power through it. Jaisung just looks back at him, clearly struggling. As Inseop tells him to get going, Jaisung grabs his coat and tells him to wait. He asks if it is okay for him to stay home from school today. Inseop just gives him this smug little smile, so Jaisung is left alone in his bed, looking miserable. Suddenly the doorbell rings, startling him. He gets out of bed as the ringing continues. He cautiously peeks through the peephole. It is Seokyung, the woman from Inseop's office. She figures he must have already left for school and turns to leave. But then Jaisung opens the door just a crack. She calls his name and asks what he is doing here. He just asks what she wants. She holds up a bag. I wanted to give you some side dishes. She asks why he is not at school, noting that he does not look well. He tells her to leave the bag and tries to close the door, but she stops it with her foot. She suggests they go somewhere together, but he immediately refuses. She leans in with a smile. I will give you some more pocket money, too. He just stares back at her, clearly considering the offer. This scene cuts to a bus pulling up to a stop. Jaijung and Jaisung are on a bus. He blinks slowly, looking dazed. He suddenly slumps over, his head resting on her shoulder. She looks down at her brother, who has fallen asleep on the ride. This bus pulls up to a stop in front of a large building. She gently wakes him up, calling his name. He jolts awake. She tells him, we should get off. Jaisung looks completely flustered, sweating and blushing. He stomps off ahead of her, and she calls out for him to wait. They enter a quiet, formal-looking building with a grand staircase. She points to a photo in a case. That is Mom and Dad. She hugs him from behind, talking to the memorial. This is Jaisung. He has gotten so big, has not he? He tells her to let go. He tries to pull away as she continues. And he is secretive and stubborn. But she finishes with a smile. But I am proud of him. She pulls him into another hug. You two do not have to worry about him anymore, she promises them. I will take care of him. Jaisung just looks down, a heavy expression on his face. This scene shifts to a bright, sunny day at the beach. She asks if he remembers this place. We came here with Mom and Dad once when you were just a baby. She starts telling a story about him falling, but then trips and falls into a hole herself. She lands on the sand with a soft thud. She just sits there on the sand, looking up at him, and then a huge laugh erupts. It is Jaisung. He is laughing hysterically, covering his mouth. Seeing him laugh makes her start laughing too. They both just laugh together on the empty beach. A genuinely happy moment. We see a flashback to a peaceful day at the beach with a lighthouse. A younger Jaisung sits on the sand, looking out at the water. His sister asks if he is glad he came, and he admits it was not bad. She smiles and pulls out her phone to take a picture of him. She frames him perfectly against the bright blue sky, but he suddenly springs to his feet, yelling, "What are you doing?" Jaijung just looks up at him, completely startled by his sudden anger. This memory fades, and Jaisung is back in the present, looking absolutely terrified. The scene cuts to a man on the floor screaming, "Let go, you bastard." Elsewhere, the detective is on the phone telling someone to wrap it up. He asks who is calling, and a desperate voice pleads, "Detective, please help." He thinks he recognizes the voice as the caller mentions his sister. We flash back to Ms. Go's thoughts during her confrontation. I do not care if I lose my teaching career, her boss yells at her. What did you say, you fucking bitch? But then he sees a giant caterpillar monster in front of him. Okay, what is happening? A speech bubble just says, This boss just stammers, completely thrown off by the sight. He runs off calling his mom, saying everything is fine, classic. This scene shifts to Jaijang behind bars, her hands bloody, she yells. The laptop is still in my room. Inseop turns away. I will come back later, so do not give any disadvantageous answers. Back with the detective. He runs toward police cars where Jaisung is waiting. He tells Inseop to wait there while he goes to check things out. This detective rushes into the police station. A close-up shows a hand splattered with blood. An officer tells him she is under arrest for assault. This detective looks at the news report. I know this person. Meanwhile, Jaijung sits alone in an office, waiting. She glances over her shoulder, the silence stretching on. Jaisung is there. He tells her, No, Ms. Jaijung, you're not that kind of person. There must be a reason. She looks at him with dead eyes. There is nothing the detective can do for me, she then asks him. Even if I said I wanted to kill someone, a speech bubble says, but I will take care of it myself. She looks down, her expression grim and resolved. This scene cuts to Inseop entering a dark apartment. We see his feet as he walks across the wooden floor. His gloved hands open a laptop on a desk. This light from the screen illuminates his face. He found what he was looking for. Jaijung asks Jaisung, You must have resented me all this time, right? I was the one who left you in that house. Jaisung finally snaps, Why only now, pretending like you care about me? She looks at him sadly. It must have been hard to tell the truth. You could not rely on me anyway. She gives him a small smile. I will take care of everything. Jaisung just looks down, his face a mask of pain. Poor kid. Under the full moon, she says, Yeah, I am sorry. She asks Inseop to take care of Jaisung, and he tells her not to worry. Inseop and Jaisung stand together as she is presumably taken away, back at the house. Inseop holds up a USB drive. He calls out to Jaisung. Kaisung, could you come here for a moment? Jaisung's eye widens in pure shock. He stands there trembling, a look of absolute terror on his face. Inseop explains, These are photos from Go Seokyoung's laptop. This is important evidence that will prove his crime. Jaisung's eye widens in absolute horror. Inseop asks him, The child in the photo, is that you, Giseong? Jaisung is on his knees, head bowed to the floor as Inseop stands over him. He says, I am going to submit these materials to the police and make sure Go Seokyoung is punished. Jaisung stammers about the police, but Inseop asks if his cousin should not be the one getting punished. Inseop puts a hand on his back, but if you report Go Seokyoung, the teacher will not be able to work anymore. He lays out the alternative. If you keep quiet about what happened to you, Go Seokyoung might accept a settlement for the assault. He stands over Jaisung, who is still kneeling on the floor. Man, this is pure manipulation. He paints a picture of his cousin's crime being exposed, and his sister becoming a convicted criminal. Inseop smiles, twisting the knife about the past trauma and his sister's failure to protect him. This scene flashes with a sharp sound effect, and we see Seokyoung, the boss, bursting through a door looking frantic. Inseop sits waiting for him in a cafe, looking perfectly composed. He calls out the man's name across the empty cafe, Go Seokyoung. Seokyoung sits across from him, laughing as he looks at some papers, but then his face falls, his eyes wide with horror at what he is seeing. Inseop holds up photos of a young Jaisung. I will be filing charges for child abuse, for creating and possessing child sexual exploitation material. Damn, Inseop just looks at him coldly. Do you have anything to say? Seokyoung explodes, yelling at him to do it and asking if he has his laptop. He threatens to charge Inseop with theft and assault, saying he will never settle. Inseop is completely unfazed. Do you really not grasp the situation? He begins to lay out the consequences, starting with his resume. He promises, Wherever you get a job, whoever you meet, I will send these photos. Geez, that is cold. Inseop spells it out, how everyone will point fingers and call him less than trash. He asks if that is really living, rotting alone while his parents suffer. Man, total destruction. This cousin confronts Inseop, asking how he is going to send those photos. Inseop holds up his phone, his gloved hand gripping it tightly. He says, in case you do not believe me, and he shows him an email draft, ready to tell potential employers that he is a child sex offender. Damn, a panel of pure shock. This cousin accuses him of blackmail, but Inseop just says he does not care about the law. He looks at him coldly. Someone asked me to make you wish you were dead. This scene blurs with a sharp sound effect, and the cousin drops to his knees, a card falling to the floor. He immediately apologizes. He just kneels there in complete submission as Inseop watches. He admits he was reckless. He looks up, sweating and desperate, asking if a settlement would be okay. He promises, If you want, I will never go near Go Giseong again. He begs, asking if that is what Inseop wants. He says he will die if his dad finds out. He even offers money, asking how much would be enough. Inseop just stares back at him, his expression unreadable. This cousin is losing it, screaming at him to just say he will settle. He crawls on the floor. Inseop calls him pathetic for struggling to live. Inseop looms over him with a chilling smile. Why do not you just die? Geez, that is cold. A close-up shows the cousin sweating profusely. He stammers out the word lawyer. This scene cuts to a man in a blue tracksuit sitting in an office chair. He looks to the side, a lollipop stick in his mouth. A new player has entered the game. This scene flashes with static lines. We see a flashback of the detective asking Jaijung, even if you wanted to kill someone. This memory cuts out again, he thinks to himself. I knew she was not that kind of person, but in that moment it felt chilling. His hand clenches as he realizes she is changed. Back in the present, the detective looks over his investigation board. He wonders if Jaijung's change is because of Inseop's influence. An officer brings him a report on a serial arson case. This detective believes that if they solve this case, the parents' murder case will also be solved. Damn, his colleague is skeptical, pointing out that nothing about Inseop has been confirmed, but the detective has a gut feeling. My feeling is that Inseop is determined to get something he wants. He looks off to the side, deep in thought. This other officer argues that Inseop is not motivated by money. This detective bites down on the stick in his mouth, thinking it over. He slaps a lottery ticket on the desk, having a sudden realization. We cut to a white car parked on the side of the road. This detective sits inside, his expression grim and resolved. He clicks his seatbelt into place. He thinks to himself that if you are confused, you should confront it head-on. He decides he will work with the cards he has been dealt. He stands outside of the Inseop law firm building. He is really doing it. Inside, Inseop writes at his desk with a fancy pen. This door chimes and Inseop looks up. This detective stands in the office, ready for a confrontation. Inseop holds up the pen and says, I heard you met my parents. Geez, what a power play. Inseop sits at his desk, calmly accusing the detective. You are trying to pin the murder on me. This detective stands before him, asking, how can you do that even as a detective? A speech bubble clarifies his accusation. This is clearly false defamation and a targeted investigation. This detective leans in, his eyes narrowed. Really, to me, you are the suspect in the Jung Myeon murder. He points to a pen on the desk engraved with the name Owen Young and says so. He gets to the point. What did you want from Go Gi-seong and Bae Seokyeong when you approached them? Inseop just gives him a slight, knowing smile. Man, this guy is infuriating. This detective clarifies that Seokyeong is the teacher. Inseop leans back in his chair, completely unfazed, and just says, I like her. This detective is completely thrown, thinking, does he mean he really likes Go Gi-jeong? He stands there, trying to figure out if Inseop is just messing with him. Inseop rests his chin on his gloved hand. That is not how you talk about someone you like. This detective slams his hand down on the desk. He is losing his patience. He leans over the desk, demanding, then you will not hurt the people around Gi-jeong, right? Inseop just stares back as the detective adds, since it is someone you like. This detective turns and walks away, looking defeated. This scene cuts to the front of Jeongjin High School at sunset. A man with glasses and a bandaged nose is crouched on the ground, muttering, damn it, damn it. He looks up in frustration. That fucking lawyer bastard, damn it. Looks like he had a run-in with Inseop. He hears students leaving and looks up. Startled, he quickly gets to his feet, scanning the crowd. He spots Jae-sung and runs after him, calling his name. He grabs Jae-sung's backpack. Jae-sung turns around, annoyed. What the hell? Another student turns around as Jae-sung says, God, this is disgusting. This man with the glasses just looks at him, his expression unreadable against the setting sun. Jae-sung stands frozen as someone calls his name. This cousin runs toward him, yelling, it is me, your brother. He grabs Jae-sung's arm, pleading, go to the lawyer and tell him it is not true. Jae-sung looks horrified, telling him to let go. The cousin promises not to take his pictures anymore. He then confesses, I only did that because I liked you. Man, that is messed up. This cousin is on his knees, begging Jae-sung to save him just this once. Jae-sung is sweating, completely terrified, as the cousin promises to disappear forever. Jae-sung finally snaps. He shoves the man's hand away. Fine, I said fine, let go of my hand. He turns and runs as the cousin calls out his name. This cousin collapses to the ground, still yelling for Jae-sung to go. Jae-sung just keeps running, his hand outstretched. He pulls out his phone and makes a call. A text panel explains the aftermath. The cousin's crime is exposed, and his sister becomes a convicted person, and we get the reason for his trauma. The cousin hurt him, and he hates his sister for not protecting him. Back in the present, Jae-sung is on the phone. No, I did not want this. This is not what I wanted. He breaks down completely. I do not want any punishment. I just want to forget, please. Poor kid. He collapses to his knees, begging for help. This scene cuts to the Inseop law office. Jae-jung stands inside, looking worried and confused. Inseop asks what she is talking about. He asks if she is not pressing charges against Go Seokyeong. He says he cannot do anything if Jae-sung wants to drop the case. She says that is not right and pulls out her phone. She tries to call Jae-sung, while Inseop just watches her from his desk. She gets an answer, and her face falls. What do you mean you will not press charges? She yells into the phone, that bastard ruined your life. She screams that he is a criminal. A laptop sits on the desk nearby. Jae-sung continues his call, yelling about how she can just let his cousin go when he is the victim. He screams into the phone, I am the victim, and if I say I do not want it, who are you to interfere? I said I do not want it. On the other end, Jae-jung listens in shock as he explains. It was already killing me to even tell you, and now you want me to tell everyone else. No, she is completely speechless, unable to respond. She finally manages to whisper an apology. She turns away, telling him, if you ever change your mind, just tell me. Jae-sung sits alone, looking at his phone. He promises his sister he will protect her, no matter what. His backpack lies on the ground as he thinks to himself. I did the right thing. He clenches his fist, justifying his choice. As long as I stay quiet, my sister can keep teaching and no one else has to know what I went through. A close-up shows the haunted look in his eye, but a single question lingers in his mind. Is it fine? Back in the law office, Jae-jung looks at In-seop. What should we do? In-seop asks if she wants to sign the contract, but she walks away. No, not yet. Please give us a little time. In-seop just watches her go with a calm, unreadable expression. This scene cuts to a suitcase being thrown out of an apartment. Jae-jung is there to get her things. The man she assaulted stands in the doorway. This man tells her they already settled, and that he just met Jae-sung to apologize. Her eyes widen in horror. She asks him, was it you? Did you say something strange to Gi-seong? She grabs his collar, demanding to know what he said. He panics, saying he did not say anything. She glares at him as he insists. I just apologized, that is all. She does not look convinced at all. She shoves him away, telling him to get out. He quickly leaves, thanking her as he goes. Man, what a coward. A thought bubble reveals her true feelings. I am avoiding you because you disgust me. This scene ends with the sound of a vacuum cleaner running. She is cleaning up the mess. A woman with short hair smiles while on the phone, holding a vacuum. She says, of course. She is cleaning a room, telling someone they have cleared out his stuff and can come home. She tries to reassure them. He has got a job now, so he will not pull anything weird again, promise. We cut to Jae-sung on the phone, looking completely stunned. He asks, a job. He cannot believe it. Someone like that can get a job. A close-up on his eye reveals his despair. When I cannot even see a future for myself. His bitter thought hangs in the air. He gets to have one. This woman on the other end of the line now looks concerned. Jae-sung is standing on a high ledge, phone in hand, looking down. This shot pulls back to show him standing alone on the rooftop of a skyscraper. A sharp memory hits him. Red text screams his name and the words, I miss mom. We see a younger Jae-sung, his face covered in a storm of traumatic voices and suicidal thoughts. He stands on a balcony, haunted by a flood of painful memories. His voices become a chaotic jumble, completely overwhelming him. Back in the present, Jae-sung is crying into the phone. He calls out, Big Brother. He asks the person on the line, will you die with me? Man, this is heartbreaking. He calls out again, this time using the word Hyung. He repeats his desperate plea, will you die with me? On the other end of the call is In-seop, listening intently. He sits in his office and asks calmly, where are you right now? Jae-sung walks slowly along the edge of the rooftop. Tears stream down his face. He looks utterly hopeless. Suddenly, a pair of gloved hands reach out from behind him. In-seop is there. He pulls Jae-sung back from the edge. Are you trying to drown yourself? Jae-sung collapses against him, explaining what happened. My cousin, he came to my school, so, on the phone, In-seop tells Jae-sung, you have thought it through very well. We see a flashback of a shadowy In-seop putting his hands on Jae-sung's shoulders. This scene flashes back to the phone call, a sound effect ringing out. In-seop's gloved hand snatches Jae-sung's phone as his sister calls. He lets the phone drop to the ground, asking if that was the teacher. He looks at a horrified Jae-sung. Poor teacher, it must have been hard taking care of a worm like Gi-seong. Jae-sung stammers, but In-seop just gives him a chilling smile. He continues his verbal assault. You leached off your sister, and now you are living with me. He finishes the thought like a parasite. Geez, that is brutal. He looks down on the kid and just says, pathetic. Jae-sung is trembling. Really, what is wrong with you, Hyung? He reminds him, you said you'd die with me. In-seop just gives a smug little smile, not a care in the world. He turns his back on him. I do not plan on dying with a worm like Gi-seong. Jae-sung is completely stunned as In-seop clarifies. When I said I will die with you, it was so I could watch you die. Jae-sung yells out in desperation. Hyung, you said you'd be my brother. In-seop does not even turn around. He just says, well. He finally looks back at the broken kid. Who would want to stay by Gi-seong's side? Jae-sung stands there, completely shattered. In-seop says, it took a long time, but he looms over him with a terrifying smile. Will you die for me? Jae-sung looks away, sweating and terrified. He turns back, his eyes wide with pure horror. He grabs his head, finally breaking down completely. This scene pulls back to show Jae-sung collapsed on the bridge. In-seop just watches. Damn, this phone rings with Jae-jung's name on the cracked screen. On the other end, Jae-sung clutches his head in agony. Memories flash through his mind of his sister's promise. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Her smiling face echoes the word promise. His hand slams down on the phone, ending the call. A single thought echoes in the silence. By what right? We see him kneeling before In-seop, reaching for the phone on the ground between them. In-seop's voice is cold. You are the one who is going to die today. We see a flash of the cousin, Seok-young, looking down in fear. A close-up shows the sweat dripping down his terrified face. Back in the present, Jae-sung looks down from a high railing, his eyes dark and empty. He falls to the ground on an overpass as In-seop's shadow looms over him. In-seop taunts him, what, do not you even have the courage to die? Jae-sung looks up, tears welling in his eyes as In-seop offers an alternative. Then how about killing someone? He leans in, his hand outstretched like a devil making a deal. Kill Go Seok Young. Inseop spells it out for him. The one who tormented you, the one who tormented your sister, kill Go Seok Young. Jaisung is stunned. What? How could I? Inseop's voice cuts through his hesitation. Is not it unfair? Jaisung looks up, a horrifying thought taking root. If I kill my cousin, a single tear falls as he finishes the thought. Would I no longer be a worm? Man, poor kid. Inseop places a hand on his shoulder, a knowing smirk on his face. He has got him. This scene cuts to two men laughing outside a PC cafe. One jokes, "Dude, you should have blinked back then." Suddenly, the man in the suit is grabbed by the collar. He looks down to see Jaisung holding a box cutter to his chest. What is this? This other man turns around, a smug look on his face. How is not this Go Gi Seong? This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating. On the other end of the line, Jaisung begs, Save me, please save me. We cut to Jaijung's thoughts. When I cannot even see a future for myself, she thinks about her cousin. He gets to have one. Damn, that is dark. She holds her phone, her expression cold and resolved, back in her apartment. She calls out for her brother, but he is not there. She looks at her phone, a worried expression creeping onto her face. Her hand tightens around the device. This phone just keeps ringing in the empty room. A message tells her the person she is calling is on another call. We get a title card for the chapter, showing Jaijung on the phone. This scene shifts to a stack of neatly folded clothes. Jaijung sits on the couch, waiting anxiously. She stares at her phone, a bead of sweat on her face, still nothing. She finally snaps and rushes for the door, grabbing her coat. Outside, she frantically hails a taxi. She jumps in and yells an address to the driver as the taxi speeds off. She remembers that Jaisung often hung up on her like this, but this time feels different. Her phone suddenly rings. It is lawyer Oh In-seop. She tells him she is on her way to his house since Jaisung is not answering. In-seop's voice comes through the phone. I just got a call from Gi Seong. He drops a bomb. He said he wants to die. Her face falls in absolute horror. She screams into the phone. Why did not you tell me? He tells her he is also looking and to just come, and then he just hangs up. The call ends. In-seop stands alone in the dark, looking completely composed. Man, he is pulling all the strings. In-seop stands over the cousin's body on the phone and says This cousin looks up, seeing In-seop's silhouette reflected in his terrified eye. You are. In-seop gives a slight smile, advising the man on the ground. It'd be wiser to hold your tongue. He continues calmly. Someone passing by will notice and report it. Man, this guy is cold. A close-up shows his completely unfeeling gaze. This scene cuts to Jaisung looking up at a street lamp, completely disconnected from reality. He stands there with a blank expression, a smear of blood on his cheek. He is alone on an empty street, a text box asking, "What is happening right now?" A distorted memory flashes of his cousin, Seok Young, bleeding from the mouth. This screen cuts to black and white static, a moment of pure shock. Jaisung covers his mouth in horror, the world swirling around him. He bends over in the middle of the street, about to be sick. This full moon hangs in the sky, watching over the scene. Jaisung just walks away, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He wanders through the dark as a terrifying thought hits him. What if he is dead? Did I really kill him? He stops walking, staring down at the ground. Jaisung stands there with his eyes closed, trying to process what he has done. A single tear rolls down his cheek as the weight of it all crashes down. Suddenly, In-seop is there. Jaisung grabs his coat, asking desperately, "What am I going to do?" He breaks down completely, stammering, my cousin. In-seop looks down at him, asking with feigned concern, "Why did you do that, Gi Seong?" He looms over the kid, his voice full of fake shock. "Do you know what you have done?" Jaisung is a crying mess, unable to answer as In-seop says his name. In-seop puts a hand on his shoulder, delivering the final, crushing blow. "You killed someone." Jae-sung's eyes widen in pure terror, the words echo in his mind. Someone's dead, a flashback to the attack. Blood splatters across the wall as Jae-sung stands over a body. A scream rips through the air. Jae-sung is screaming, his face a mask of pure terror. He is completely losing it, and In-seop just stands there, watching him break. He looks up at In-seop, crying, "I just Hyung, you told me to kill him." He gets more frantic, insisting, "That is right, you told me to kill him." In-seop just looks down at him, cold as ice. "I said something like that." He grabs Jae-sung's arm, trying to sound concerned. "This will not do, Gi-seong, let us go to the hospital." And now he is gaslighting him, blaming it on his medication. "I was wrong, you should not stop your meds abruptly. I am sorry." Jae-sung shoves his hand away, he is not buying it. He turns and bolts, leaving In-seop calling his name. He just keeps running, his mind racing. What have I done? Have I finally lost my mind? But then a darker thought cuts through the panic. What does that matter? He comes to a horrifying realization. I killed someone of my own will. This weight of it crashes down on him. I am a murderer. Just then, his sister Jae-jung comes running up, calling his name. She is so relieved to see him. "There you are, thank goodness." She can tell something is wrong. "Tell your sister, okay." He just turns away from her, muttering her name. Her expression fills with dread. She knows this is bad. In the reflection of her eye, she sees him bolt into the street. A car horn blares, and then there is just a blur of motion and impact. Jae-jung collapses to the ground in absolute shock, and just like that, In-seop is there, covering her eyes, preventing her from seeing. He pulls her into an embrace, holding her as she breaks down. Jae-jung runs with everything she has, her face a mask of pure panic. She sprints down the street, screaming Jae-sung's name into the night. Her eyes are wide with terror. She knows something is terribly wrong, and then we see it. A flash of red against the pavement. A crime scene is cordoned off, with a chalk outline on the ground. Damn. This detective from before is at the scene. He gets the report. He died on the way to the hospital. His carotid artery was cut from stab wounds. And here is the weapon, a bloody box cutter in an evidence bag. This detective asks about the suspect. His partner confirms it was a high school student, but he adds something else about the student, a thoughtful look on his face. This scene shifts to a hospital, outside the operating center. Jae-jung sits alone in the waiting area, looking completely numb. She just stares into space, waiting for any news at all, and of course, In-seop is there. He tells her, "You should drink some water and rest your throat." She just shakes her head as he offers her a cup. He takes her hand in his gloved one, offering some twisted form of comfort. He tells her, "Gi-seong will be okay," and she just breaks down completely, sobbing into her hands. He just watches her cry, repeating the word please. A doctor in scrubs walks down the hall. She runs up to him, desperately asking, "Is Gi-seong going to be all right?" This doctor says he is past the critical point, but he is still unconscious and in a coma. Her face falls. That is not the news she wanted to hear. He explains they will have to keep him in the ICU and watch his condition. This news is too much. Jae-jung collapses to the floor. In-seop leans down, asking if she is all right. He says, "This is my fault." Jae-jung is on her knees in the hospital, filled with regret. "Why did not I pay more attention?" She thinks about her brother. If I had noticed sooner how far he'd been pushed. Her thought continues, to the point he'd rather die like this. She believed she could protect him and that he was strong enough to get through it. Looking down from above, she just keeps blaming herself. Why did I do that? In-seop puts a hand on her shoulder, telling her it is not her fault. He looks down at her with a reassuring smile. "You did everything you could, man, this guy." She looks up at him with tears in her eyes as he says, "I am here with you." This sound of footsteps echoes in the empty hospital waiting room. Jae-jung looks up, startled by the sound. It is the detective from before. She asks how he knew to come here. He just looks at her with a grim expression. He looks past her to In-seop and apologizes. Jae-jung is completely confused. More footsteps approach from the hallway. A police officer stands with the detective, asking if she is Go Jae-sung's guardian. A speech bubble confirms it. "Yes, that is right." Jae-jung looks away, her face stained with tears, and says yes. This officer then drops a bomb. "We need you to come with us for a moment on suspicion of killing Go Seok-young." Jae-jung is in absolute shock. What are you talking about?" This detective just stands there as she asks again what they are saying. Her eyes are wide with horror, tears streaming down her face. She stumbles backward as the detective calls out her name. In-seop catches her. He asks the detective, "May I go with her?" This detective looks flustered, but agrees. This scene cuts to an empty nurse's station, confirming they are at the hospital. A man who looks like a detective peeks around a corner in a hospital. He sees Jae-jung sitting in a waiting area with the lead detective and In-seop. This lead detective is talking to Jae-jung while In-seop stands by. This other detective takes notes, saying, "Anyway, the thing is," In-seop explains to the detective, "Gi-seong has been staying at my place lately to avoid Go Seok-young." In-seop offers to pack Jae-sung's things, but the detective just says no. This detective tells Jae-jung, "We will go there ourselves." He looks at In-seop, specifying their destination. "To your house, Mr. Oh." In-seop. Jae-jung looks up, her face etched with exhaustion and worry. We see a memory of Jae-sung in a hospital bed, bandaged and on a ventilator. Jae-jung in scrubs and a mask looks down at him, her eyes full of sorrow. This scene cuts to a large, modern house at night, In-seop's home. In-seop lets the two detectives inside, telling them to come in. This second detective looks around the house with a suspicious gaze. This lead detective walks in, thinking Insiop did not expect them to show up. He believes that if Insiop took anything, he would have hidden it here. This second detective is determined, thinking he will find proof that Insiop is a killer. His face is cast in shadow as he begins his search. He runs a hand along a surface, which is completely clean. He turns back to Insiop, having noticed something odd. This camera pans over a perfectly clean shelf with glasses and bottles. Another shot shows a tidy bookshelf and living room area. This detective's partner points out how clean it is. There is nothing on the shelf, not even a speck of dust. This lead detective smiles knowingly. It is like it was cleaned just recently. He holds up a suitcase. These are all of Giseong's belongings. This detective stands in a sleek apartment. Facing Insiop, who holds a suitcase, he points to a closed door, asking, "Is that the room Go Giseong stayed in?" This detective opens the door, a creaking sound filling the silence. He looks into a completely dark and empty room. Yeah, it is totally cleared out, not a single trace of Jaisung left. This detective's expression hardens. He tells himself to get a grip. He leaves with the suitcase as Insiop thanks him. The detective thinks they will not find anything this way. This scene cuts to the exterior of the police station. Back in the office, another officer calls out to him. "Senior, take a look at this." He asks what it is. The officer says the evidence checks out. A report reveals a shocking detail about the suspect. It appears the suspect was forced to dress as a girl and has been sexually abused since childhood. On the screen are folders of blurry, disturbing photos. This detective tells his junior to keep that laptop safe. This scene shifts as the detective begins his own investigation. He opens up the suitcase he took from Insiop's apartment. He starts going through Jaisung's belongings, looking for clues. He finds a few notebooks and textbooks. He notes that there is a new textbook and an empty notebook. His eyes widen as he finds something tucked inside. It is a handwritten note. "I do not want to live, man, poor kid." He reads more of Jaisung's desperate thoughts about school being hell and his abuser living well. This detective sits in his office, reading through the boy's diary, but then he finds a more recent entry. "Lately, I have been wanting to live, little by little." A text box reveals that Insiop knew everything. Jaisung wrote about wanting to overcome his trauma, just like his Hyung. This camera pans to the detective's investigation board, a complex web connecting Insiop to all the victims. This detective draws another line on his board, connecting Insiop to Jaisung. He stares at the board, his expression grim and focused. His investigation leads him to another woman, a new face on the board. These connections all seem to point in one direction, and now that woman is sitting in an interrogation room, waiting. She looks absolutely exhausted, her eyes downcast. She tells the detective, "I am sorry, but I am struggling so much because of Giseong right now." This detective cuts her off. "I do not want to hear about that, man, he is all business." He slides Jaisung's diary across the table. This is the diary Oh In-seop told him to write. As she reads, he explains the diary's true purpose. It was meant to make him look mentally unstable. He lays it all out, a perfect setup for staging a suicide and enough evidence to justify a murder motive. She closes the book, her mind reeling. If this is true, why? She asks him why In-seop would do all this, and he begins to explain. This scene flashes with static, a moment of pure shock. We are back to the investigation board, focusing on her picture. Another flash of static cuts the scene. This detective clenches his fist on the table. "I am sorry I could not protect him." He looks at her with absolute determination. "I will uncover the truth, I promise." He just stares at her, letting his promise sink in. Her mind races, trying to process the horrible truth. If the lawyer really did that, she looks up, completely lost. What am I supposed to do? This scene shifts to In-seop, standing alone outside a building. He walks with purpose towards the entrance. He meets the woman from the interrogation. "You are back." She looks at him, her voice trembling. She asks him the question that has been haunting her. "Did you know how much Giseong was suffering?" Jaijung looks at In-seop, her voice trembling. "Why did not you tell me?" In-seop stands before her, his excuse ready. Giseong did not want anyone to know. He keeps spinning his web of lies. "I was afraid that telling you too soon would break the trust he had in me." He recalls what Jaisung supposedly said. "I cannot bring myself to face you, teacher." He acts full of regret, clutching his own arm. "When he said those things, I should have stopped him." He continues his performance. "I should have kept him from quitting his meds." He pulls her into an embrace and she apologizes to him. "I am sorry, teacher." He offers to take her home, but she grabs his sleeve to stop him. She looks up at him, desperate. "Teacher, I do not think I can handle being alone in an empty house." In-seop looks surprised for a moment, or at least he pretends to be. We get a title card for the chapter over a snowy neighborhood scene back at his place. In-seop stirs a pot of what looks like porridge. He cooks in the kitchen while Jaijung sits huddled on the couch in the background. She just sits there, looking completely lost and empty. He places a bowl of porridge in front of her. "Here, you must be hungry." He looks down at her with that same gentle, fake expression. He gently asks her, "Is there something you'd like to tell me?" She looks up with a faint, heartbreaking smile and says no. She looks back down at the untouched food, saying there is nothing. Later that night, the apartment is dark and silent. Jaijung is asleep in a guest bed, tucked under the covers. And then In-seop is there, looming over her as she sleeps. Man, this is creepy. He kneels down beside the bed, getting closer. She murmurs her brother's name in her sleep, clearly having a nightmare. He just watches her, a dark silhouette as she calls out for her brother. This scene opens on a quiet morning, with snow falling gently outside a window. Inseop is in his kitchen making breakfast, while Jaijung sits silently at the table. She asks if it is okay for him not to go to work. He says he is working from home. He turns to her, adding that he is worried about her as he cooks. He tells her Jaisung will be able to move to a different ward soon. He brings her a plate, saying she needs to stay healthy to see her brother. She just stares at him with a hollow expression. A hand is shown flipping through a book. Likely Jaisung's diary. Jaijung looks at the food. Her thoughts are bleak. I do not want to believe it. She picks up her spoon, thinking she will want to die if it is true. Man, she is at her limit. This scene shifts to a snowy day outside by a river. Jaijung walks alone, wrapped in a green plaid blanket. She sits on a bench as Inseop approaches from behind. He offers her a warm drink, a gentle look on his face. We get a wide shot of the bridge and the river, setting the cold, isolated scene. They sit together on the bench, a quiet and tense moment. Inseop tries to make small talk. It snowed a lot overnight. He says he hoped this would make her feel better, but it seems not to be working. We see the detective's thoughts on the diary, how it could frame a suicide or prove a motive for murder. Jaijung's hand tightens around the coffee cup. She finally looks at him and asks the question, "Why did you tell him to write a diary?" Inseop just smiles back at her, completely unfazed. And his response is just chilling. What answer do you want to hear? They sit there on the bench, the air thick with her suspicion and his manipulation. He gives a simple excuse. He was having a really hard time, so I told him to write to get those feelings out. This detective asks Inseop a pointed question. Did you tell your sister to write a diary too? Inseop looks over, his expression unreadable as always. We cut to a cold winter day, snow on the branches. Inseop just says no. Flashback shows Inseop comforting a devastated Jaijung. He tells her, I did not. They sit together on a bench, a quiet moment of supposed support. Back in the present, the detective is on the phone. Actually, we are currently investigating a case, and I wanted to confirm the exact time the first report came in. He confirms the details of the case, the cousin's murder, but the person on the other end says something that shocks him. He asks again, his voice tight, "What time did you say?" He ends the call politely, but you can tell his mind is racing. He sits at his desk, putting the pieces together. This detective pictures the scene, Inseop standing over the body making a call. He realizes Inseop pretended to be flustered, delaying the call for help. These pieces are clicking into place. Inseop wanted the cousin to die from blood loss, and the whole point was to frame Jaisung for murder. Man, that is just evil. This detective sees the full scope of the plan. He unwraps a lollipop, thinking about how cunning and meticulous it all was. This scene shifts to Jaijung, sitting alone in a dimly lit room. She looks down, lost in thought. She turns her head towards a light source, and a small, chilling smile crosses her face. Oh, a text message appears on screen, an obituary notice from her uncle. A text message appears on screen. It is the address of Seokyoung's funeral hall. Jaijung sits alone on the floor of a dark room, staring at her phone. This scene shifts to the funeral hall, filled with mourners at low tables. We see the funeral portrait of her cousin, Go Seokyoung. His parents are there. The mother sits grieving while the father stands beside her. Jaijung arrives, holding a bottle of soju as she walks toward the altar. This mother sees her and is immediately hostile. Do you have any idea where you are coming here? But the father steps in, saying he called her. Still, we are family. Jaijung gives a cold, bitter smile. She repeats his words. Family, huh? She walks past them without another word, her footsteps echoing. She twists the cap off the soju bottle. This parents watch her, their faces filled with shock and confusion. And then she starts pouring the soju directly into the incense burner. Damn, she empties the entire bottle, dousing the ceremonial incense. This mother points a trembling finger at her, screaming, "Why you?" Jaijung's face is a mask of fury as she raises the empty bottle. She smashes it against the altar, glass shattering everywhere. This mother is absolutely losing it. What do you think you are doing? She continues her tirade. You killed my son and still have the nerve to come here. This other mourners just stand there, completely stunned by the scene. This parents lunge at Jaijung, grabbing her hair and screaming, "You damn wench, you cursed woman." This mother yells in her face, "After everything we did for you." A close-up on Jaijung's eye, it is wide with pure, undiluted rage. A sharp sound effect cracks through the air. Jaijung grabs the mother's face, her own face a terrifying shadow as she silences her. Jaijung confronts the mother. "Hooray you calling a wench, hooray you calling cursed." This mother is on the floor. Jaijung asks what she meant by doing things for her. Jaijung's face is full of rage. "You beat me, treated me so horribly, and you call that did it for me," she screams at the woman. Was I not enough? Was I not enough that you left that poor kid to end up like that?" This mother just cries on the floor, asking how she could do this. We see a broken bottle on the floor. A man says they are holding back too. He tells them to go home, but the mother screams that Jaisung bewitched her son. Jaijung is not having it. "Shut your mouth, your filthy son drove Giseong to the edge." She picks up the broken bottle from the floor and she lunges forward, screaming that they are all the same. Inseop stands there, watching the chaos unfold. We get a title card for this chapter. For your murder, this men look on in shock as Jaijung threatens them with the broken bottle. She screams, "If my brother does not wake up, I will kill you all." But then a gloved hand snatches the bottle away from her. It is Insiop. He starts dragging her out of there as she yells to be let go. Behind them, the mother just keeps wailing for her son to be brought back. This scene shifts to the exterior of the funeral hall at sunset. Insiop drags Jaijung away from the building. She stops and confronts him. "What did you do to Gi Seong?" She grabs his coat, accusing him. "You are the one who told him not to take his meds, right?" She is completely losing it. "You just stood there watching while the kid was struggling." She demands to know why. He just says her name calmly. A sharp sound cuts through the air and he slaps her across the face. "Damn, that is cold." Insiop just stares off to the side, his expression completely unreadable after what he just did. He stands over her in the hallway, asking coldly, "Are you done?" Jaijung looks away, stunned into silence with a red mark on her cheek. He looms behind her, a terrifying shadow, and tells her, "Come to my place." She looks back at him, her eyes wide with fear. A bead of sweat runs down her face and then he smiles, that same gentle, fake smile he always uses. Man, this guy is a monster. This scene shifts to Jaijung in bed. Her thoughts narrate the scene. Looking back, it all started from the moment I met Oh In Seop. Her eyes are wide open in the dark, terrified. That is when my life began to fall apart. She stares at a closed door, wondering if everything really is because of Oh In Seop. This next morning, the sun rises, casting a pink glow through the window. Jaijung puts on her shoes, ready to leave the apartment. Insiop asks her why she is going out. She tells him, "I am going to look for a job." She explains her situation. "I need to pay for Gi Seong's hospital bills. With what I have saved, we're barely hanging on." He offers to give her the money, trying to keep her indebted to him. "Cannot I lend you the money?" She refuses his offer. "Thank you, but I will take care of it myself." He leans against the doorframe, telling her, "Come back early." It sounds more like an order. She just agrees quietly, saying okay. A bright blue sky fills the screen, a transition to later in the day. Night falls, and a full moon hangs in the sky. She is still not back. A gloved hand tries the door to an office, but it is locked with a closed sign. It is in Siop. He pulls out his phone and starts dialing Jaijung's number. He holds the phone to his ear, a confident little smile on his face, but as he walks down a dark corridor, he gets an automated message. The customer is unable to answer the phone. His smile is gone. He looks concerned, maybe even a little annoyed. A close-up on his eye shows his shock. He is losing control of the situation. This bathroom door creaks open in the dark apartment. A man in a suit and overcoat stands in a doorway, holding a briefcase. He looks over his shoulder, his expression tense. This scene cuts to the exterior of the hospital at night. A nurse informs someone. Patient Go Gi-seong has been completely transferred. A close-up on a wide, shocked eye. A car speeds through the city streets. Footsteps echo down an empty hallway. A gloved hand punches a code into a digital lock. This door opens to a dark, empty apartment. This man from before looks on in horror, sweat beading on his face. An egg sizzles in a frying pan and Siop is in his kitchen cooking breakfast. This shower turns on with a burst of water. Jaijung stands under the stream, her back to us. Her mind races with a terrible thought. What if it was staged to look like a suicide and Oh In Siop actually killed them all? She screams her brother's name in her mind, realizing everything. It all clicks into place. It was a setup planned by In Siop from the start. This realization hits her like a physical blow. She covers her face, trying to hold herself together, get a grip. She looks up through her fingers, thinking about the other side of him. This man she trusted might be a murderer. We get the chapter title card again. For your murder. This scene shifts to a peaceful morning sky seen through a large window. Someone in formal shoes walks into a room, their footsteps echoing softly. Insiop stands behind Jaijung as she reaches for the door, asking where she is going. She turns back to him. "I am going to look for a job." He asks why. She looks down, explaining that Jaisung needs his hospital bills paid. He offers to lend her money, still trying to control her. She refuses. "Thank you, but I will handle it myself." As she tries to open the door, he grabs it shut and calls her name. He leans in close, trapping her against the door. "Be home early." "Man, this is not okay." She just whispers yes, completely defeated. This scene flashes to a bright blue sky. We cut to the exterior of a police station. A young man with shaggy brown hair is smoking outside, looking surprised. He sees Jaijung walking towards the station, looking determined. He quickly gets up from the bench. He runs after her, calling out, "Teacher Gijeong." He catches up to her, asking what brings her here. This camera pans over the police cars in the parking lot. Now they are in a car, and the young man looks resolved. "I think I am ready to believe you now, detective." Jaijung sits beside him, lost in thought. If all of this was Oh In Siop's doing, I wondered why. Her hand clenches tightly in her lap. A single word hangs in the air. "Everything." She looks at the young man, her voice trembling, "is because of me." This scene cuts to a small bird on a bare winter branch. This young man thinks back to the detective's drawer of lollipops. I think he is the kind of person who always gets what he wants. He looks over at Jaijung, a grim expression on his face. And maybe, he delivers the final, chilling blow. "What he wants is you, teacher." She looks absolutely horrified. Jaijung sits in the detective's car, letting out a long, defeated sigh. She gives a weak, hollow laugh as he looks on. She looks out the window, saying, "There is nothing I can do against someone who might be a murderer." This detective thinks to himself, "All this time, I have just been tossed around in Oh In-seop's grasp." Jae-jung turns to him with a sudden question. "I just need to disappear, right?" He panics, but she quickly clarifies. "I do not mean dying." She explains her desperate plan. "If I vanish from Oh In-seop's sight, he will not touch the people around me anymore." She looks at him, pleading, "So please just grant me one favor." She lays out the problem. Oh In-seop knows where my house is and which hospital Giseong is in, and then she makes her request. "Could you move Giseong to another hospital?" This detective looks stunned as she adds the crucial detail. "Somewhere Oh In-seop does not know." She acknowledges the difficult truth. "I know Giseong is a murderer." She looks him in the eye, "And I know helping me could put you in a difficult position, detective." She gives him an out. "So I will understand even if you say no." But he just looks at her and says not to worry. He unwraps a lollipop, promising, "I will find a way somehow." He gives her instructions. "You hide yourself first. Teacher, turn your phone off." She looks out at the sky, whispering her thanks. This scene shifts to a clock on a wall. It is almost 11. We see In-seop's face, cast in a cool blue light. He leans back in a chair, looking completely drained. He lets out a long, tired sigh, then his eyes snap open, a sharp look on his face. This scene changes to the exterior of a fancy clothing store. A woman with blonde hair tries on a coat, thinking it is pretty. A woman in a shop asks how much something is. The clerk replies, 6.42 million won, miss. This clerk asks if she should prepare the item, but the woman looks annoyed. She says she will look around more and walks out onto a city street. Across the street, a man in a cap and mask watches her go. We get a close-up of his intense eyes over the black mask. He glances to the side, still watching. A man without a mask walks down the same street, looking around. This woman looks back and sees a man in a security uniform standing near a doorway. This masked man from before looks on, his face shadowed and menacing. This scene cuts with a flash of vertical lines. A woman with short hair sits in a car, thinking, "If Oh In-seop killed Siwoo's mother, the people around me could be in danger." Someone off-screen tells her not to worry. A man in the driver's seat reassures her. "We are keeping a close watch." Another transition panel of black and white lines appears. This scene shifts to a school building against a beautiful sunset sky. A young woman with a ponytail walks along the sidewalk outside the school. She glances over her shoulder at two men walking behind her. This man from the car is nearby, holding a walkie-talkie. He is watching her. He raises the walkie-talkie to his mouth to speak. This masked man from earlier is also there. He smiles and speaks into his own device. A person of interest has appeared. Secure protection for the target, no matter what. We see a close-up of a determined eye. It is the lead detective. His feet are shown as he stands firm. The name Oh In-seop appears. This detective thinks about In-seop's next move. He will want to draw Go Gijeong out somehow. A text box declares the detective's resolve, but this time it will not go his way. A close-up shows the detective's grim and determined face. He is ready for a confrontation. This detective's face is set with grim determination. He thinks about the man at the center of it all, Oh In-seop. He knows In-seop is desperate to drag Jae-jung down with him. But the detective vows to himself, "But this time it will not go the way you want." He stares ahead, ready to stop this monster once and for all. This scene shifts to In-seop's now empty apartment. He walks through the silent space, his footsteps echoing elsewhere. Jae-jung looks at her phone with a heavy heart. She pulls up her landlord's contact information. She sends a text. "Hello, this is Unit XXX. I will not be renewing the lease this time." She sits alone in her own empty apartment. Her bag's already packed. Her phone starts ringing. It is lawyer Oh In-seop. She ignores the call and just lies down on the floor, exhausted. Later, she lies awake, staring at her phone beside her. A flashback shows In-seop holding two phones, his and hers. This memory cuts through the silence. He hands her a phone. "Use this phone for now. It is my work phone." This scene flashes back to the present. Jae-jung lets out a long sigh, holding the phone he gave her. This scene changes. A man with a friendly face is talking to someone. "We are switching shifts now." He smiles at a woman standing nearby, telling her to go on in. She turns back to him, annoyed. "Hey, how long are you going to keep following me?" He says he saw the news about that scumbag and asks if this is about Jae-jung. This woman tries to make a call, but the phone is turned off. She screams out in the empty parking lot, "Why are not you answering? Go Gijeong." This woman from the parking lot yells at the man in the tracksuit. "Are you okay or what? Are you dead?" Another man appears and calls her Miss Bae-jinyoung. This scene shifts to a woman with short reddish hair folding clothes. She is outside now, on the phone. "Yes, detective." This person on the other end screams at her. "You crazy bitch. This mess, do you know how frustrating it is because of you?" She slides down a wall as the voice accuses her. "You teamed up with Oh In-seop to set me up, now what the hell are you doing?" She denies it quietly. "I never did that." This voice on the phone is Jae-jung. She yells that this woman has hated her since high school, and the woman admits it. "Yeah, I really hated you." She says Jae-jung always came first, always looked down on her. Jae-jung is on the other end, completely bewildered by this confession. This woman then says as long as Jae-jung is fine, that is all that matters, and tells her to take care. She then scolds her for trusting In-seop, saying she has no eye for people. Jae-jung loses it, screaming at her to shut up. This woman on the ground just says Jaijang's name, sounding defeated. She tells her to get her head on straight and not get hurt, and to take good care of Jaisung too. She hangs up the phone with a faint, unsettling smile. Jaijang is left with the woman's final words. Watch yourself. This line goes dead, leaving Jaijang looking concerned. She just whispers back to the empty line. You too. A crow looks out over a sunset sky. Man, that is not a good sign. This scene shifts to a quiet apartment parking lot in the morning. This detective's partner is on a stakeout, reporting that Insiop has been quiet for a week. He says the quiet is what makes it scarier, like he is planning something big. This scruffy detective asks his partner why he is counting. The younger man tells him to go wash up. This younger detective is worried. Oh, Insiop could come while I am gone. He says he is watching things. His partner teases him. You seriously look inhuman right now. This younger man slumps over the steering wheel, defeated. He agrees to let him go. This scruffy detective gets out. I will be back within an hour, so keep an eye on things. This woman they are protecting walks out of her building. This young detective sees her. Wait, why are you coming out? She says she is going to the convenience store. He jumps out of the car to follow her. Then let us go together. Meanwhile, a car speeds past the scruffy detective. He watches it go, wondering what kind of driving is that. His eyes widen in sudden, dawning horror. He knows. This woman crosses the street, complaining that it is cold. She turns around, sensing something is wrong. A car barrels towards her, its headlights blinding. This young detective shoves her out of the way, taking the full impact himself. Damn, he is thrown into the air by the force of the collision. This scruffy detective runs towards the scene as his partner lies on the ground. He pulls out a gun and takes aim at the fleeing car. 2 shots ring out, shattering the car's rear window. This injured detective calls out to his partner, Sunbi. The woman is frozen in shock. This scruffy detective looks on, his face a mask of disbelief and rage. He drops the gun, his hand reaching out as if to stop time. This woman calls for an ambulance while the scruffy detective runs off. She screams into the phone that someone has been hit. The young detective groans in pain. This scruffy detective sprints away from the scene, probably chasing the car on foot. A gloved hand presses a device against a car window, making it crackle. This detective is jolted in his seat, getting zapped by some kind of taser. A car speeds away from the scene. Inside, a man in a black cap and mask is at the wheel. We get a close-up on his cold, focused eye. This detective is now in pursuit. The getaway car is visible in his side mirror. He grits his teeth, thinking, I absolutely cannot let him get away. He gets a clear look at the license plate. This masked man floors it, weaving through the streets. This chase is on, a white car right on his tail. This speedometer needle climbs higher and higher. They swerve through traffic, horns blaring around them. A traffic light ahead turns yellow. This masked man's car blows right through the intersection, and the light immediately turns red. This detective's eyes go wide as his foot slams on the brake. His car screeches to a halt just before the crosswalk. Damn, he lost him. He immediately gets on the phone. Detective Division 2, Shim Yongjin, Senior Patrol Officer. He reports the vehicle's last known location and requests pursuit after the call. He leans back in his seat, completely exhausted, but then he bolts upright, a sudden realization hitting him. He looks furious, muttering to himself, that crazy bastard. This chapter title card appears again, for your murder, with a chilling question, so you do not care what happens anymore. This scene cuts to a quiet forest under a full moon. We see the detective's shattered car window, a faint ringing sound echoing, a flashback to the attack. This call goes to an automated message. The phone is powered off. After the beep, you will be connected to voicemail. Insiop stands in the dark, phone to his ear, his expression hardening. A phone with the name Go Jaijang on the screen falls to the floor, the call rejected. Insiop sits in his car, looking absolutely furious as he grips his shoulder. He looks down at his gloved hand. It is stained with blood. This scene shifts to a junkyard at night. A voice over a radio asks about a car. 48 H9*73, are you sure it did not come through here? An officer explains the situation to a worker. Blood marks on the window, gray Sterks. It is a ghost car, but the worker says no Sterks came in today. Insiop watches from the shadows as the officer asks to be contacted if they find it. He turns and walks away into the darkness. His footsteps silent. He peeks around a corner, making sure he is not being followed. He stands alone in a clearing, looking out over a forest toward a distant light. A full moon hangs in the sky above the dark tree line. He approaches a white van. The back window is shattered, like from a bullet. He starts pouring gasoline from a canister all over the vehicle. This liquid splashes down the side of the van. He makes sure to douse the entire thing, leaving nothing untouched. Then he takes off his jacket, revealing a surprisingly muscular back. Man, Insiop is completely shredded. He tosses his jacket into the van. A silver car speeds away down a quiet country road. A text box gives an update. We searched both the scrap yard and the reservoir area, but the ghost car was not found. This detective is on the phone, looking tired. Understood, thank you for your work. He hangs up just as a fire truck speeds past him. Sirens wailing, firefighters in full gear rush towards the scene of a fire. They aim their hose at a raging inferno just off the road. A man in a red tracksuit runs toward the blaze, his face a mask of panic. This man from the car looks on in absolute horror. A sharp sound effect cuts through the air as Jaijung shudders. A black and white transition panel flashes across the screen, and then a car just explodes in a massive fireball. Damn, this scene shifts to an airport with a plane taking off. A man in a neck brace and arm sling stands alone in the terminal. Elsewhere, a couple stands at a check-in counter with their luggage. This woman asks, "Why are we suddenly traveling? Where did the money come from?" He just tells her to come with him. This man in the neck brace watches them from a distance. He makes a call. "We have confirmed they entered the departure terminal safely." This young detective is on the other end. "Yeah, get some rest." He hangs up and stands in front of a glass door. His face is a mask of pure fury. He lets out a single bitter laugh. He is outside in Siop's law office, thinking, this bastard. Meanwhile, Jaijung sits by her brother's hospital bed. He is still unconscious. She thinks to herself, because of me, Gi Seong and others too have been put in danger. She covers her face, blaming herself for everything. She looks up, her eyes filled with despair. Is there really no other way? Her thought finishes with a chilling conclusion. Other than killing Oh and Siop, geez, but then Jaisung's hand twitches beside her. A small sound effect emphasizes the movement. His eyes are open. He is awake. Jaijung looks over at him, her eyes wide with shock. "Nurse." She scrambles to her feet, screaming for the nurse as a chair clatters to the floor. A doctor and a nurse rush down a hospital hallway. Jaijung follows close behind them. We see Jaisung in a hospital bed, his head bandaged and an oxygen mask on his face. His eyes are open. A single thought hangs in the air. Why am I alive? Man, poor kid. This title card appears again over a hand. For your murder, 2 detectives are in Jaisung's room. One asks him, "Student, do you know where you are?" Jaijung steps in, putting a hand on the detective's shoulder, asking what they are doing. This detective asks the big question. "Student, did you kill Go Seok Young?" Jaisung's face is a mask of pure terror. He presses on. Was it planned or was it impulsive? Jaisung's eye is wide with panic, and Jaisung just screams, breaking down completely in front of them. Jaijung rushes to his side, asking if he is okay. She hugs him as he sobs, telling the detectives to please step outside for a moment. She holds him tight, saying he needs to rest and stabilize. He is just completely broken. Later, a doctor sits with Jaisung, telling him to make sure he takes his medication regularly. A nurse explains to the detectives that his condition is very unstable. They agree to wait until he is stabilized. This scene shifts to the exterior of the hospital against a golden sunset. This young detective sits with Jaijung on a bench outside. He apologizes for his juniors questioning him so aggressively. He holds a lollipop, saying that if the truth about Inseop comes out, there may be room for leniency for Jaisung. He adds, "We have also secured a lead to put Oh Inseop away." Jaijung just listens. She watches other patients nearby and asks, "Do you think Giseong can get through this?" This detective looks at her as she says, "Without Giseong, I do not think I could endure it." He tells her to stay close and look after him. She looks resolved. A close-up on Jaijung's determined eye. This scene changes. Inseop walks towards his law office building. This young detective is waiting for him at the door. "Long time no see, Mr. Oh Inseop." Inseop just lets out a small, arrogant laugh. Man, the confrontation is finally here. This detective hands Inseop some papers. Inseop just smirks. "You must have an awful lot of free time." This detective asks why he has not been at work for days. Inseop smiles. "I am human too, you know." He claims he was sick, but the detective calls him out, saying he was well enough to drive. This detective gets right in his face. "You went quite far too." Inseop plays dumb, turning away. "I have no idea what you are talking about." He starts to walk off, but the detective calls out to him. Inseop glances back, asking if something happened to the teacher, Jaijung. He says he was worried because she was not answering her phone and Jaisung was moved. He leans in with a smug look. "Did you pull some strings, detective?" Inseop just gives a vague, taunting reply. "Who knows?" This detective throws his own words back at him. "I do not know what you are talking about." He puts a hand on Inseop's shoulder, a clear warning. Do not ever think about those two again. This detective turns and walks away, leaving Inseop standing there. As he heads to his car, Inseop asks if Jaisung has woken up yet. This detective's face goes dark as Inseop adds, "I suppose he'd have to die for me to see her." Geez, that is cold. He turns around in horror and sees his car window is shattered, the one from the attack. Inseop just glares back, muttering, "Son of a bitch." This scene shifts to a quiet hospital reception area. Jaisung sits up in a hospital bed, his arm in a sling, looking empty. Jaijung tries to feed him. "You should eat at least a little. Giseong, that is how you will get better." We see them in the quiet room, Jaijung sitting by his bedside. She tries to make conversation, asking if the TV is boring. Jaisung turns away from her, asking quietly, "Are not you afraid of me?" He looks at her, his voice breaking. "I killed someone." Jaijung just stares, heartbroken. Later, Jaisung sits up in his hospital bed and tells his sister, "I am a murderer." Jaijung looks on sadly as he asks, "I will be punished, will not I?" She promises him, "I will stay by your side no matter what." She looks out the window at a tree branch. "Hey, when everything's over." With tears in her eyes, she forces a smile and asks, "Shall we go far away somewhere no one knows?" She continues her fantasy. Just the two of us, living together. Outside, a piece of the tree branch snaps and falls. Yeah, that is not a good sign. He just says her name. Sis. Jae-sung looks at her with dead eyes. I want to die. Jae-jung gets up and puts a hand on his shoulder. Why would you say that? It breaks my heart to hear you say things like that. She hugs him from behind. I told you I'd stay by your side no matter what. I am always on your side, you know that. He tells her what the detective said about cooperating. Whether he told me to do it or not, the fact remains that I killed someone. He turns away from her. I committed a murder, sis. I did it because I did not want to be a bug. She hugs him tighter. You are not a bug. Who would say such a thing? She holds him close. Gi-seong, you are my precious little brother. But he is lost in his trauma, seeing centipedes crawling all over him. This chapter title card appears over the tragic scene. For your murder, this scene shifts to the young detective sitting in his car outside, looking exhausted. A black and white transition panel flashes. In Seop is there too, watching the detective. He asks himself, has Go Gi-seong woken up? His face twists into a monstrous sneer as he thinks, I suppose he'd have to die for me to see her. This detective gets out of his car and heads into the hospital, thinking about In Seop. There is no telling what he will do next. He walks down the sterile hospital hallway. He overhears two men talking about the handcuffed student. They will not tell me anything since it is an active investigation. He turns a corner and comes face to face with Jae-jung. They both stop and stare. Jae-jung asks the young detective's partner to look after her brother, saying his condition is still not very good. He tells her not to worry. She apologizes for the hospital bills, but he says not to be. He warns her that trying to pay it back will just put her on Inseop's radar. She says she found a job where she will not run into many people. And then she turns to leave. She walks down the hospital hallway and the man watches her go. He calls out her name, Ms. Gi-jeong. She stops and turns back to look at him. He scratches his head, looking a little flustered, and just says yes. She waits for a moment, then turns away again. He just stands there, watching her leave. This scene shifts to the scruffy detective sitting with his arms crossed, a camera set up on a tripod. He is in Jae-sung's hospital room, reading him his rights. You are a suspect in this case. You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. This young detective watches the interrogation with a serious expression. He continues, telling Jae-sung he can stop at any time and does not have to incriminate himself. This detective asks if In-seop forced him to stop his meds, but Jae-sung says he did it because he wanted to. He then asks if In-seop was involved in the murder. Jae-sung looks down, asking why they keep mentioning that man. He takes the blame entirely. I am the one who killed someone. This detective tells him he does not have to talk if he does not want to. A flashback begins. A shadowy In-seop puts his hands on a younger Jae-sung's shoulders. Jae-sung asks what. In-seop's face looms in the darkness as he calls him pathetic. Geez, that is cold. His cruel words echo in Jae-sung's memory. When I said I will die with you, it was so I could watch you die. A black and white transition panel flashes across the screen. Jae-sung's eye is wide with the horror of the memory. In-seop's voice continues, asking him, then how about killing someone? Jae-sung's narration reveals his confusion. He asked me why do not I try killing, but I do not know if that really happened. In a flashback, a shadowy In-seop looms over Jae-sung. Go Seok-young, I mean. A sharp sound effect cuts through the memory as Jae-sung attacks his target. This memory is stained with blood, a moment of pure violence. In the present, Jae-jung's voice calls out to her brother, Ji Gi-seong. This memory continues. Jae-sung looks at his hands in horror. He screams as the weapon drops, thinking, even now it does not feel real. Back in the present, the young detective listens to the whole story. He looks at Jae-jung with sympathy. Thank you for telling me. Later, he meets with his partner, the scruffy detective. He calls him chief. He lays out the whole case. In-seop incited the murder, and the suspect committed it while in a state of mental instability. This chief listens as the young detective continues. Yes, but even if that is the case, he explains the legal roadblock they are facing. That alone is not enough to establish a case for aiding and abetting murder. He gets more frustrated. The burner car was incinerated, so there is no evidence, and if we cannot prove he aided the murder, then what? He looks desperate. How are we supposed to lock him up? The chief just looks tired. This chief puts a hand on his shoulder and says his name, Shim Yongjin. He tries to calm him down. Let us just focus on making sure there are no more victims. He offers a little bit of encouragement. You are doing a good job. Man, the young detective looks like he is about to break. He really needed that. This scene shifts to a busy barbecue restaurant, steam rising from the grills. A woman leaves the restaurant after her shift. Her boss wishes her a good night. Outside, she pulls down her mask as her phone starts ringing. She answers the call. The person on the other end is frantic. Bae Jinyoung, hey, what the hell is this? She is completely confused. What are you talking about? The caller asks if she knows someone, and then the caller drops the bomb. The bastard who posted Go Gi-seong's photo. We see the photo. Jae-sung's face is clear among a group of pixelated friends. Damn, it is out there. We see a formal portrait of a young man in a suit. This must be the victim. Go Seok-young. An online post shows a hospital waiting room. The text says the perpetrator is being protected there. Another post shows a taxi. People are panicking online, saying a murderer is among regular patients. Jae-jung's friend, Bae Jinyoung, stares at her phone in absolute horror. She runs out into the street towards a white car. As she walks, she wonders who could have leaked the information. A friend, a teacher, a parent. She glances over her shoulder, looking deeply unsettled, and there he is, standing in the shadows. Oh In-seop watches her with a calm smile. Man, this scene shifts to the scruffy detective in a convenience store. The clerk asks what he wants. This camera pans over shelves of cigarettes behind the counter. This detective looks like he is struggling with a decision. He points to a pile of lollipops instead, asking for those. Good for him. He steps outside to take a call, and his partner is frantic. Sunbi, we have a problem. This detective's eyes widen in shock as his partner delivers the bad news. Jae-sung's location has been leaked online. He yells into the phone, asking how it could have been leaked when only they knew. He clutches his head in frustration as his partner explains a malicious post was made and then deleted. He immediately makes another call, identifying himself as Shim Yongjin. He is not wasting any time. This scene cuts back to Oh In-seop, standing calmly in the dark. He turns to the camera with a chilling smile. The word never hangs in the air. This thought completes. You must never let anyone in, as the title card appears over his sinister face. Back with Bae Jin-young, she looks completely terrified. She sees In-seop in the distance and her mind races, wondering how he could possibly be there. He stands right in front of her, blocking her way. It has been a while, teacher. Oh, so that is their connection. An overhead shot shows them facing off. In-seop thinks this was the only way. He finishes his thought with a smile. To find you, teacher. Geez, he is using her. We see a flashback of Jae-jung in the dark. A voice asks if Jae-sung is doing well. It was Oh In-seop. He approaches her, saying he was worried when she never came home from her job search. Jae-jung looks absolutely terrified as he scolds her. I am sure I told you to come early. He looms over her, telling her she is far too late, and then he smiles that creepy smile of his. I missed you. Geez, this guy back in the present. The young detective is sprinting while on the phone. The call goes to voicemail. He looks panicked as he just says no. He arrives at the law office and yells out In-seop's name, and he immediately grabs In-seop by the collar. Finally, this detective is shaking with rage, demanding to know what he did. He screams at him. What did you do to those two? He means Jae-jung and her brother. In-seop just smirks back at him. Why are you so angry? He taunts the detective. Am I not allowed to visit a patient? Man, he went to the hospital. This detective says his name and slaps a pair of handcuffs on his wrist. He tells In-seop, you are not going anywhere until we validate the situation. He orders another officer to watch In-seop while he leaves. In-seop just watches him go. This detective sprints down the hospital hallway. He is in a total panic. He looks completely frantic, sweating and out of breath. He reaches the room and another officer reports that nothing happened. Jae-jung just arrived. This detective looks into the room as his partner asks if something is wrong. Jae-jung is inside, looking startled by his sudden appearance. He rushes to her side, asking what happened and if she is okay. She looks up at him, clearly shaken. He asks if she is hurt. She tells him the terrifying news. Oh In-seop found us. Jae-jung looks completely lost, asking what do we do now? Jae-sung looks over at them from the hospital bed, his face a mask of pure terror elsewhere. Oh In-seop adjusts his black gloves, looking smug as ever. He tells the detectives, you have been suspecting me based on nothing but a hunch. This young detective looks exhausted as In-seop adds, you keep turning up with nothing substantial. He turns to leave, telling them, I will leave those two in your care. This young detective just watches him go, a dark shadow falling over his face. A sound effect cuts through the silence as a lighter sparks to life. This young detective stands outside, taking a long drag from a cigarette. He thinks to himself, there is no way that bastard would do that. He crushes the cigarette pack in his hand, a sound effect emphasizing his anger. Back at the hospital, a crowd has gathered in the hallway, murmuring. Two nurses whisper about the student, the one with the box cutter. An older man starts shouting at a male nurse. Get that murderer out of here right now. He yells at the crowd of onlookers. Is this the best you people can do? Do you guys have no empathy? His face is twisted in rage and disgust. He screams about the hospital, putting a murderer in the same ward as everyone else. This scruffy detective steps in, telling the man to please stop causing a scene. This man demands to know why the police are protecting a criminal instead of civilians. He just keeps screaming for them to get Jae-sung out. Inside the room, Jae-jung covers her brother's ears to block out the noise. Jae-sung is sobbing, repeating, I am sorry, poor kid. She holds him tight, her own face a mask of pain and helplessness. And one name hangs in her mind, the source of all this misery, Oh In-seop. A doctor tells Jae-jung that her brother's prognosis is not good. They need to change his medication. Jae-jung just stands there, looking completely defeated by it all. And Jae-sung just lets out a blood-curdling scream in his hospital bed. Jae-jung is frozen in terror, screaming In-seop's name. This scene cuts to a quiet, starry night scene through the hospital window. An overhead shot shows the room later. Jae-sung is in bed and Jae-jung is asleep in a chair beside him. But Jae-sung is wide awake, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. Jae-jung is slumped over, completely exhausted from everything. We see her from another angle, trying to get some rest. A close-up on her face shows she is finally asleep. A praying mantis crawls on the ceiling above them. That is unsettling. and it transforms into a monstrous, humanoid bug. This has to be a nightmare. Jae-sung stands in the dark room, a voice echoes in his mind. Then why do not I just kill him? His eyes are wide with terror as the voice clarifies the target. Go Giseong, that is, geez, he is being told to kill himself. This scene shifts to In Seop talking with his associate, who asks. He acted like he was going to kill someone and then just left. In Seop just scoffs at the detective's threat. There is no way that bastard would do that. We cut to a bright exterior shot of the university hospital. A hand holds a small paper cup, a soft sound effect playing. Jae-jung sits with a man who asks her, "Are you sure you do not need to go to work?" She tells him she is taking time off. "I am taking some time off, just until Giseong gets better." He looks worried as she talks about the hospital bills. "I am planning to look into taking a loan." Back in the hospital room, Jae-sung sits on his bed, facing away. A doctor asks him a simple question. "How have you been feeling lately?" Jae-sung sits in the doctor's office, giving a surprisingly hopeful answer. "I really wanted to die, but I am going to try and hold on." This title card appears again. "For your murder." A small green bud sits on the branch. Jae-jung enters the room, taking off her coat. Jae-sung turns to look at her, asking, "You are not going to work today as well?" Jae-jung sets up a cot by his bed. "I want to stay by your side for a while until you are better." But he tells her he is okay now. He looks at her. The hospital bills must be piling up. He says she will have to work and pay them, promising to pay her back. She just asks if he is really okay. Jae-sung looks down. "I will focus on getting better and then atone for my crimes. That is how I plan to live." He looks at his sister across the room. "Together with you, sis." Jae-jung turns back, a hint of hope on her face. Later, Jae-sung stands at the sink in his hospital room. He holds his medication in his hand, ready to take it. He looks up at his reflection in the mirror. His eyes widen as he stares at himself. His reflection distorts into a taunting monster. "Really, you do not even have the courage to die." "Geez," he just says no. He clenches his fist. "I am going to live." He stares down at the sink, repeating his promise to himself. This scene shifts to Jae-jung at a warehouse job, scanning boxes. She thinks about their future. Once everything with Giseong is settled, we should look for a house where we can live together in peace. A close-up on a barcode as her thought continues. And this red light of the scanner flashes ominously. She stops herself. Let us not harbor such thoughts. This night sky hangs over the city. She thinks he is getting better. That night, Jae-jung peeks into her brother's room. She sees him lying in bed and wonders if he went to sleep early. He looks peaceful, his eyes closed, but then his eyes snap open. He was awake the whole time. We see a spoonful of crushed white powder. Oh-number Jae-jung just stands there, looking completely stunned by the detective's arrival. Later, Jae-sung eats a meal in his room. He looks a little better physically. He lies in bed, his hands cuffed, as a nurse tends to him. This two of them share a quiet moment in the room. Jae-jung by the window, Jae-sung brushing his teeth. This detectives talk outside. The scruffy one asks, "Should not we resume the investigation soon?" His partner says they will wait for the doctor. A tree branch outside shows new leaves sprouting, a small sign of life. Jae-sung sits with a doctor who tells him, "You have improved quite a bit." This doctor asks if he has been sleeping and eating well. Jae-sung just says yes. But the doctor's inner thoughts are monstrous. Just gnawing away at his sister like a parasite. Geez, this single word echoes in the darkness. Pathetic. Jae-sung just gives a small, empty smile. Jae-jung gets ready to leave, telling him, "I am heading off to work." She waves goodbye to Jae-sung and the officer guarding him. This officer stands guard outside a door with radiation warnings. A sound effect rings out as Jae-sung's handcuffs are unlocked. A voice explains, "Mr. Go Gi-seong, we will be doing a follow-up brain MRI today." A technician pats him down as a final check before the scan. He is guided into the MRI machine, told to align his head and close his eyes. He lies still inside the machine, waiting for the scan to begin. In Seop's cruel words echo in his mind. "I do not plan on dying with a worm like Gi-seong." This officer outside hears a sudden thud from inside the room. Jae-sung lunges forward, attacking the technician as the officer screams his name. He shoves past the technician in a blur of motion, making a break for it. He sprints down the hall. The officer thinks, "Poor teacher, it must have been hard taking care of a worm like Gi-seong. Man, everyone is against this kid." He reaches an emergency exit. The light is green. He is out. This young detective chases Jae-sung down a seemingly endless stairwell, yelling his name. Jae-sung stops on a landing, pausing for a moment. We look up from the bottom of the stairwell. He is just a small silhouette far above. This detective kicks the railing in absolute frustration. Jae-sung just looks down, his face completely empty. A voice echoes in his head. "You made the right choice." It is In Seop's voice. This scene changes. Jae-jung is at her new job washing dishes when her phone starts to ring. She pulls off her rubber glove to answer the call. Her eyes widen in pure shock and horror. This caller ID on her phone just reads detective. Outside, a small twig on a tree branch snaps and falls. Not a good omen. A flashback begins. Jae-jung runs through the pouring rain. A memory of her brother's voice cuts in. "I do not need a sister like you." A younger, bruised Jae-sung screams at her. "You should have just died with mom and dad." "Damn, that is cold," he sobs, calling her a monster. In the memory, Jaijang stops running, completely frozen by his words. She asks him where he is going so late. He turns his back to her. None of your business. She insists that it is late. She runs after him through the rain, desperate. She reaches out a hand, begging him to talk to her. He turns around, his face twisted with rage. What have you ever done for me? He continues yelling at her. Did you ever protect me? He asks if she ever helped him. He screams his final question. Did you ever even try to understand me? He turns away from her. Stop meddling in my life. I will find my own way to survive. Man, what a painful memory. This scene cuts to the hospital at night. Rain pouring down, a pair of feet leave the ground, a sudden leap, and then they land with a soft thud. This scene blurs into a hazy memory. Jaijang stands alone in the rain, her face a mask of despair. We flash back to a much younger Jaisung, looking concerned. He asks a simple question. Why are you crying? A younger Jaijang sits huddled and bruised. He asks, are you in pain because Aunt hit you? Man, that is rough. She just tells him to go away. She curls into a ball, trying to hide from the world. But her little brother wraps his arms around her. He holds her tight and tells her, do not cry, and he makes a promise. I will protect you. Back in the present, Jaisung stands by a railing, tears streaming down his face. He calls out for his sister, his voice breaking. He is standing on the edge of a hospital staircase, and someone screams his name. A hand shoots out and grabs his arm, pulling him back from the edge. This railing is empty. He was just pulled to safety. It is the young detective, Shim Yongjin. He has Jaisung in a tight hold. This other two officers look on, completely stunned. Jaisung is just frozen in shock, his eyes wide with fear. And then the tears start to fall again. Poor kid is at his breaking point. This detective holds him close, trying to soothe him. It is okay. This other officers just watch as the detective holds the completely broken young man. Meanwhile, Jaijung is sprinting down a hallway looking frantic. She bursts through the door, screaming her brother's name. A close-up shows her eyes wide with absolute terror, and she sees him. Jaisung is safe on the bed with the detective standing nearby. Jaijung collapses to the floor in relief, calling out his name. This scene shifts to a quiet hospital waiting area. Jaijung sits with a towel over her head, completely drained. She looks up at the detective. Thank you for saving Giseong. He sits across from her. I did not do anything. The kid was the one who stayed strong. He looks at her with a serious expression. He gently pulls the towel from her head, calling her name. Then he delivers the news. The investigation is over, and Giseong will be sent to juvenile detention. He tries to reassure her. It is safer than here, but she asks what happens after he is released. She looks at him, her fear returning. Do you really think Oh In-seop will give up? She knows the truth. I cannot protect Giseong like this. Oh In-seop will find a way to hunt him down and destroy him. Her mind is made up. That is why. She looks down at the table. I have to be the one to end this. Damn, she's going after him. This scene cuts to a packed suitcase. Jaisung's hands are cuffed. It is time. An officer leads him out of the room. Jaijung follows right behind them. She places a hand on his back. A final moment of support. They walk out of the hospital towards a black van. An officer stops her. You can only come till here. She asks for a second. She adjusts his jacket, a small, caring gesture. She gives him a brave smile. It is still quite chilly out. Jaisung looks back at his sister one last time, a silent goodbye. We see the back of a man walking away. A sound effect plays, a pair of feet in flats land on the ground. It is Jaijung, and she looks absolutely determined. A man enters a law office. A bell chimes, and there he is, Oh In-seop, sitting at his desk like a king. He looks over, that same smug look on his face. We see the exterior of his fancy office building. He is just sitting there, scrolling on his phone, and then Jaijung walks in, pulling a suitcase behind her. She stares him down, not a hint of fear in her eyes. We see her feet again, planted firmly on the ground. Her expression is pure resolve. She is not backing down. In-seop is still just looking at his phone, oblivious. Jaijung stands in the middle of his office, waiting. A close-up on her face shows her unwavering gaze. He finally looks up, and his eyes widen in surprise. He says, I am surprised. I did not think you'd ever come see me unless Giseong was dead. She replies, that is why I am here. She finishes her thought, to make sure you never hurt Giseong again. Damn, In-seop just listens, his face unreadable. This camera focuses on the suitcase she brought with her. He asks, I suppose you have a weapon in there. Are you going to kill me? She tells him, no, I cannot kill you, and I will not die, either. He taunts her, it is for Giseong, the one you want dead so badly. She glares at him, do not ever touch him again. Her hand is clenched so tight at her side that it is shaking. Oh In-seop lets out a small chuckle, a sound effect emphasizing his amusement. His gloved hand taps on the desk beside his mouse. He begins to speak. So, he leans back in his chair with a smug look. Are you going to date me or something? We see who he is talking to. It is Bae Jinyoung, the teacher. She looks completely shocked. He continues his taunt from across the office. If that is what you want, I will do it as much as you like. She looks down, clearly disturbed by his words. She asks if that is so. He just smiles and tells her to sit down for now. She turns away, looking around the room. She is clearly on edge. She glances back, her expression a mix of fear and confusion. This scene cuts to an exterior shot of a police station. A hand taps the ash off a lit cigarette. This young detective sits across from Bei Jinyoung. She tells him, I am the one Oh In-seop wants. Her plan is laid bare. If I just stay by his side like he wants, Gi-seong will be safe. This detective just looks at her, his face grim. He asks her a simple question. Are you in your right mind? He leans forward, his voice rising in disbelief. You are saying you will go to a guy who does not hesitate to kill. She clutches the towel around her neck. That is how I am going to protect Gi-seong. This detective slams the table in frustration. How can you be so sure? She says In-seop will not be able to hurt her. She looks at him with a sad resolve. Because that is the only thing I can do. Damn, that is bleak. They just stare at each other, the air thick with tension. She then asks him, want to make a bet? This detective looks completely caught off guard by her question. She clarifies her strange offer. A bet for ice cream. The scene shifts. The detective is now in a plaid shirt, smoking and wearing an ID badge. Another man approaches him on a bench. Since when did you start smoking again? He just says he does not know. The stress is clearly getting to him. This scruffy detective asks Yongjin, are you troubled because of that student, Go Gi-seong? Yongjin puts out his cigarette and just says no. He says, it is his sister who is the problem. The scene shifts to Jaijung sitting alone in a dark room. Meanwhile, Oh In-seop is at his desk, clicking away on his computer. He gets up and asks Bei Jinyoung, shall we head out soon? She jumps to her feet. He says, you must be hungry. He puts on his coat with a smirk. Do you want to grab something to eat before you head in? She tells him she is not hungry. He just replies, is that so? He then asks, then I can just give you a ride to your house, right? She looks horrified. He asks if that place is empty now. He is talking about the siblings' home. He asks her for the address. She looks absolutely terrified. She grabs his arm desperately. She screams at him. You said you wanted me. She continues her question. So why? But he just gives her that chilling smile. She looks completely defeated, her resolve crumbling. He gently takes her hand. Let us go to your house. He leans in, his expression unreadable but definitely not good. He holds her hand and asks, shall we go then? A black car pulls up to a house at night. Inside, In-seop walks down a dark hallway. He enters the living room, his footsteps echoing. Bei Jinyoung stands there, her face cast in shadow, looking terrified. She sets down a briefcase, thinking, it is okay, I am prepared for this. In-seop stands with his back to her as she thinks, he will not be able to kill me. An overhead shot shows them standing in the dark, silent room. A gloved hand gently cups Bei Jinyoung's face. This hand moves away to flick on a light switch. Oh In-seop leads her into a modern apartment as she follows with her suitcase. He turns to her, oh, you can use the same room you used before. So she has been here before. He wishes her a good night, and her face is a mask of pure terror. In another room, In-seop calmly unbuttons the cuff of his white shirt. His heart thumps as he looks over with a slight smirk. He makes a sudden, sharp movement with his hands, like a practice strike. He looks up, his expression cold and focused. This blur of motion repeats, emphasizing his speed and control. He looks up again, his gaze unwavering. He stands over her in the room. What should we do first? Man, this is not good. He smiles that creepy smile. Usually, at a time like this, lovers. She snaps and grabs him by the collar of his shirt. She glares at him with pure rage. You find this situation funny, do not you? She screams at him. Me walking in here on my own, struggling with everything. Her expression shifts to confusion. That is strange. He leans in. You are the one who came to me saying you'd do anything. Teacher, so why pin the blame on me? Damn, he is twisting it all on her. She looks down, completely defeated by his words. She lets go of his shirt. Well, if you're going to do it, just do it already. Geez, she has completely given up. He just watches her with a cold, calculating look. He suddenly grabs her face, his grip firm. He pulls her towards him as he sits on the edge of the bed. Their faces are just inches apart. The tension is unbearable. We see the fear in her eyes as he leans in closer. A flashback begins. Bei Jinyoung is in a dark room. Oh In-seop stares at her with cold, empty eyes. He just tells her to leave, but instead, the scene shifts to a door creaking open. In-seop sits on the edge of his bed, looking completely calm. He just stares forward, not a hint of emotion on his face. Bei Jinyoung is on the floor, cowering. She gets up, her face a mask of pure terror. She holds a small object, wondering if it is enough evidence. Would they even count as evidence just because they belong to the victim? A meal is laid out on the table, untouched. In-seop pulls on his black gloves, preparing to leave her there. She sits alone in his sterile apartment. She watches him go, thinking he is leaving. Her mind races, just leaving me here like this. This moment he is gone, she starts frantically searching the place. She thinks about where he would hide something important. She checks the bookshelf, the sink, anywhere she can think of, and then she moves to his closet. Her eyes go wide. She has found something. Tucked away behind the clothes is a small safe. She immediately starts trying to open it. She tries every number she can think of, his birthday, his phone number, the house code. Nothing works. Then, a sudden realization hits her. She starts typing in a new number, 11, this code is 1103, the date of the incident. A sound effect plays as her eyes widen in shock. This safe clicks open, and it is completely empty, and of course, Oh In-seop is standing right in the doorway. He looks at her with that same smug, knowing expression. He asks her, teacher, you know everything, do not you? He walks towards her as she stands there, completely frozen. He places a small recording device in her hand. This scene flashes forward. She lunges at him with a knife. He catches her wrist with ease, stopping the blade just inches from his chest. She glares at him. You said you'd even date me if I wanted. Date a disgusting murderer like you. Do not make me laugh so. He just listens as she tells him to confess. She demands he go to the police and tell them everything he has done. She screams at him, if you do not, and she makes her threat. I will kill you. Insiop just looks at her, completely unfazed. She holds the knife steady, warning him, do not come any closer. She asks him, you think I cannot do it? His gloved hand closes over hers, taking control of the knife. He turns the blade around, pointing it directly at his own throat. He looks her dead in the eyes and says, kill me. Damn, he is calling her bluff.